I'm going to be speaking today on the addressing abiogenesis and common misconceptions. This is going to be a series of YouTube videos. I'm James Tour, and you can see my credentials at jmtour.com. But briefly, so that you know something about me, because I'm going to be getting a lot into this discussion of science, and I'll tell you in just a moment really why I'm doing this, but just so that you know something about who I am. I've published over 700 research publications, and in my field, that's kind of a big number. And so I've been really blessed in this to have gotten all of those papers published across a diverse array of fields, from nanotechnology in medicine to pure synthetic organic chemistry to synthetic organic chemistry in materials to entire nanosystems, trying to make molecular machines and have them interacting with cells, to computer memory, and I've started 14 companies in the past 6 years. 2 of them are now public companies, so I've done that. I have over 100,000 citations. What that means is that when people were writing their research articles, they cited some of my articles as giving background information or helping to clarify some point that they were trying to get across. For those of you who are scientists, my H-index, the Hirsch index, is 150. And so it gives you a little bit of background. I have over 150 patent families. Not just patents, but if you have a patent, say, in the U.S., then you will patent that, say, in Europe and different parts of Asia. And so I'm saying I have 150 patent families. So if something's patented in the U.S. and the same thing is patented in Europe and in Asia, I'm just considering that one family. So we've patented a lot over the years. That kind of builds up who I am and my credentials. I have a YouTube channel, Dr. James Tour, Dr. James Tour, standing for Dr. James Tour. And you can go there and see some of my other videos. David Farina has released a video entitled Elucidating the Agenda of James Tour, a Defense of Abiogenesis. So Dave Farina has a YouTube channel called Professor Dave Explains. And what he does on that channel is he talks about different areas of science. Well, in this video that he didn't just talk about his views on abiogenesis. He went right after not just the things that I had said, but as he entitles this, elucidating the agenda of James Tour.
With all the intellect that we put into this, even if we could make them, we have no idea how to assemble them.
So that's James Tour, and as we will see, he is very emphatic about his rejection of abiogenesis as a feasible process. But he is even more emphatic about something else, and we should make this known immediately so as to properly contextualize this discussion.
Not only am I Christian, but I love Jesus tremendously. He is the best. He is everything to me. I am much more than just a Christian in name.
Jesus Christ rose from the dead. He is the Son of God, and it's on that I based my faith.
And I opened my eyes. I was on my knees. I opened my eyes. Who was in my room? That man, Jesus Christ, stood in my room.
So that should give you a better picture of the headspace he is coming from.
So he psychoanalyzed me it just went on, his psychoanalysis of me, and there was the implication that I cannot be objective in my analysis of abiogenesis because I'm a believer in the basic tenets of the Christian faith.
Here, however, we see that Jim also spouts anti-evolution rhetoric. This is not surprising, given his devotion to his religion and his interpretation of Scripture, which is probably not 100% literal, but isn't 0% either, as he is very vocal in his belief of the resurrection of Christ and potentially even myths like Adam and Eve. So when we jump over into biology, a field in which he truly has zero expertise, we see his opinions devolve into a firmly anti-science stance.
Now, this is a fundamental in the Christian faith, and I believe in the physical resurrection of Jesus Christ. Yeah, I believe that. But I don't ever bring that into my teachings on abiogenesis. I use pure science. But his view is that I can't be objective. So what I'm going to do in this series, I'm going to address his video and just try to give a full teaching on abiogenesis over 14 different videos. And so you can see in the description box below a link to his video, and you really ought to watch his video, and I hope he doesn't pull it down after this, because I want people to be able to see that as a point of reference. After watching that video, personally, I was confused with almost every slide and every statement that Dave Farina presented. I mean, the only statement that I wasn't confused on was when he said, James Tour is a respectable chemist. But after that, it was all downhill. He just totally trounced me, and I'm not here to offer a defense of me. I'm here to offer a defense on my thoughts on abiogenesis. There were numerous gross scientific inaccuracies in Dave Farina's claims in his video. And not just in my opinion, but in the opinion of the articles that I will cite. Many authors will have a great discord with what he has said. And since others might be as confused as I am after seeing that video, I'll use Dave Farina's video with timestamps as the launch points for this series of lectures. So you'll see in the lecture that I'll be giving, I'll say like at 6.23, that means that at 6 minutes and 23 seconds, this is what Dave said, and we'll quote what Dave said, and then we'll give the real answer to that. The reason for this lecture series on abiogenesis. Now look, I'm thankful to Dave Farina because he is trying to teach the layperson. As a research scientist, like many research scientists, sometimes it's hard for me to teach lay people, people that don't work in the area of science, and bring it down to a level where they can really grasp it. So that is a good thing, and it's laudable what Dave tries to do. I have never seen any of Dave's other videos. He has probably hundreds of videos, I assume, out there and teachings on different science topics. I've not looked at any of the other ones. This one was sent to me by many people, said, you got to see what's been said about you. So of course I viewed the video, and I'm happy that Dave is trying to teach the masses. This one he got all wrong. This one he was just totally wrong on this, so I'm going to bring some clarity to this. But what he does in general, that's a commendable endeavor. What I also really want to see done by this is I'm going to give teachings on each one of the different classes of chemical compounds and how those can be made in a prebiotically relevant manner, what that means, as opposed to a purely synthetic manner. But I really want the synthetic chemists, my synthetic chemist colleagues, to critique me. Is there something that I'm teaching in here that's synthetically incorrect? Let me know. You know, I'm going to say small things here and there. You can't do 8 hours of speaking without making small mistakes, calling something a nucleotide versus a nucleoside or something like that. If you want to call those out, that's fine. But what I'm really interested in is, have I said something that's grossly wrong? And the people that can really assess this are synthetic chemists. So view this and call me out. And even my synthetic chemist colleagues who work in the area of origin of life, and the synthetic chemist graduate students working in those areas. It'd be great to get your views on this to see if what I'm saying is right and correct. And I know that you would agree with me concerning Dave Farina's videos when you see some of the statements that he has made. But I want to make sure that my statements are correct. So critique me so that I can learn along with you. But what I ask you to do is, if you're going to say something, show me the literature reference based upon the comment. Because I'd really like to learn along with you. So if you just say something, sometimes it's hard. If you just write 2 sentences, it's hard for me to grasp it. Give me the reference on that so I can look it up and check the reference article on that to really assess that. So in Dave's video, Dave Farina's video, he discusses my religious views. Some like to discuss others' religious views while addressing abiogenesis. I prefer here to focus strictly on the science, and I will use science to critique the science. I'm not going to mention God. I'm not going to mention Jesus. I'm not going to mention gods. I'm not going to mention an intelligent designer or intelligent selector during this series of lectures. And I'm not going to discuss another person's faith. Certainly on this topic, that is irrelevant. And that's their business, what their faith is. And I'm not going to try to assess someone else's agenda or their sincerity. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm not going to do that. Although it was done to me numerous times by Dave Farina, I'm not going to go back at it. Some people cite few papers. Like Dave cited one paper in his 46-minute lecture. I can't do that. You have to be able to cite references. I'm going to show you in the one paper that Dave Farina cited, I'll show you how wrong he was. He misinterpreted the data in the very paper that he cited. But he doesn't cite papers for anything else that he says. I will show you lots of literature references behind what I'm saying, and I'll quote from those literature references. And I'll show you how it's done, how you assess the primary literature, how it's done, and how you have to dig beyond that paper into the references of that paper sometimes to get at really what's the heart of what's going on here. I'll show you how that's done. These are complex synthetic topics, so I'm going to do this with a view to educate you. I cannot merely effuse speculations as was done in Dave's video. I can't do that with words that he used all the time. He used perhaps, may, possibly, and could over and over again in the same paragraph. And as a scientist, I need to cite the literature and present what is known on abiogenesis and synthesis and separate that from fanciful imagination. That's what I have to do, and that's what I hope to do. And beyond this little introductory thing, I'm never going to mention Dave's name again, except in the beginning of each video, just to set the stage why I'm making this series. And then after that, I'm never going to mention his name again, because, you know, this is not something just on Dave. I'm trying to bring clarity to the situation. I'm trying to bring clarity because I think that what was put out there was grossly inaccurate. Okay, unskilled and unaware of it. In 1999, David Dunning and Justin Kruger published an article in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology entitled Unskilled and Unaware of It: How Difficulties in Recognizing One's Own Incompetence Lead to Inflated Self-Assessments. And they showed this plot. It's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. And on this plot, you can see that if somebody knows very little about a subject, very little, their confidence can grow extremely rapidly, such that they have really high confidence. This is important because when I listened to Dave's video, he spoke with this enormous confidence, and you hear this guy and you think, wow, he must really know what he's talking about. But he was clueless. He was utterly clueless. And so this really shows that a person can know nothing on a topic, yet speak with high confidence. But then, ultimately, what happens is, when they start learning more, then they start moving down and their confidence level will go down. So what I hope from this is that even Dave himself would see this and to see, wow, there's a lot of things that he doesn't know on this, a lot of things. And to have spoken so confidently, yet so wrongly, I mean, you know, I'm here to try to correct that, and then hopefully he can move on up this slope of enlightenment, and really understand more. But just to speak confidently does not necessarily mean that people know a particular topic. So again, I want people to critique me. If I say something that's grossly wrong, I beg your forgiveness right now. Correct me so that we can get and put the comments in there with corrections, with a literature reference, so that I can get that corrected, teaching this properly. I'd like to be able to do that. So I don't want to have wrong information just hanging out there. Biochemistry and what's in a name. So at 16 seconds in, some have said,
Creationists also love to talk about how impossible abiogenesis seems, which is a word that refers to the initial emergence of living organisms from small molecules a little over 4 billion years ago, whether they simply have no understanding of biochemistry or are pushing a religious agenda, or both. They are quite vocal in proclaiming the notion to be absurd.
Let me point out up front this word that I highlighted, biochemistry, or pushing a religious agenda. Abiogenesis has nothing to do with biochemistry. Let me make that clear. Abiogenesis has nothing to do with biochemistry. This is a total misnomer to have thrown in the term biochemistry when it comes to abiogenesis. Abiogenesis is strictly chemistry. It is strictly chemistry. There's no biochemistry happening. It is before biology. It is abiogenesis, pre-biology. All right, this is prebiotic chemistry. So when somebody says that you have to understand biochemistry to be able to get this, that's totally wrong. This is pure synthetic chemistry. That's what you need to be able to understand. It's not biochemistry. There's no biology going on here.
Some of them like to pretend that academia is on their side, and their patron saint in this endeavor is James Tour, a synthetic organic chemist that speaks out against abiogenesis.
They pretend that academia is on their side. I'm not sure that they're pretending, and their patron saint in this endeavor is James Tour. This is the first time that I've ever been called, that I know of, a patron saint. I think a patron saint is a good thing. In my faith, we don't have patron saints, but I think they're well respected. So I guess that's kind of a compliment. I'm just glad that I've not been called an abiogenesis false prophet. Regardless, I don't plan any name calling in return. I don't. I mean, I'm just going to stick to the science in this. If I get excited about something, I'm just passionate. I'm not coming against anyone or calling anyone any names. And I don't know that I've ever spoken out against abiogenesis. I don't think I have. I've just said that a lot of the work that's out there is fallacious. It's a fallacy. It's not real. And it's not accurate. That's all I've said. I'm not spoken out against abiogenesis. We got here somehow. I'm just trying to bring clarity on what's really known in the field and say we really don't know this. People are making these claims, but it doesn't mean anything because it could not have happened that way. All right? And anyway, I'll just take the label of patron saint. I guess that's a good thing. All right, here's an approximate outline of this lecture series on abiogenesis. The reasons for this video, that's this video that we're presenting right now. And then we're going to have an introduction. What is abiogenesis? How does that differ from evolution? The primordial soup, and what's the layperson's understanding? There was things that were said about the primordial soup in the other video, and we'll talk about that. Hype from origin of life researchers themselves versus hype from the press. And what's happening there. We'll talk about then homochirality. What does homochirality mean? But that is a key issue that we have to be able to address in abiogenesis. Carbohydrates, important class of compounds. These can be monomers, these can be polymers. There's the monomeric sugars that make these up. We'll discuss that. The building blocks of building blocks. So we'll have these building blocks of life that are needed, and then there's other smaller building blocks that make those up. And so we'll talk about that. Peptides, this next class of compounds. These are the things that make up proteins and enzymes, and we need the building blocks of peptides are amino acids. The nucleotides, this is where we have a nucleobase hooked to a sugar, hooked to a phosphate, and these can end up polymerizing and forming the nucleic acids, which are DNA and RNA. It's an important class of compounds. And then we'll have some intermediate summary so we can kind of assess where we've come from, what we've covered so far. And then we'll talk about lipids and the cell membrane, these important class of compounds. And are lipids just simple things that could form spontaneously? That's what was said. We'll assess that and how those might have been made. We'll talk about chiral-induced spin selectivity. Is homochirality necessary for life? Did systems have to be homochiral? And what chiral-induced spin selectivity is going to mean and the ramifications of that in the origin of life. Constructing a cell and the assembly problem. Let's take now all these pieces that we've got and how would you construct a cell and put the whole thing together? And then we'll have a summary on this. How much can we project concerning life's origin? Much, little, or nearly nothing? And so we'll try to pull together all the lectures before that into one big summary. What I'm not going to address is the thermodynamics. I'm going to make reference to an interview that I did with Dr. Brian Miller, who's a thermodynamicist. Brian Miller was educated at MIT and Duke University. And you can see the description box below. But because I'm not going to be mentioning thermodynamics in this, because in fact Dave Farina didn't specifically address his comments of thermodynamics to me, he addressed them in that video to others, but he was wrong on that too. He was wrong on that. So what I'm going to do is just point out here that at 35 minutes in, he's talking about the second law of thermodynamics, and he says, look, things can order. When water freezes, it orders. And then he says soap molecules can form these micellular structures where the polar groups are on the outside, the non-polar groups are on the inside. And then he talks about this in relation to the thermodynamics of a living system.
The second talking point I hear a lot is that the spontaneous formation of life violates the second law of thermodynamics. This is ridiculous, and people who say this have no idea what this law states. They think that the law forbids order from arising spontaneously. In actuality, it doesn't say anything of the sort, and in fact, order arises spontaneously all the time in ways we experience every day. When water freezes to form ice, the molecules go from a disordered state, moving around at random, to a highly ordered lattice structure with a specific geometry repeating in every direction. So what does the second law of thermodynamics actually say? In short, it says that for any spontaneous process, the entropy of the universe must increase, where entropy is a word that refers to the dispersal of matter and energy. Notice that it says the entropy of the universe and not of a system. A system can produce a local decrease in entropy, but in doing so, the entropy of the universe must increase. So when water molecules form ice, or when soap molecules form micelles, they are adopting the ordered geometry that maximizes the electrostatic interactions being made, which releases as much energy as possible. Local order is generated, but energy is released. So overall, there is increased dispersal of energy, and the entropy of the universe increases. The same thing is true of virtually every spontaneous process in the body.
He was totally wrong. I mean, totally wrong. Can you explain to the average listener the difference between what happens with ice and the requirement for life, and how all that relates to pre-biology, life's building blocks, and the requirement for life in the first place, where abiogenesis is before biology takes over. This is the origin of life. How did that first living system form?
So people have argued that the origin of life can't happen because it's too improbable to have a lot of atoms in a state that corresponds to life. That argument is incomplete, because there's also another driving tendency of nature. Yes, nature will typically go from order to disorder or from low entropy to high entropy, but nature also wants to go from high energy to low energy. And those two tendencies at times can work against each other. So the reason that water will freeze and turn to ice in low temperature is because the attractive forces between the water molecules mean that ice is a lower energy state than water is. Now what happens is when water becomes ice, it releases heat into the environment. So when that heat goes into the environment, the entropy of the environment goes up by a larger amount than the entropy of the water goes down. But here's the problem. Life is a state of both low entropy or very high order, it's very improbable, and it's a state of very high energy. So for simple chemicals on the early Earth to become a cell, they both have to go to low entropy, a very, very improbable state, and they have to absorb energy from the environment to increase what's called their free energy. That's a physical impossibility that never ever happens in the universe, except if it has help, which I'll get into.
He says, quote, Professor Dave argues that the origin of life does not face thermodynamic hurdles. He states that natural systems often spontaneously increase in order, such as water freezing or soap molecules forming micelles, for example, spheres or bilayers. He's making the very common mistake that he fails to recognize that the formation of a cell represents both a dramatic decrease in entropy and an equally dramatic increase in energy. In contrast, water freezing represents a decrease in entropy, but also a decrease in energy. More specifically, the process of freezing releases heat that increases the entropy of the surrounding environment by an amount greater than the entropy decrease of the water molecules forming a rigid structure. Likewise, soap molecules coalescing into micelles represent a net increase of entropy since the surrounding water molecules significantly increase their number of degrees of freedom. No system without assistance ever moves both toward lower entropy and higher energy, which is required for the formation of a cell, unquote. All right, so if you want to know more about the thermodynamics of this, you can see that link below to that interview that I had with Brian Miller. But those who work in the areas of science just had all sorts of trouble with that video. And in a way, I mean, it was tough for me because I had to watch Dave Farina's video, I don't know, maybe a dozen times to take out the quotes to just dissect every slide on that. And that's what I'm going to do. In this series of videos, I will just dissect. This will be a vivisection, just chopping up everything, blending up everything that he's done and taking each piece out and saying, look, he said this statement, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. So it was painful. It was painful going through this thing. I'm not going to address the personal attacks on Jim Tour. That's not what I'm there for. I'm only going to look at the science. Like I said, after this video, I'm not even mentioning Dave Farina's name other than in the introduction to say why I'm making the video. And then after that, I'm just going to refer to him, to that person in the third person, or I'm going to say some say, or the video man says, or things like this. I don't even want to mention his name because this is not about Dave Farina per se. This is about the content of the video and the science that I'm going to address. So I'm going to address this fake news video that was put out there on Origin of Life and try to bring some clarity because Dave's got a lot of people that listen to him, and that's great. But I just want to bring clarity so that this confusion doesn't remain. And with that, we'll learn together. Well, we'll be doing now this introduction to what is abiogenesis and how does that differ from evolution, because many people don't know, they're confused on this. So let's go through that. Well, the reasons for this lecture, just before we get started, this lecture series on abiogenesis, let me just touch on this. Dave Farina posted a video entitled Elucidating the Agenda of James Tour, A Defense of Abiogenesis. You can see in the description box below for the link. After watching that video, I was confused about almost every slide and statement that Dave Farina presented. It really was. There were numerous gross scientific inaccuracies, not just little things, big things in his claims. In my opinion, it's my opinion. Since others might likewise be confused, I'll use the Farina video with timestamps as the launch point for the series of lectures. So you'll see a little number, like it might say 10.23. That means at 10 minutes and 23 seconds, that's where that quote came from. And then, look, I'm thankful for Dave Farina and his attempts to teach the layperson about scientific topics on his YouTube channel, Professor Dave Explains. So there's a plug for your YouTube channel. That's a commendable endeavor. I therefore seek no contest with Dave Farina, only clarity. I got nothing against him, and I think it's wonderful to teach scientific topics to the masses. This is an important thing to be able to do, and this is something that is admirable. All right, other synthetic chemists can comment and point out where I am correct or incorrect. I particularly invite a critique from my synthetic chemist colleagues and students studying synthetic chemistry and those studying Origin of Life. If disputing, please reference a literature article so that I can read and learn. I just want to read and learn. So if you'd cite that as you're critiquing, that would be helpful. All right, let's get into this. Abiogenesis. Abiogenesis is the origin of life from non-living matter. And this is from Merriam-Webster Online Dictionary. Abiogenesis is the origin of life from non-living matter. To construct any convincing theory of abiogenesis, we must take into account the condition of the earth about 4 billion years ago. I'm still quoting. So we have to use chemical techniques that might have been available on a prebiotic earth. Nobody was here. There was no biology yet. So this is before biology. This is the chemistry that was needed to assemble life. For a synthesis to be categorized as being prebiotically relevant, it must use chemical reagents and conditions that are presumed to be available upon an early Earth or accessible to an early Earth. It is not what we can do today. Now, first of all, we've never made life today. We've never made a single cell. We have not. That's something that maybe I'll address in this, and I'm sure I'll address that in this. Nobody's ever made a cell. People have modified cells. People have brought new materials into cells, but nobody's ever made a cell ab initio from the bottom up. But we have to use reagents that were accessible on an early Earth. Abiogenesis takes place before biology and before biological evolution can begin. So before evolution can begin, before that first cell can change into, morph into other cells and start reproducing, it has to form. How did that first formation happen? That is before biology. Hence, it's prebiotic or pre-biology. That's the difference. Evolution is taking something that has life and transforming it. This is before you ever had life. That's what abiogenesis is. All right, what are the characteristics of life? Again, quoting. This is not my. These are published definitions. Quote: responsiveness to the environment, growth and change, ability to reproduce, have a metabolism and breathe, maintain homeostasis, being made of cells, and passing traits onto offspring. Now, homeostasis is a steady internal physical and chemical condition. Cells are highly non-equilibrium states. They have this internal steady condition. Or some people include cellular organization, reproduction, metabolism, homeostasis, heredity, response to stimuli, growth and development, and adaptation through evolution. So some have even added adaptation through evolution. Some origin of life researchers are trying very hard to redefine life to some very, very basic level that doesn't include many of these things. Doesn't include a cell. I've seen people say, you know, it's not much more than a reaction that is autocatalytic. And then if that's the case, a Nobel Prize should be given to Oswald, or he should have gotten one for origin of life to come up with the first reaction that was autocatalytic. Autocatalytic means that a reaction makes something, and that something that it's made becomes a catalyst for the next structure to be made. And so it becomes a template of sorts for another structure to be made. And that's autocatalysis. Many reactions show this property of autocatalysis. All right, what are the conditions of the early Earth? Nobody was here. Well, there's speculation. Well, there was this article published in December of 2011, so not that long ago. Here, it was published in Nature, which is the top journal, top scientific journal. And here's the title of the paper, and I'm quoting from the article and from the news report from the article that was written from the institution where this paper came out. It says, for decades, scientists believed that the atmosphere of early Earth was highly reduced, meaning that oxygen was greatly limited. Such oxygen-poor conditions would have resulted in an atmosphere filled with noxious methane, carbon monoxide, hydrogen sulfide, and ammonia. To date, there remain widely held theories and studies of how life on Earth may have been built out of these deadly atmosphere cocktails, out of this deadly atmosphere cocktail, unquote. As of 2011, however, it was suggested that, quote, the Earth just 500 million years after its creation was not a methane-filled wasteland, as previously supposed, but instead was much closer to the conditions of our current atmosphere. So people used to think that, or many people may still think that the Earth was highly reducing, had ammonia, which is a highly reducing environment, and hydrogen sulfide, and so there was very little oxygen around. And then it's more recently that people are suggesting, no, that early Earth was probably more like it is now, closer to the conditions now. We don't know. We don't know. Nobody knows for sure because nobody was there. But I'll give you either. You want a reducing Earth? You want an oxidizing Earth? We'll take either. We'll do chemistry with either. See how far we can get. That doesn't inhibit me or my arguments at all. What were the conditions of early Earth? Well, whatever the conditions were, it did not consist of a pristine laboratory. There were no fine chemical producers where one could purchase the starting materials or reagents or buffers. Everything had to be made from very simple organic and inorganic compounds, such as ammonia, methane, oxygen, carbon dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, sulfate, water, formaldehyde, carbonate, formate, cyanide, possibly hydroxide, etc. All of these small compounds. That's all there was. Now, I don't know any origin of life researcher that really starts out with just these sort of things. Maybe Miller and Urey did, but very few people start from that point now. There were no discernible sources of naturally occurring homochiral amino acids to polymerize into proteins, no place to buy nucleotides, nowhere to order homochiral sugars, no stores that sell phospholipids, no human-designed coupling agents or protecting groups, no pristine glass vessels, no purified solvents, no degassing steps, no vacuum pumps, no ability to conveniently turn reactions on and off, no simple method to transfer chemicals from one reaction vessel to another. Prebiotic Earth had enormous barriers. So when you say somebody can synthesize a compound today in a modern laboratory, that doesn't mean anything. We're talking about abiogenesis. How were those compounds made on an early Earth? We have to restrict ourselves to those types of conditions if those reactions that we're doing are going to be what are called prebiotically relevant. Bringing the chemicals to Earth from outer space only transfers the mystery. It had to happen somewhere. So if it came from outer space, well, we just extend the chemistry to there. How did that happen? We've got to somehow figure that out. All right, definition of prebiotic. From this article on Evolution, Education, Outreach. This is what was written, as published by James Cleaves. James Cleaves writes, prebiotic chemistry can be understood to mean various things. Chemistry which occurred before life began, or the chemistry which led to life on Earth, and possibly on other planets. Workers in the field practically define it as naturally occurring, mainly organic, chemistry in planetary or other solar system environments which may have contributed to the origin of life on Earth or elsewhere. The term abiotic chemistry, chemistry which takes place in the absence of biology, and prebiotic chemistry are in some senses synonymous, since it is generally assumed that the universe is not goal-directed, and since it is not known what processes led to the origin of life, the study of prebiotic chemistry almost certainly includes both productive and non-productive chemical processes. What that means is that there's a lot of stuff that's synthesized that is just trash, that doesn't move on in the direction that we want. And those are impurities that are going to have to be addressed. What are the four classes of macromolecules, large molecules, needed for life? What are the building blocks of those macromolecules? Well, polysaccharides or carbohydrates. Their building blocks are monomeric sugars. These encode information. Sugars are huge encoders of information on the way that they are assembled. And so there's actually more information can be stored in sugars than in DNA and RNA. And so you have to have the building blocks, polysaccharides, and the building blocks of the building blocks, the monomeric sugars. You have to have the proteins. Their building blocks are amino acids. Enzymes are generally catalysts for synthesis of biological molecules, and they are large proteins. These encode information. Nucleic acids, like DNA and RNA, their building blocks are a trimer of a nitrogenous base linked to a pentose 5-carbon sugar that's linked to a phosphate. In this trimeric form, it's called a nucleotide. These encode information. Lipids, their building blocks are fatty acids, glycerol, phosphate, and often ethanolamine. Their fluxional assemblies encode information. Many people don't realize that, but that's what's being shown, that these you have domains of them, and they will swarm. They're not homogeneous, these lipid bilayers, and they swarm depending on where you are in the action of the cell and in the life of the cell. All of these encode information. There's information encoded in these molecules, just like, or in the lipid case, in the organization of the lipids, just like a barcode on a box encodes information, just like the magnetic strip on your credit card encodes information, or like the silicon chip in your credit card encodes information. All of these encode information. We have to deal with the information encoded in these as well. All right, so there is a car, got a lot of parts. How many people could take all of those parts and assemble that car, even with directions? It'd be pretty hard. What if you had no directions? Could you do it? Well, maybe some people could, if they're nicely laid out like this. If they were all jumbled up, it'd be much harder. And, you know, this isn't even all the parts. Certainly there's some assembly already here done, but this is just a lot of the parts. Now, what if these weren't all nicely laid out for you? What would you do? It'd be much harder. You had no directions. What if you had no tools to put it together? You had no shop to do this. You had no vise. You had no vice grips. You had no screwdriver. I mean, what would happen then? It'd be even harder. Now, what if instead of all in a nice room like that, they were spread out throughout the earth? Some in hydrothermal vents at the bottom of an ocean, some next to a volcano, some in other pools that dry and refill every day, some in very cold environments, some under the earth, some in the Himalayas, and others at the bottom of the ocean. And that's where you distributed these parts. Then what would you do? You have to find the parts before you could get them back together. That'd make it even harder. Well, some people say, well, a lot of this came from outer space. Okay, let's distribute the parts in outer space. Now all of those got to somehow come together so we can form that car. That's very much like what you have to do with a cell. You got to get all the parts, and you got to get them together before they can start functioning. Those are the 4 basic classes of a cell. Remember, this is not my definition. Life has got to have a cell. If you want to redefine life separately, go ahead and do that. But we're talking about cellular life. It's hard. This is what you're up against in abiogenesis. It is a hard problem. Now, the other thing is parts decompose. You know, you leave a part out in the desert or by an ocean, these things are going to start decomposing. Plastic parts in a desert aren't going to last long. Metal parts in an ocean aren't going to last long. Do molecules decompose? You bet they do. And if you say, well, there was not an oxidizing environment, like scientists are saying today on an early Earth, there was a reducing environment, okay, tell me what ammonia does to molecules. Tell me that's a pretty strong reagent toward molecules. Tell me what hydrogen sulfide can do to molecules. So there's always molecular degradation. Molecular degradation is happening all the time. Sure, synthesis can be happening as well as degradation. Molecules don't last long. We'll see lots of examples of that. I will cite papers on that. I won't just make claims. I will cite papers for you. Here's the synthesis problem, composited. Molecules that compose living systems almost always show homochirality. They have one chirality. We will have a whole video on homochirality, so I'll explain that to you. When building molecular systems, constant redesigns are needed, which take the synthesis back to step one. It's often impossible to remove a moiety once it's been added to a molecule. So if a synthesis is going along, it doesn't know where it's going because the early Earth is mindless, and it's going along, it's gone on 100 million years, and it's stuck on the wrong group. How do you go back? A lot of times you can't easily remove a group. Not all reactions are in equilibrium the same in the forward reaction as in the reverse reaction. So for someone to claim that they're all reversible with an equilibrium constant of 1 or something is utterly ridiculous. You can have an equilibrium constant easily of 10 to the 5th, 10 to the 6th, 10 to the 7th. Molecules don't always go back. The synthetic reactions do not know how to stop their current course of progression or why to stop. There's no targeted goal in abiogenesis. Time can actually be the enemy because molecules decompose over time and often quickly under conditions for their formation. You'll see how chemists run reactions. We'll look at the actual prebiotic chemistry that is coming out of groups where the yield goes up and after, say, 24 hours it's optimized, and then the yield starts dropping down quite quickly. So what does the chemist do? He or she goes in and stops that reaction when it's optimized. How do you tell a prebiotic earth to stop the reaction at that point? Because it doesn't even know what it's trying to make, doesn't know what it's going toward. If you don't fish the reagents out of a reaction, they end up going to a mess. A prebiotic system does not have the ability to easily purify structures. If it doesn't have the ability to purify structures, you've got to deal with all sorts of other products, and those suck up the starting materials. Very hard to bring impure products, highly impure, where your product might be just 1% of what you want, and bring that forward to the next step and have things going well. Very difficult to do that. Nobody knows how to deal with that problem. A reagent addition order is essential. When you're making a cake, you put the icing on last. You can't just throw the icing in with the milk and the eggs. It doesn't work that way. There is a precise order. You got to have the same thing in chemistry. When you're building complex molecules, precise order is essential. How that happens on an early Earth, you can speculate, but you'd have to speculate that it happened over and over and over again, and just so precisely, so it didn't mess up the chemistry that had already been formed. The parameters of temperature, pressure, solvent, light or no light, pH, atmospheric gases or no gases have to be carefully controlled in order to build complex molecular structures. You'll see the same thing in the procedures that are done by origin of life researchers themselves. And you'll have to scratch your head and say, how was that done on an early Earth? How did that ever happen? Over and over again. Once? Maybe. But over and over again like that, you say, well, it had a lot of time. Well, it had a lot of time to decompose as well, as we'll see. The characterization at each step is essential for the chemist, but it's hard in a prebiotic system to consider because it knows nothing of molecular structure. It doesn't know how to know if it's pure or not. Biology does. Biology has receptors that can detect, and if these molecules are not the right shape, I mean, there's other molecules that come and break them up. I mean, biology is amazing. But remember, this is all pre-biology. Chemistry is much harder to think about how that was done chemically. The mass transfer problem would be the killer of all groups. How do you start with a little bit of material and then carry that on many steps? You say it happened, you want to start with a kilogram of material? How did that carry on? You want to start with a ton of material? How many steps can you get through? Especially when you don't even know where you're going. You don't know how to optimize on each step. How do you do that? Did it run the whole kilogram or the whole ton of material at once? Okay, and then what happens if you have a 1% yield? What happens if you have a 1% yield? Then you drop down to just 100 kilograms. What happens if you have another 1% yield for the next reaction? Now you've gone from a ton to a kilogram. What happens if you have another 1% yield? Now you're down to 10 grams. I mean, it's a problem. It goes away very, very quickly. Nature keeps no laboratory notebook, so it can't go back and bring through more starting material because it never knows what it had done. So even if it gets to a certain point, it doesn't know how to go back. These are big problems. These are big synthetic problems that are going to plague origin of life research to think about this. Most of these have never been addressed by any origin of life researchers. Why? Not because they haven't thought about it, it's because nobody knows. It's hard to address. These are smart folks that are working in the area of origin of life. But these are hard problems to address. Origin of life. Molecules don't care about life. Organisms care about life. Chemistry, on the contrary, is utterly indifferent to life. Without a biologically derived entity acting upon them, like a human being, molecules have never been shown to evolve toward life. Never. They don't evolve toward life. There's no impetus to evolve toward life. Molecules don't move toward life. Biology keeps caring about life. Organisms do. Cells do, but not molecules. Never been known to move toward life. So this whole word of taking evolve and putting it into the realm of synthetic chemistry is really a misnomer. These things don't try to go toward anything. There's no impetus to go toward anything. So with that, we conclude on this, on just giving you this basic background on introduction of what is abiogenesis. And so from here, we'll just take it on to the next step, and we'll talk about the primordial soup after this. Okay, thanks for joining us. The video today will talk about the primordial soup and what's the layperson's understanding. Okay, let me again stress why I'm doing these, and I'll be past this in a moment. So if you're just joining us for the first time, now you know why I'm doing this series on abiogenesis. Dave Farina posted a video entitled Elucidating the Agenda of James Tour, A Defense of Abiogenesis. You can see the description box below for that link. After watching that video, I was confused about almost every slide and statement that Dave Farina presented. There were numerous gross scientific inaccuracies in his claims, in my opinion, and I think in every slide. Since others might be confused, I will use the Farina video with timestamps as the launch point for this series of lectures. So you'll see a little timestamp, so it might say like 6.25. That means it's 6 minutes and 25 seconds in that video, in that Farina video. That's where I'm getting that quote from. I'm thankful to Dave Farina in his attempts to teach the layperson about scientific topics on his YouTube channel, Professor Dave Explains. That's a commendable endeavor. I'm all for people trying to take scientific concepts and reduce them so that the layperson can understand. I therefore seek no contest with Dave Farina, only clarity. I'm not against Dave. I wish him well. I wish him well on his on his lessons, on his teachings. I just wanted to have clarity on this topic. Other synthetic chemists can comment and point out where I'm correct or incorrect. I particularly invite a critique from my synthetic chemist colleagues and students studying synthetic chemistry and those studying origin of life. If disputing, please reference a literature article so that I can read and learn. I want to learn from you. And I'm going to say things that are wrong. I'm going to make little misstatements and everything. If you want to point those out, that's fine. If I say something grossly in error, then correct me for my misunderstanding, and I'll apologize right now. It was totally unintentional. I don't want to misrepresent anything, but I will be open to correction because I want to learn. I mean, that's what I do. I'm an educator and I want to learn. All right, primordial soup. What's the layperson's understanding? Is it Darwin's soup, developed 3.7 billion years ago, natural selection, organic compounds, hydrocarbons, biomolecules with amino acids? Is this what they think? Well, at 5 minutes in the cited video, I have argued that many people embrace a primordial soup model, where life arose from some lightning strikes on a pond that generated molecules that assembled into cells and then morphed into slithering creatures that emerged from the pond. And I think that many people today still have that view, and that view is taught, certainly throughout high school, that view is taught. So at 6.06, some people suggest that I have a, quote, dishonest talking point, unquote.
To begin, let's check out more of what Dr. Tour has to say.
When one looks at a typical textbook, one will see some prehistoric pond and molecules, and those molecules coming together and forming a cell, and those cells coming together and some slithering creature coming out of this pond. That is fallacious. There is no truth in that.
This is one version of a talking point Jim brings up a lot. He hates how in some textbooks you see a primordial soup of molecules, some lightning, and then all of a sudden a cell is there, and then maybe a lizard crawling onto land, or something like that. To call this a complete view of abiogenesis and evolution would be absurd, but absolutely no one proposes this. This is something that a lot of creationists do. They refer to what is very obviously a textbook meant for middle school students and pretend it represents the pinnacle of scientific thought on the matter. Sixth graders have zero capacity to understand biochemistry, so their textbook doesn't have any biochemistry in it. A college-level textbook will not look like this, so this is a dishonest talking point.
They suggest that there is no embracing or teaching of the primordial soup beyond the 6th grade. Well, let me point something out. Justin Brierley, Lee Cronin, and Dennis Noble met on the Unbelievable podcast by Justin Brierley. And let's have a little word about Justin Brierley to see where he went to school. Justin Brierley studied philosophy, politics, and economics at Oxford University, which got to be one of the best schools in the world. Oxford's a great place. Smart guy. On his program was Professor Dennis Noble. He's a British biologist who held a Burdon Sanderson Chair of Cardiovascular Physiology at the University of Oxford from 1984 to 2004, and was appointed Professor Emeritus and Co-Director of Computational Physiology. Smart man. Also joining them was Lee Cronin, and he's the Regius Chair of Chemistry in the School of Chemistry at the University of Glasgow, UK. He was elected to the Fellowship of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, the Royal Society of Chemistry. He is a prime researcher in origin of life research. So you have these three smart people right there in that podcast. Let's see what was said in that podcast. Here's the conversation. In that Brierley podcast, which is linked below, this is in the Unbelievable podcast that's done by Justin Brierley.
Sketch out the big picture here, because a lot of people assume, okay, maybe they learned this in GCSE biology or something, but, you know, okay, so there was some kind of primordial soup billions of years ago on the surface of Earth, chemicals swimming around, maybe bolts of lightning going off, and somehow something happened and poof, you've got your first sort of very simple cell or something swimming around in the ocean. Okay, that's my GCSE vague recollection of what might have been explained as how life got here. Is that view essentially correct or fundamentally wrong? What's the big problem that people have, why they haven't, up till now at least, been able to give a sort of naturalistic scientific explanation for how all those right bits got together to create life?
So that was Justin's comment, and he was asking that of Lee Cronin, who is an origin of life researcher, one of the top well-known ones. And here's what Lee said.
So a really important, so you're not wrong, your GCSE chemistry is not too bad at all.
Whoa! You're not wrong? You're not wrong. Your GCSE chemistry is not too bad at all. So you see, here is a man who learned something in high school, and it's being underscored as not being too bad at all. That model, a few lightning strikes, and all of a sudden, poof, a cell forms, and that's how life began. And Lee said, not too bad at all. And that's why the world is confused. And Dennis Noble, who was sitting right there, made not a single comment to clarify the situation. Didn't say anything. Just let it go. And this is why people are so confused. Okay, well, how confused are they? There was a recent survey regarding the primordial soup concept. The survey was drafted and conducted by John Narcombe, assistant professor of marketing at Arkansas Tech University, as part of a study entitled, quote, "I thought we could do that, pop culture, clickbait, and the Academy's influence on perceptions of scientific accomplishment," unquote. The question was asked, do you believe the following is true or false? Scientists researching the origin of life have created complex life forms from scratch. That is, in laboratory experiments that approximate Earth's early atmosphere, scientists have mixed chemicals believed to exist before the first life forms to successfully create complex life forms such as frogs. Do you believe that that is true or false? Well, 41% of the people said true, 58% of the people said false. Total 715 people. All right, so 41% of the people that responded to this survey thought that mixing simple chemicals in a laboratory that were presumed to be available on early life, people have made frogs. Let me enlighten you. Even with all the best chemicals, not just prebiotic type chemicals, nobody has ever made a frog. But 41% of the people thought that was true. If the participants that completed the survey in less than 45 seconds were disqualified, they're not in this. And but even if you were to include them, the results were within 1% of what they are now. Okay. Then the second question. Scientists researching the origin of life have created simple life forms from scratch. That is, in the laboratory experiments that approximate Earth's early atmosphere, scientists have mixed chemicals believed to exist before the first life forms to successfully create simple life forms such as bacteria. 72% of the people thought that was true. Let me enlighten you. Nowhere close. Nowhere close. If that were true, whoever did that would have gotten a Nobel Prize. There would have been Nobel Prizes granted to that very, very quickly. Nobody's ever come close to that. 72% of the people thought that that was true. 27% thought false. Total 715. Okay, who are these people? Well, the age ranges are listed there, but the average age was 38, so in their right mind. Sex, about half male, half female. Highest level of education. Interestingly, 80% of them hold college degrees, either from an associate's degree all the way up to doctoral degrees. All right? So there is real misconception. It is taught in high schools. That is what people are still taught. It may even be taught beyond that, and that is the conception, the misconception of many people. So it was not my imagination to have said what I said. So summary, the primordial soup model continues to be upheld and taught even in high schools. And I'll bet it's even taught in the classrooms in some universities. Professor Lee Cronin, a leader in origin of life research, suggests that the primordial soup model is, quote, not too bad at all. Professor Noble does not stop to correct the situation. So the general public is terribly confused upon origin of life claims and so-called synthetic life claims. There's real confusion among the public. And hopefully, after this series of videos, things will clear up a lot. If this has been a help to you, you can subscribe to the next video and we'll take you into that. The next video is going to be on the hype that's put forth by origin of life researchers themselves, not just the press, but origin of life researchers themselves, which I think that hype hurts the whole field because it puts expectations on people that they think we're just around the corner to cracking this problem and solving it. And this is infected right up into the academy. But anyway, that'll be the next one. Hope you join us. Have things been hyped up? Is there a lot of hyperbole by the researchers themselves in the field of origin of life? The reasons for this lecture on abiogenesis, just so that everybody can catch up, just in case somebody's joining us new, let me just touch on this. Dave Farina posted a video entitled Elucidating the Agenda of James Tour, A Defense of Abiogenesis. See the description box below for the link. After watching that video, I was confused about almost every slide and statement that Dave Farina presented. There were numerous gross scientific inaccuracies in his claims, in my opinion. Since others might be likewise confused, I will use the Farina video with timestamps as the launch point for this series of lectures. So you'll see a little timestamp in there, and you can go back to his video and verify that that's where I got that quote from, or that's where I pulled that video capture from. I'm thankful to Dave Farina, thankful that Dave Farina attempts to teach the layperson about scientific topics on his YouTube channel, Professor Dave Explains. That's a commendable endeavor. I therefore seek no contest with Dave Farina, only clarity. I'm not here to pick a fight, not at all. I don't want to have any fight with Dave. I just want to try to bring clarity to some of the things that were said on his video. Other synthetic chemists can comment and point out where I'm correct or incorrect. I particularly invite a critique from my synthetic chemist colleagues and students studying synthetic chemistry and those studying origin of life. If disputing, please reference a literature article so that I can read and learn. So I want to read and learn. So if you're disputing something I've said, just send me the article, send me a reference to the article, the DOI or something, so I can access it, take a look at it myself. All right, hype in origin of life claims.
And this misunderstanding has come because of the projections of those who work in the area of origin of life. They do one little thing and then they extrapolate it, and then they work with the press to ramp it up even more, and they project as if they really know it. And so the layperson reads this and says, you see, scientists understand.
So at 13 minutes and 12 seconds, some people say, quote,
"But I don't think it's fair to put the blame on scientists. The blame belongs to the press."
And again, some say,
"The blame is with the media outlets, not with the scientists."
Well, I think the blame is not just with the media outlets. The blame is also with the scientists who work in the area of origin of life, and that's what I hope to show you. Conversely, I think there's plenty of blame on the origin of life researchers themselves. A, their own claims, regarding their own claims, and B, failing to rein in the press. Now, this has resulted in much misinformation, even into the highest levels of the academy. When I say academy, even into the universities. There are lots of professors who misunderstand where we are in origin of life, what has been done and what hasn't been done, and at the highest levels. And this happens because of this misinformation that is put out. Now, I know it is hard sometimes to rein in the press, sometimes because of their strictures. They do not let you see the things that they have written, and I know that. But there are other times where they give you the draft, or you can request the draft, and you can correct things once they get out of control. But I'm talking today mainly about the hype that's in the research articles themselves, because many professors are highly confused on these topics. These are smart people. Even biology professors sometimes have trouble distinguishing between evolution and origin of life. I mean, I've seen it, and I've seen that myself. So anyway, people are really confused. All right, so let's start looking into this. Again, here's the best. Let me get this laser pointer here. The best journal within the realms of science is this journal, Nature. In their Innovations In section, which is a section that is written, usually it's written by an expert, but to explain a scientific concept, not to the layperson, but to people who read Nature, people who are scientists themselves, but they may not work specifically in that area. An article was written, "How Did Life Begin? Untangling the origin of organisms will require experiments at the tiniest scales and observations at the vastest." Now, this was written by Jack Szostak. Who is Jack Szostak? First of all, I just want to give a shout out for Jack. He is a nice man. He's a professor of genetics at Harvard Medical School, so we're talking about the best folks, and one of the recipients of the 2009 Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine. So this was written by a Nobel Prize winner. This is a top guy. He's a biologist, a professor of genetics. And this was published in May 2018. This is what's being put out there to teach scientifically literate people about how did life begin. This is what has been written. How Did Life Begin by Nobel laureate Jack Szostak, Nature 2018. He writes, the early atmosphere had no oxygen. It consisted mainly of nitrogen and carbon dioxide with smaller amounts of hydrogen, water, and methane. Well, remember in one of the former videos we read an article where they're suggesting the Earth had plenty of oxygen. So there's some confusion on that point. He went on. Lightning, asteroid impacts, and ultraviolet light from the sun acted on the atmosphere to generate hydrogen cyanide, a compound of hydrogen, carbon, and nitrogen. Raining into volcanic or crater lakes, the cyanide reacted with iron brought up by water circulating through the rocks. The resulting iron cyanide compounds accumulated over time, building up into a concentrated stew of reactive chemicals. Life, as we know it, requires RNA. Some scientists believe that RNA emerged directly from these reactive chemicals nudged along by dynamic forces in the environment. That is utterly ridiculous. I don't know what scientists believe, but there is no scientific evidence, nothing, where you can take iron cyanide and some lightning and form an iron and form RNA. I don't know scientists that believe that, but certainly there's no science that ever suggests that. And we don't even use these terms in synthetic chemically, nudged along by dynamic forces in the environment. That's utterly ridiculous. Nucleotides, the building blocks of RNA, eventually formed, then joined together to make strands of RNA. Some stages in this process are still not well understood. You can underscore that. Nucleotides have never been shown to form that way. Nucleotides are really hard. Remember, you got to have a pentose sugar. We'll go through the prebiotic formation of sugars. Nobody knows how those form. Then you have to have the base. That's a little bit easier to think of how that might have formed. The sugar is a killer. And then to have them hook up. How do they hook up? They don't just spontaneously hook up. And how do they stay together? How do they stay together? I mean, isn't RNA pretty unstable? And strands of RNA, yeah, you can get strands of RNA, but there has to be codons in it. There has to be information encoded in it. If you have a random box of letters and you start sticking those letters together in random order, there's no information transferred. You have to have them spelling out words. You have to have what are called codons, which we'll learn about. We'll cover codons. Just hooking together doesn't make any intelligible RNA. It is ribonucleic acid, I'll give you that. But there's no information stored in it. The information is a mystery. Once RNA was made, so now all of a sudden we've got RNA, some strands of it became enclosed within tiny vesicles formed by the spontaneous assembly of fatty acid lipids into membranes. Where did the fatty acids form? How did those spontaneously form? Boy, I'd love to see that chemistry from methane. And then they formed membranes, creating the first protocells. As the membranes incorporated more fatty acids, they grew and divided. At the same time, internal chemical reactions drove replication of the encapsulated RNA. That's really fanciful. It really is. I mean, so how did life begin? So here's what he writes in his article in Nature 2018. Quote, today, the question of how chemistry on the infant Earth gave rise to RNA and RNA-based cells is the central quest in origin of life research. Some scientists think that life originally used simpler molecules and only later evolved RNA. Other researchers, however, are tackling the origin of RNA head-on, and exciting new ideas are revolutionizing the once quiet backwater of chemical research. Favored geochemical scenarios involved volcanic regions or crater or impact craters with complex organic chemistry, multiple sources of energy, dynamic light, dark, hot, cold, wet, dry cycles. Strikingly, many of the chemical intermediates on the way to RNA crystallize out of reaction mixtures, self-purifying and potentially accumulating on the early Earth as organic minerals, reservoirs of materials waiting to come to life when conditions change. Assuming the key problem is solved, how did we assume that? We still need to understand how RNA was replicated within the first primitive cells. Researchers are just beginning to identify the sources of chemical energy that could enable the RNA to copy itself. But much remains to be done. If these hurdles can be overcome, we may be able to build replicating, evolving RNA-based cells in the laboratory, recapitulating a possible route to the origin of life. There is so much speculation in here. I mean, I won't even require you to do this on an early Earth. Try doing this in a laboratory. Man, if this thing were possible on an early Earth, why can't anybody get close to this? Not even close, not even close. Not even make the building blocks to the building blocks to get close to this. We're going to see this in this series of videos. But that's a lot of hype. That's a lot of hype. And then he shows, Jack Szostak, in his article, he shows this picture as well. Now, Jack is a nice man. And he is a tremendous biologist, but he is believed into this hype that was put forth by his synthetic chemist colleagues, because he puts out this picture, and I've talked to him about this, and he said that this was transcribed from an earlier article by an artist, so we shouldn't put much stock in it. But let me show you what was shown. He says that these are simple sugars. If you look at his coding here, remember there are some conventions in writing molecules. The only thing that you don't have to include the hydrogen atoms on are carbons. And that's when the carbons have a bend in a stick configuration. But even if we say that, then if you're not going to include the hydrogens, you at least have to show the double bonds, of which he doesn't show any. So he's got 1, 2, 3 propane triol here. He says that this is a simple sugar. It is not. This is ethylene glycol. It is not a simple sugar. But even if you did have an aldehyde here, it still would not be a simple sugar. These are cyanide derivatives. Cyanide derivatives, iron cyanide derivatives, are really robust compounds. And there's very little free cyanide in solution. That mixed with phosphate, and you got an RNA nucleotide. And how did that happen? UV light from above and heat below. UV light drove the conversion of cyanides into simple sugars. Nobody knows how that happens. We have no evidence for that. Phosphate catalyzed chemical reactions between sugars and cyanide derivatives. I don't know of evidence for that. Maybe there is. It'd be great to have a reference on that. In the presence of UV light and phosphate, RNA nucleotides were formed. That does not happen. Just does not happen. You can't mix these chemicals under any conditions and get this that anyone knows about. This is called RNA. It's not really RNA, because for RNA you have to have R being ribose. Ribose. That means that you have to have the stereochemistry of ribose. There's no stereochemistry shown on that molecule. None whatsoever. So that can't be ribose. You want to call that a pentose sugar, fine, but that's not ribose. For ribose, you have to have stereochemistry. And then you have your base here, all right? So there's a lot of things wrong with this. But people believe Jack Szostak, and this gets people confused. Now, if you say, well, how did this, he's thinking of the work by Sutherland. So Sutherland, you want to see that molecule that he's showing in that other structure? So that's here. All right, that's what he's trying to show, is a molecule like this. Well, how did this happen? Did you just take some cyanide and some simple sugars and get this? No. Did you take ethylene glycol and 1, 2, 3 propane triol and get this? No. Look at all the steps involved. So this entire shaded region, this shaded region here, you had to go from these small molecules all the way along, all of these steps involved. You got a dozen steps, and some of this came in from other steps down here, came into this shaded region from other steps over here, come into this. And all of these steps involved, it's not homochiral, it is racemic. So without homochirality. We don't know where the homochirality came from. It is racemic. He has relative stereochemical control, but this is what he's got here. How does this form from what Sostek puts forth? So here's the article that he's referring to, but it's much more complex than he projects. Try to do all of this in a prebiotic scenario is not easy. We'll look at some of Sutherland's work. Sutherland's a great organic chemist. Jack Sostek, being a biologist, seems to have misunderstood it and thereby oversimplified what was going on here. It's not just taking, as he had shown, a couple of small molecules with heat and light and poof, you get this. That's not how chemistry works. There's a lot of steps in here, a lot of steps involved, and I'll show you some of the other hidden secrets as to what they do to make this look like it could work. So just take one of the steps of Sostek's steps involved in here. So you got to make 1,2,3-propane triol, which was this molecule that Sostek was referencing. And he uses it from this dihydroxyacetone. All right, so think about doing this on a prebiotic earth. Dihydroxyacetone, 8 milligrams, and this sodium hydrogen phosphate, 45 milligrams, were dissolved in water, D2O because they're going to be doing NMR. So dissolved in water, and the resultant solution was degassed for 15 minutes. How are you going to degas on an early Earth? To do degassing, you need a vacuum pump. No vacuum pumps on early Earth. There was an atmosphere. How are you going to just make the atmosphere go away? This is supposed to be a prebiotically relevant synthesis. Then sodium hydrogen sulfide, 60 milligrams, was added and the solution turned yellow. When the sodium hydrogen sulfide was completely dissolved, the pH was adjusted to 7 using degassed sodium hydroxide HCl. Oh, there's another degassing step. And how convenient to adjust the pH all of a sudden at that point. You would have had to have a really smart early Earth, having all these reagents ready, just ready. The solution was then transferred to a quartz tube containing copper cyanide and immediately sealed, whereupon a black precipitate formed. Immediately sealed. So immediately goes into a vessel, a quartz tube, and then is immediately sealed with a flame. Boom, you seal that thing off. So you need a torch to seal that thing off. Or maybe it was a screw cap Teflon seal. Immediately sealed. And this is hard to do. This is really hard to do, even in a lab. How do you do this on an early Earth? This is supposed to be a prebiotically relevant synthesis, not a modern synthesis. The tube was placed in a rayonette reactor. That is a box that has UV lights all inside it, and you stick your sample all surrounded by UV light, and then irradiated for 6 hours. Where are you going to get that intensity of UV light? Okay, let's say UV light was abundant on early Earth. If that's the case, then the reactions, the chemicals you make are decomposing 1,000 times faster when you have UV light like that. After this time, an aliquot was removed and examined by proton NMR, after which time a known amount of calcium formate to serve as an internal standard was added, and they took this spectrum. So when they take this spectrum, this is what they want to make. This is an authentic sample that they buy. This is what it looks like in NMR. This is what they got. Look at all these other compounds. Look at how dirty that reaction mixture is. So of the desired compound, glycerol was obtained in 34% yield. So they got glycerol. That's the 1,2,3-propane triol. Another name for that is glycerol or glycerin. And so that compound was in 34% yield. So you got a bunch of other compounds. And so then they could pump on it. If you put a vacuum pump, a lot of these volatile compounds will come off. You're still left with these, but you're going to lose some of your propane triol as well. But if you adjust the pressure on your vacuum pump, you can do that. You couldn't do that on an early Earth because there are no vacuum pumps. Then did they take this mixture and bring it on to the next step? No, they didn't. No. You buy an authentic version of glycerol and you carry that on. That's not how normal synthesis is done in a laboratory. What you make has to be carried on. You can't just buy the stuff new. If you do, it's called a relay synthesis, and it exposes that you have a problem with your mass transfer. Well, that's the thing that these origin of life researchers do over and over again. We'll get more into that. All right, then if you look at the exquisite exactness in his synthetic protocols. So he wrote this paper in Nature Chemistry, which is probably the best chemistry journal out there. Nature is the best scientific journal. This is the best chemistry journal out there. And here's what he wrote when he was writing about this. So when you read the procedures, the precise protocols by Sutherland's suggested prebiotic-like precursors, one captures the high-level sophistication, expert synthetic prowess, and remarkable ingenuity of the researchers. Some reactions were conveniently run at room temperature, some at 60 degrees, some at 100 degrees, then washed with ice-cold water. Often the molecules were prepared by these prebiotic routes were not used, but they had to be made more cleanly and in larger scale using purely synthetic methods and organic solvents such as Lawson's reagent and tetrahydrofuran to, quote, to simplify the handling procedures, unquote. Just-in-time and precise order of addition protocols were used over and over again. One sees precise pH adjustments through the syntheses, using of ion exchange resins and separations from the reaction mixtures because the proceeding without separations would have destroyed the carefully prepared products. Here's an example. The preparation of cyanoacetylene on copper 1 was suggested as a way to conveniently prepare and store it for use when needed. Copper chloride was mixed with potassium chloride to generate the Lumin catalyst at 70 degrees. Then a separately generated source of acetylene gas was prepared from calcium carbide and water. So you just happen to be dripping calcium, you found some calcium carbide and water drips on it. This is all happening under a rock or in a cave somewhere. And then that gas bubbles through this newly prepared Lumin catalyst to prepare acrylonitrile, which is an unstable molecule that needs proper isolation and storage to inhibit its polymerization really, really rapidly, which was then treated with potassium cyanide for 1 hour, then 5 equivalents of ammonia in a 13 molar ammonium solution adjusted to pH 9. How convenient. With sodium hydroxide to generate the desired aminopropionitrile. All of the reactions were executed in separate clean vessels and properly isolated prior to proceeding to the next reaction. This is just a sampling of the preparations that are difficult for even the most skilled synthetic chemist to prepare. Very simple precursors to a few of the many molecules within the building block class, and the precursors were racemic if they bore any possible stereoisomerism. This is just the very basic part of the top left of that synthesis. This is just one of the steps. You had to have this over and over again in all these steps to make this nucleotide. Even higher level extrapolations were written about in this same article. That, quote, all cellular subsystems could have arisen simultaneously through common chemistry has raised the level of suppositions from mere molecule types to now complex cellular subsystems where molecules are working in concert toward a common functional goal. This is what was written, that all the cellular subsystems could have arisen simultaneously through common chemistry. That's not what he showed. That is pure and utter speculation. I work in nanosystems, where you try to put molecules together to work in concert together. It is so hard. He says all the subsystems of the cell could have arisen simultaneously through common chemistry. What's he talking about? What common chemistry? Like a gazillion different reactions he uses? And vacuum pumps and Rayonette reactors and all the subsystems of a cell? That's the hype I'm talking about. That shouldn't be there. That's the hype coming from the researchers themselves. And this guy is a great chemist. Sutherland is a great chemist, but it's this hype that hurts the field, that brings these primordial soup misconceptions. How close have researchers come to an artificial cell? Well, in November 2018, not too long ago, biologists, it says, this is written in Science, the best journal for all of scientific reports in the United States, Science, the second best in the world, maybe second only to Nature. They wrote an article was written, biologists create the most lifelike artificial cells. Oh, I want to see that. They've created the most life. Let's see how lifelike these cells can be. And they're citing from this article, which came out in Nature Communications, another great journal, called Communication and Quorum Sensing in a Non-Living Mimics of Eukaryotic Cells by Neil Devaraj. And so let's see what they did here. So semi-porous microcapsules made of plastic from acrylate polymerization. So these are microcapsules. You go into a fabrication facility and you make these semi-porous plastic beads containing clay. Were prepared using modern microfluidic techniques that are done with fabrication devices. These are machines that fabricate things. Clay has a high affinity for binding DNA. Because clay has positive charges. So when DNA, which has negative charges, was then added to the solution, it diffuses through the semi-porous plastic microcapsules and it sticks to the clay. Where did he get the DNA? He bought it. Where did the manufacturer get the DNA? They isolated it from natural compounds. And so that binds to the clay. The requisite ribosomes, mRNA, enzymes, and reagents were similarly purchased or extracted from living systems, added to the medium, and permitted to diffuse into the plastic capsule. So you buy all the components of a cell. But that's what they did. They certainly didn't make this from the bottom up. The expected chemical reactions ensued, resulting in protein synthesis. The newly formed proteins could diffuse out of the plastic microcapsules to other nearby semi-porous plastic microcapsules. The diffusion between the nearby plastic microcapsules was termed quorum sensing. Quorum sensing. That's a really sophisticated term. This is just natural diffusion. The chemistry of the exogenously added reagents will work regardless of the container, whether it be in a plastic semi-porous microcapsule, in a test tube, or in a large-scale industrial production tank. And one can buy a kit to do the same thing. It is far from the press-hyped claim of gene expression and communication rivaling that of living cells. There is no rivalry here. One might arguably agree that these are indeed the most lifelike artificial cells yet, but that only serves to underscore the point. Nobody has ever come close to generating the workings of life. You can buy kits that have all of these reagents. You mix them together and proteins will start getting synthesized. That's what these pieces do. They make proteins. This is doing biological events. It's not alive. It's just doing biological chemistry. Because you buy all the pieces, people didn't synthesize those pieces, they just took it from cells and they put it all in a kit. You can buy that. This is done in industry all the time to make proteins. This is done in the laboratories all the time. What he did is he put this in a porous microcapsule, and this is what's claimed as the most lifelike cells yet. Yeah, maybe this is it. Meaning that there's no life here. There's no life in those cells. There's just a chemical reaction. There's just a chemical reaction in that cell. That's it. And then it diffuses out. That's all that's been done. That's hype. That's what I'm talking about. Here's some more hype. Redox and pH gradients drive amino acid synthesis in iron oxyhydroxide mineral systems. And so this is coming out, so this is work that's been done by some folks at different institutions, one of them being NASA. So here's a recent example of such a scenario of simple chemistry and the hyperbole that follows. In 2019, Laura Barg and co-workers at the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, the California Institute for Technology, and Oak Crest Institute of Science have simulated an undersea hydrothermal vent, heating an aqueous solution of pyruvate to 70 degrees and introducing ammonia and iron hydroxides while limiting oxygen. They observed simple reduction and reductive amination to stereoscrambled lactate and alanine, respectively. So they took pyruvate, which they probably bought. I'm sure they bought it. I'm sure they didn't make this from formaldehyde. So they buy pyruvate. They take it and they react it with ammonia, and they get a reductive amination, and so now you get racemic alanine, and then you just do a direct reduction of a carbonyl, and you get lactate. All right? Those are such simple reduction reactions that the chemistry is certain and therefore wholly unremarkable. Yet the authors write, quote, This shows that aqueous, partially reducing iron mineral systems, which would have been common in earlier seafloor vent environments, could have facilitated synthesis and concentration of prebiotic organic molecules relevant for the emergence of life. It also suggests that geochemical gradients in the vent environments can drive product selectivity for prebiotic chemistry, perhaps leading to more complex organic reaction systems as these molecules continue to diffuse and react under different conditions within the gradients. Come on! This is like 1/100th the amazement of the Miller-Urey experiment in 1952. So 60 years later, 65 years later, they go ahead and do this reaction, and this is somehow remarkable, and they start saying that they talk about emergence of life. This is what I'm talking about. The NASA press office then had a field day with the results, titling their article, NASA Study Reproduces Origin of Life on Ocean Floor. Oh! Further writing, quote, scientists have reproduced in the lab how the ingredients for life could have formed deep in the ocean 4 billion years ago. The results of this study offer clues how life started on Earth and where else in the cosmos we might find it. That is a lie. That's just, it's so wrong. It's terribly wrong. They offered no clues on the origin of life. In addition, this led to a blitzkrieg by the press that cut and pasted from the NASA press release. But the chemistry is less complex and less interesting than the 1952 Miller-Urey experiment. Yet it was published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, a superb scientific journal. This underscores that journals themselves are complicit in continuing this sort of nonsensical experiment to be suggestive of life's origin. Unlike the far more sophisticated synthetic chemistry of the origin of life researchers like Sutherland, the work by NASA is nonsensically simple, so in that sense, much like the prebiotic Earth would have been. Aside from the artless 2019 NASA experiment, most origin of life researchers today put far more precision into their protocols to make more elaborate arrays of stereo-scrambled intermediates. One could easily argue, therefore, that researchers are moving further from the heart of abiogenesis, since they are filling the protocols with the best of their intellectual training to coax molecules into the form that the researcher desires. Yet even with all the intellectual input, the origin of life researchers overcome few, if any, of the barriers noted above. All right, let's look at another one. Statistical physics of self-replication. So this was in the Journal of Chemical Physics by Jeremy England. He was at MIT at the time in the Department of Physics. Self-replication is a capacity common to every species of living things, and the simple physical intuition dictates that such a process must invariably be fueled by the production of entropy. Here he goes on and he undertakes some studies, and he ends up talking about the implications of this finding for bacterial cell division as well as for prebiotic emergence of self-replicating nucleic acids. So here's the article that he wrote, and this was then picked up by the press, and here's what the press wrote. This is quoting Jeremy England. This is what he himself said in the press release that came out in Quantum magazine, and it was entitled A New Physics Theory of Life. Here's what Jeremy England himself said. You start with a random clump of atoms, and if you shine light on it for long enough, it should not be so surprising that you get a plant, England said. Well, let me tell you, shining light on atoms has been done a lot. All sorts of wavelengths of light, all sorts of electromagnetic radiation. A plant has never come out of just a pile of atoms. Never been done. This is the thing that confuses people. This is like the primordial soup nonsense, that a plant comes out from a pile of atoms and light. This is the researcher himself saying this. This is the hype that I'm talking about, that gives people this primordial soup model in their mind. About another one. This is in Scientific Reports. This is part of the Nature series of journals, a very high-ranking journal. Emergent properties of giant vesicles formed by a polymerization-induced self-assembly reaction. Here's one of many recent examples published in 2017 of standard chemistry being portrayed as having something to do with the constructing of a living cell. I should point out that these folks are part of the, we'll see. A team, here it is, a team from the Origin of Life Initiative. That's what it is, a team from the Origin of Life Initiative at Harvard University. So they're under the gun to really make some advances here. Performed a known type of polymerization reaction in water called reversible addition fragmentation chain transfer, RAFT. This reaction type is not seen in nature. It is purely a synthetic process. The monomers that were chosen are all synthetic and unnatural. This is a standard chemistry used to make polymers wherein there is controlled radical polymerization reactions that can afford a polymer chain bearing a hydrophobic block attached to a hydrophilic block when two different monomer types are used sequentially. The researchers observed these to form polymeric vesicles during the polymerization, which is interesting but surely not extraordinary. While they kept the radical chain growing through ultraviolet light activation, a typical activating source, the vesicles grew, consuming monomer within the vesicles to the point where the vesicles would burst. Again, nothing surprising. A critical vesicle size is reached, and then the forces between the growing vesicle and the surrounding water dictate a critical growth volume before the vesicle ruptures. The vesicle moves toward ultraviolet light, likely by heating gradients induced by the light source or reaction thermodynamics. Chemists like myself find this type of polymerization reaction to be interesting. It is a fine job for the researchers and well worth publishing. The claims should have ended there. Here's what's actually written in the research articles. This is a cut and paste from the article. The observed net oscillatory vesicle population grows in a manner that reminds one of elementary modes of sustainable, while there is food, population growth seen among living systems. The data supports an interpretation in terms of micron-scale self-assembled molecular systems capable of embodying and mimicking some aspects of simple extant life, including self-assembly from a homogeneous but active chemical medium, membrane formation, metabolism, a primitive form of self-replication, and hints of elementary system selection due to spontaneous light-triggered Marangoni instability, which is surface tension gradients. That is hype out the wazoo. It is just extreme. Just extreme. Was that concluding statement justified? See, he says here, it reminds one of. Just because A reminds me of B, it does not make A an embodying form of B. It's just my imagination. If the disc-shaped vesicle reminds one of a flying saucer, is it a simple extant flying saucer? No. No extant life, not even simple extant life, was demonstrated. There was such hype. So this is what was then written in the Harvard Gazette, which the university papers talk a lot with the researchers before they let this thing out. In my experience, I've been doing this for years. And they wrote an article called Mimicking Life in a Chemical Soup. From those excessive extrapolations by the authors, the claims were then rephrased and projected to the lay public by the Harvard Gazette and other news outlets. Quote, a Harvard researcher seeking a model for the earliest cells has created a system that self-assembles from a chemical soup. Remember that word, soup? Primordial soup? From a chemical soup into cell-like structures that grow, move in response to light, replicate, and exhibit signs of rudimentary evolutionary selection. Is that a fair representation of the article? Surely not. And here's the references on those, some of the from the Harvard Gazette, and then lots of other journals that copied this. So anyway, here are three researchers: Van Kronkendonk, Joe Kick, and Deemer. They were published in Life Springs. And then published an article called Life Springs that came out in Scientific American that was talking about some of the work that they had done early and some of the work that they had done. Let's see what they did. Lipid bilayer assembly experiments were conducted by teams from University of California at Santa Cruz, the University of New South Wales in Australia, and they disclosed a summary of the work in 2017. These teams combined nucleotides and lipids in water to form lamella, with nucleotide sandwiches between the layers. Recall that nucleotides are trimers of nucleobase, carbohydrate, phosphate, and in this case they were purchased in pure homochiral form, so already in a well-developed state. The lipids were also purchased in pure homochiral form. They showed that a condensation polymerization of the nucleotides via the preloaded phosphate with the purchased stereodefined alcohol moiety on a neighboring nucleotide can take place within the lamella upon dehydration. They further demonstrate that similar reactions can occur at the edges of hydrothermal fields associated with volcanic land masses to provide the heat needed for the reactions. The chemistry is indifferent to the heat source, whether a volcano, a Bunsen burner, a laboratory heating oven. The nucleotide will polymerize upon reaching a critical concentration and temperature. The chemistry is unremarkable, since it is preloaded through the purchased derivatives. They bought the stuff. The reaction, this work addresses the essential concentration needs by removing the water and driving the intermolecular reactions to form oligomers that resemble the nucleic acids. The problem with a condensation step growth polymerization is that any alcohol can compete for the reactive electrophilic site. But in the researcher's case, they conveniently added only nucleotides and no other alcohols. This system is stacked to work through its purity. Condensation polymerization reactions need to be very pure, free of competing nucleophilic and electrophilic components, as explained by Carruthers' equation defining degrees of polymerization based upon monomer purity. If there happens to be amino acids or carbohydrates or carbohydrates with the nucleotides, so other carbohydrates, these would terminate or interrupt the growth of the nucleotides. Moreover, the researchers did not confirm the detailed integrity of the claimed structures, which if carefully analyzed would have shown attacks from unintended hydroxyl sites. You look back at their data, I didn't see a good NMR showing anything, any structured determination to show the integrity of that. Nonetheless, even with short nucleotides form, they are not a usable form of RNA, since there's no useful sequences, there's no codon. It would be like a book of random letters, or in this case, a small book of all the same letters. The authors suggested that the lamella sandwiching nucleotides eventually break off to form lipid bilayer vesicles containing nucleotide within vesicle constructs, which they call protocells. The conversion of planar lamella into multi-lamella vesicles, onion-like structures, as they hydrate is well established, but these generally need shearing, extrusion-type mechanical forces, sonication, or peptides in order to form the requisite lipid bilayers. So the researchers' yields of the desired vesicles were surely to have been very low. The conditions used are hard to fathom, being found in a prebiotic earth. Homochiral nucleotides in high chemical purity, trapped in a lamella, composed of homochiral, stereo, and regiochemically pure lipids. Even accepting that improbability, those obtained vesicle structures have almost no resemblance to cellular lipids that have a vastly more complex constituency. The authors are merely forming lipid bilayer balls made from purchased homochiral lipids containing some randomly sequenced nucleotides from purchased homochiral nucleotides. While exciting chemistry to the origin of life researcher, nothing here is chemically remarkable, and it has almost no resemblance to a real cell. Nonetheless, behold the claims written in the published paper. Quote, then, in the gel phase, protocells pack together in a system called a progenote and exchange sets of polymers, selecting those that enable survival during many cycles, unquote. But chemicals know nothing of survival since they are indifferent to survival. There is no mechanism shown for how their protocells would bear different sets of polymers or exchange their sets of polymers between them, or make a selection process. The researchers misappropriate terms from biology and use them in prebiotic world in a manner that makes no chemical sense. None. Furthermore, the best adapted protocells, they're writing this, the best adapted protocells spread to other pools or streams, moved by wind or water, and some develop the ability to use carbon dioxide for photosynthesis. There is no suggestion regarding the meaning of best adapted. It is again a misuse of terminology. Photosynthesis is a highly precise process requiring many enzymes, well-ordered electron funnels, and precisely defined distances between photon receptors and electron injectors, with electron transfers traveling down defined homochiral polypeptide chains. This statement not only blurs the line of realism, but it is fallacious. Quote, after much trial and error, one protocell assembles the complicated molecular machinery that enables it to divide into daughter cells. This paves the way for the first living microbial community, unquote. There is neither a demonstration on how molecular machinery is made, nor even a proposal. The mechanisms needed for cellular division are highly complex, requiring cascades of enzymes functioning in precise and timed manner. This is utterly inconceivable based on the demonstrated results, and nothing proposed, let alone demonstrates, paves the way for the first living microbial community. This is hype to orders of magnitude extreme, written by the origin of life researchers themselves, and this is what confuses the field. They further write, and these, quote, ultimately evolve into a primitive metabolism that required by the earliest forms of life, unquote. It seems to be commonplace that origin of life researchers are co-opting terms from biology, biological evolution, and moving them into the prebiotic vocabulary. It is unhelpful to do that. Molecules are indifferent to moving toward life. Furthermore, what is a primitive metabolism? There's nothing being metabolized. There's only a condensation polymerization, a simple chemical reaction based upon the addition of nucleophiles to electrophiles. Such a reaction is never referred to as a metabolism within synthetic chemistry. The origin of life assembly claims are akin to buying 20 pounds of sliced turkey meat, adding a gallon of turkey broth, warming, sticking in a few feathers, and suggesting that a proto-turkey, primitive turkey, or extant turkey has just been synthesized. Nothing's going to come gobbling out of your pot where you take 20 pounds of turkey meat and you add some turkey broth and warm it up. That's what these guys have done. They took the elements, they just took RNA, they just bought one nucleotide, one type, and they put that in there. There's nothing there. There's nothing there coming together. And then we're going to learn about RNA. We're going to learn about how unstable it is. Chemically unstable. I'm not talking about enzyme unstable. How chemically unstable it is. And the way it has to be packaged and stored in order to keep its integrity. This is just utter nonsense. Here's where I'm beginning to see some agreement. Clemens Reichert, he wrote an article called Prebiotic Chemistry and the Human Intervention. He writes, such a pure chemical scenario is unrealistic prebiotically, but necessary. Further, he writes, further, the ideal experiment does not involve any human intervention. He is agreeing with me. If you really want to have a prebiotically relevant reaction, you can't buy pure chemicals. It's unrealistic. You got to use the mixtures you come up with. Secondly, the ideal experiment has no human interaction. So they're devising the most amazing things that they can do, and still they're not even coming close. They're still not even making the building blocks of the building blocks. He's seeing exactly what I'm seeing. And he's an origin of life researcher, and he's seeing what I'm seeing. I really appreciate Clemens Reichert for speaking the truth here. This is what we need. So in summary, some people not reading the actual origin of life articles suggest that...
But I don't think it's fair to put the blame on scientists. The blame belongs to the press.
And again, some say...
The blame is with the media outlets, not with the scientists.
Well, if you read the researchers' articles, you would see there's a lot of blame to go around. The blame starts with them. It's not just the press that hypes the progress and origin of life. The hype begins with the actual research articles themselves. It's not just the layperson that's misled, but it is those teaching in the academy. So this is where we are. This is what it is. There's a lot of hype to go around. The hype starts with the researchers, and the hype is in the extreme. And this is what confuses the world. In the next video, we will get into the real hardcore chemistry. Everything here has been very light on the chemistry. We'll get into the hardcore chemistry, and hopefully I can bring it to a level where you'll understand what's going on, and we'll learn something in the process, and we'll see where we are on homochirality. Today, we're going to get into the hardcore chemistry, but we have to do this in order to explain the problems with origin of life. I can't keep this just 30,000 foot level, and because that's where people get confused and they make all sorts of mistakes. You remember that Kruger-Dunning plot, that if we don't know very much, we end up becoming very confident in our claims. But it's when we start learning more, we see all the problems that arise here. And so I really need to get into some of the details. So the reason for this lecture series in Abiogenesis, if you're just joining us for this, if this is your first lecture, Dave Farina posted a video entitled Elucidating the Agenda of James Tour, a Defense of Abiogenesis. You can see the description box below for the link. After that video, I was confused about almost every slide and statement that Dave Farina presented. There were numerous gross scientific inaccuracies in his claims, in my opinion. Some others might be likewise confused, and I will use the Farina video with timestamps as a launch point for this series of lectures. So you'll see it might say like 8.23. That is at 8 minutes and 23 seconds. You could go to his video and see where he said that. I'm thankful to Dave Farina, thankful that Dave Farina attempts to teach the layperson about scientific topics on his YouTube channel. Professor Dave Explains. That's a commendable endeavor, and I therefore seek no contest with Dave Farina, only clarification. I just want to be his friend. I really do, and I wish he would have just reached out to me, sent me an email or called me. My number and my email are right there, and we could have spoken this thing out. But anyway, I'd be glad to talk to you, Dave, now, anytime. Be glad to talk with you. And if you're ever in Houston, I invite you to come and visit me. Other synthetic chemists can comment and point out where I'm correct or incorrect. I particularly invite a critique from my synthetic chemist colleagues and students studying synthetic chemistry and those studying origin of life. If you're disputing something I have to say, please provide a reference so that I can check the thing out and try to understand it better. Let's look at enantiomers and chirality. Any molecule or object has a mirror image. Congruent molecules, all atoms and bonds in a molecule, can be superimposed on the mirror image. So you can have two molecules and they can overlap. They can be mirror images, and then you can turn them and overlap them. Most objects are like that. You look at the mirror image of an object. So say we look at the mirror image of this beaker, this mug, and look at the mirror image, and the two will be identical. They would be able to overlap. Of course, not the writing on it, but the structure itself. And most objects are like that. There are other objects that have non-superimposable mirror images, like my left and my right hand. If I put my left hand up to a mirror, I'm going to see my right hand in that mirror. I'm going to see what looks like my right hand. And so the two images are non-superimposable. So these are mirror images of each other, but they're non-superimposable. That's why I can't put my left hand in my right-handed glove. It doesn't fit right. So the vast majority of biological molecules are like that. They have a non-superimposable mirror image, which makes it difficult to synthesize them. Even today, we know how to do it, but it's difficult. You have to figure out how that might have been done on an early Earth. Enantiomers and chirality. Some molecules, such as 2-butanol, are not congruent on their mirror image. And here's a molecule. It's like handed. I mean, you try to overlay them, and they won't be able to be overlaid. They're non-congruent, and they're mirror images, like my left and my right hand. Molecules that can exist as enantiomers are said to be chiral. It's a CH, but it's pronounced like a hard C. Chiral. Chiral means handedness. Hand or handedness. If the mirror image is congruent, i.e. superimposable, the original structure is achiral. Some macroscopic objects, including hands, screws, baseball gloves, these are chiral objects. Many chiral molecules contain one or more asymmetric carbons, often called a stereogenic center. An asymmetric carbon is a carbon with 4 different groups on it. So when you have a carbon atom with 4 different groups on it, it's going to be chiral. It's going to be stereogenic. This is stereogenic center. It's an asymmetric carbon. Whether the molecule itself is chiral depends on whether it has a mirror image or not. An internal mirror plane or an internal point of symmetry. An asterisk is a convention used to denote an asymmetric carbon. Most chiral molecules contain 1 or more asymmetric carbon atoms or stereogenic centers. However, an asymmetric carbon atom is not a necessary condition for chirality. You can just have a helix, and that would give you chirality. For a pair of chiral molecules with more than 1 stereogenic center to be enantiomers, they must have opposite configurations at every stereogenic center. So here now you have 2 carbon atoms. Each of these carbon atoms has 4 different groups on it. So this carbon atom has an OH, a methyl, a hydrogen, and another carbon bound to it. This carbon has a hydrogen, an OH, and a carbon group in this direction, different carbon group in this direction. This is 2,3-pentane diol. It has, when you have 2 stereogenic centers, there's up to 2 to the n isomers, where n is the number of stereogenic centers. So if you have 2 stereogenic centers, you can have up to 4 possible isomers. And here are the 4 isomers. So when you have 2 stereogenic centers, now you have to control 4 different, there's 4 possible isomers, 4 possible configurations from just these 2 stereogenic centers. And how do these compare to one another? Well, this pair and this pair are enantiomers. They're mirror images of one another. This pair and this pair are enantiomers. And all other correlations are what are called diastereomers. If they're not enantiomers, then they have to be diastereomers. All right, or if they're not the same. All right, if they're not equivalent compounds, but they're still isomers of one another. They're still constitutional isomers. All right, resolution or separation of enantiomers. How is that done today? How do we do that today? Well, the separation of a racemate, that means an impure material where you have both the right-handed and the left-handed into pure enantiomers. This is how it's done. It's a problem because enantiomers have the identical melting point, the identical boiling point, and solubility and the same solubility, so making the separation a non-trivial task. The resolution of enantiomers takes advantage of the fact that diastereomers, unlike enantiomers, have different physical properties. The strategy: convert the mixture of enantiomers temporarily into a mixture of diastereomers. Resolving agent: an enantiomerically pure chiral compound used to form diastereomers from a racemic mixture is called a resolving agent. There are common methods of resolving in a laboratory: chiral chromatography, diastereomeric salt formation, selective crystallization. All of these are difficult, and they have to be worked out for each new class of compounds and for each compound. And it's a lot of work separating enantiomers. In selective crystallization, a solution of a mixture of enantiomers is cooled to supersaturation, and a seed crystal of the desired enantiomer is added. The seed crystal serves as the resolving agent and promotes crystallization of the desired enantiomer. This process is often performed on large scale by the pharmaceutical industry. It's not easy, and they have to keep everything absolutely pristine, because you can get a lot of the wrong isomer crystallizing out if you're not careful. Yeah, there's other questions of what are called polymorphs. In any case, at 4035, some think, quote, there are other ways to get an excess of L-amino acids, unquote. Quote,
it has been demonstrated that recrystallization of a mixture of amino acid racemates with a slight excess of asparagine caused amino acids with the same configuration to preferentially co-crystallize. You get a solid containing only one enantiomer and a supernatant primarily of the other. All that's left is some natural filtration mechanism to separate the two and the emergence of autocatalysis in one.
That's what was said on that video talking about how much is known in origin of life. It has been demonstrated that the recrystallization of a mixture of amino acid racemates with a slight excess of asparagine, and I want you to remember that slight excess, caused the amino acids with the same configuration to preferentially co-crystallize. You get a solid containing only one enantiomer. with a supernatant primarily of the other. That's not exactly right, as we'll see. So that was a gross extrapolation. But this was the only place in that whole video where a reference was given. The article was shown that I could reference and pull that thing out when it came to a chemical reference, chemistry. The only thing. So I was able to go back and look at it. And then there's this statement, all that's left is some natural filtration mechanism. Never offered what that meant. What is a natural filtration mechanism? Maybe you can share that with me. To separate the two, an emergence of autocatalysis in one. How did autocatalysis emerge? I'd love to see that. And so one can over-trivialize things. And it makes it seem like, oh yeah, sure, that would be really easy to get homochirality. Let's look into this. Homochirality equals 100% enantiomeric excess, meaning that you have 100% of one enantiomer. In these articles, because the physical properties of enantiomers are identical, they seldom can be separated by simple physical mechanisms, such as fractional crystallization or distillation. It is only under the influence of another chiral substance that enantiomers behave differently, and almost all methods of resolution of enantiomers are based on this fact. That's from this reference that's shown below. Louis Pasteur experimented with tartaric acid derived salts. Pasteur noticed that crystals of tartrates had small faces. Then he observed that in racemic mixtures of tartrates, half of the crystals were right-handed and half were left-handed. And he painstakingly manually separated these. In solution, the right-handed compound was dextrorotatory, meaning it turned light to the right, plane polarized light, and the left-handed one levorotatory, turned plane polarized light to the left. Pasteur determined that the optical activity related to the shape of the crystals and that an asymmetric internal arrangement of the molecules of the compound was responsible for the twisting of light. That was a fortuitous discovery by a man who noticed absolutely every detail. Very few compounds would separate like this on crystallization, show these different structures, and they don't spontaneously separate. Pasteur himself had to separate them. All right, so here's an article, a recent article from 2014. Are racemic crystals favored over homochiral crystals by higher stability or by kinetics? Insight from comparative studies of crystalline stereoisomers. What they write is, the predominance of racemic crystallization over the formation of a conglomerate of homochiral crystals from a liquid or non-equilibrating enantiomers is an outstanding unexplained fact in organic solid-state chemistry. So that means that the vast majority of crystals don't segregate when they crystallize into different enantiomers. The vast majority of them co-crystallize. It is more stable for them to co-crystallize. And it says here, racemic crystals are predominantly, but not exclusively, more stable and more dense. Denser crystals are predominantly more stable, but there is no quantitative correlation between density and energy difference between partners in the chosen pair. So some people say 9 out of 10 co-crystallize and 1 out of 10 crystallize. And he says there's really no quantitative statistical basis for that. I don't know that anybody's really done a careful study of that. But in any case, it is a rare thing that they will crystallize separately. Here's the paper that was cited in that video. So here's a screen print from that paper, and from this I could see the authors' names, and I could get the publication and look this up from that journal. So I looked up this article. So when I went to that article, I looked it up, and here's a copy of that article. As it turns out, it's not quite like it was displayed to us in that video. For example, it says here, which I called it out here, as a typical example, we dissolved DL-valine 600 mg and DL, that means the racemic mixture of asparagine, monohydrate, in 10 milliliters of water at 100 degrees. So if you look at that 600 mg to 2.1 grams, this is a 350% by weight, 273% by mole excess. So that's not just a slight excess of asparagine, that is a large excess, 350% by weight excess. Remember you said a slight excess? It's not slight at all. Finally, if you look at this call out, you see here there's a 2,700% by weight. So again, this is 2,700% weight excess. So you have to have a homochiral compound and use a very large excess of it to get another amino acid to co-crystallize selectively as one enantiomer on top of that. But then you read this article and you try to figure out how efficient is this process. Because the way it was portrayed to us in the statement is this is highly efficient. But this is what happens when you really try to dig into an article. Remember that what was said is a solid containing only one enantiomer and a supernatant primarily of the other is simply not true. This is what was stated in that video. But because you try to figure out what is the yield here, what is the amount, how efficient is this, and you can't find it. It's nowhere in this article where you can find out the efficiency. Sometimes articles are written in a way that it obscures information. You say, well, why didn't the reviewers catch this? As a reviewer of many research, I'm sent many articles per day to review, and I don't accept them all because I wouldn't be able to keep up with the rest of my life if I did. But you get reviewer overload, so you can't check every detail. It's only when you really start studying this paper that you see that they never told you the efficiency of this process. And this is what happens, and when they don't tell you the efficiency, it generally means it's not very efficient. Well, anyway, the authors, this Kojo et al., cited one of their earlier papers in 2001. So this paper is from 2004, but they cited a 2001 article, so I went and I looked up that article. And here's that article. And this is what happens when you get an article and you really start tearing into it. And so this is just a copy of an article that I printed out. And this is just a copy of the notes that I had written on it as I'm trying to follow their actual chemistry. I don't just read the abstract. I'm trying to follow the chemistry. It's hard to follow the chemistry. Even for a trained scientist, it's hard to follow the chemistry and track this thing down. But I'm looking at it and trying to track it down. So here's a cleaner copy of it. And here's what you find. They used a 700 weight percent excess of asparagine was used, not a slight excess as was claimed. And then here's a quote from this article, quote, less than 1% of the mixed asparagine phenylalanine crystals consisted of phenylalanine, and the maximum EE of the phenylalanine was 22.3%. So in other words, less than 1% of the crystal that formed of asparagine contained phenylalanine. That's not the way it was portrayed in that article. Less than 1% of it. So you have 99% asparagine and less than 1% of the thing that you wanted crystallizing on it, phenylalanine. And you don't know what less than 1% means because he should have told us how much, but he just said less than 1%. Less than 1% could be 0.1%. It could be 0.01%. It could be 0.00001%. We don't know. But when an author writes less than 1%, it just means it's terrible. But he never told us how bad. And then its EE was 22%. Remember, homochiral is 100%. Its EE was 22% EE. So he said you get, what that video had said is that you get one enantiomer crystallizing and predominantly the other enantiomer in solution. But no, it's not one enantiomer. It's just 22% EE. So there's a lot of the other enantiomer as well. When you're less than 100% EE, the other part of that is the second isomer. And so it's only 22% E and only less than 1% of it. How much less than 1%? And what is the average EE? He says the maximum EE was 22%. What was the average EE? Not the maximum EE. Because the average is the average of what you'd get. So in other words, he ran this multiple times and the highest he ever got was 22%. Was the average 2% EE? We don't know. At 1% L-phenylalanine in the mixed crystal with asparagine, that is 0.41% to 1.6% yield of L-phenylalanine at a maximum of 22.3%. So how efficient is this process? The only thing that I could calculate is that his yield is 0.41% to 1.6% just using the spread that he's telling us. And here's how I calculated this. So if you chemists would like to go in and see how I calculated this, that I'm not just throwing out numbers at random here, and if I calculated something wrong, let me know. I couldn't be that far off. And so you see here, his yields are really low. This is not an efficient process. So when it was said at 40 minutes and 40 seconds,
you get a solid containing only one enantiomer and a supernatant primarily of the other.
Is a mischaracterization. The supernatant is even more messed up than this, because 99% of it is still in the supernatant. So this is a terrible reaction, but it was portrayed as being really good. That's what happens when you get into the details of this. Based on the Kojo et al. Work, some suggest that
all that's left is some natural filtration mechanism to separate the two and the emergence of autocatalysis in one. This is one way that a slight asymmetry can be dramatically magnified.
And so all of a sudden, in that video, the whole problem of homochirality is solved. Just like that. It's solved. Not solved. I wish I had a reference on the autocatalysis so I could study that. Maybe that was mischaracterized. I wonder if there was a mischaracterization of that data as well. Did it start with something that was 22% EE, with less than 1% of it enclosed within the crystals of 99% of a different compound? So you have 99% of compound A, and only 1% of that is your compound B. That's only 22%, only 22% EE, which means that it's far, far from homochiral. And is that what your reference on autocatalysis started with? And I'd like to see that autocatalysis, to really see what happened. How much operator interference was necessary to make that happen? Was it in a pristine laboratory with clean glassware and expert students? I mean, it is fallacious to make claims like that and to throw it out like that solves the chirality issue. I'm telling you, every slide in that video, I'm not coming against a person, every slide in that video was like this. Every slide. And we're going to dissect it and go through the slides of that video and just show the problems. But every slide was like this. It was, they're that wrong. They're that wrong. Yeah, that wrong. Summary on homochirality. Enantiomeric resolutions are difficult experiments to execute. There is massive human involvement in the experiments. The interpretation of the data is not trivial for the researchers, and it's not a clear presentation of the data. The interpretation by the reader is made all the harder by the insufficient data provided by the origin of life researchers and by the way they present the data. It can be hard to understand scientific research articles, especially for the layperson. So when the layperson tries to understand these articles, I don't think they can understand it. I mean, it took me a while to try to follow this, and I had to do this tracking game to go to other articles to try to ferret this thing out. It's not easy. The layperson often does not have the expertise to properly interpret the data for herself, and therefore her descriptions and contextualizations suffer. So she relies on the press descriptions, which can be inaccurate, as we've seen. Making single enantiomers is one of the hardest problems for all synthetic chemists, not just those doing origin of life research. This is hard chemistry. It has not been solved in prebiotic research. It is difficult to solve in everyday life for chemists. It's never an easy thing, but it can be solved. It's not easy. But now synthesizing molecules that have a lot of stereogenic centers where they very rarely have a mirror plane. So if you have 10 stereogenic centers, which is just a few, then you have 2 to the 10th possible isomers. There's a lot of molecules that will have 100 stereogenic centers. A lot of macromolecules with 100. So you have 2 to the 100th. That's a big, big number. And there's some that have much more than that, so that you get close to numbers that are like 10 to the 90th, which are the number of elemental particles in the universe size numbers. How do you get those controlled? It's hard. It's hard. We have no idea. That's why I say we remain clueless on the origin of life. It's not that we lacking certain pieces of information. We remain clueless. All right, well, we'll come with another video. The next video is going to be on carbohydrates. I'm just plowing through these. This is why I'm still in the same shirt and the same tie. We're putting these out on different days, but I'm just doing a marathon right here and plowing through these videos so that you know the next videos come out. And the next video is going to be on carbohydrates. That's the hardest class of molecules to think about how they might have been synthesized. The hardest class. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to learn today about carbohydrates. Carbohydrates are sugars or saccharides and the polymers therefrom. So the building blocks are the polysaccharides, the polymers of these things. The building blocks of the building blocks are the monomers themselves. The reason for this lecture, if you're the first time, if this is the first one in the series that you're joining in on, is because a video came out by Dave Farina, video entitled Elucidating the Agenda of James Tour, A Defense of Abiogenesis. See the description box below for the link. After watching that video, I was confused about almost every slide and statement that Dave Farina presented. There were numerous gross scientific inaccuracies in his claims, in my opinion. Since others might be likewise confused, I will use the Farina video with timestamps as the launch points for this series of lectures. So in other words, you'll see timestamps. You'll see something that says like 2.43, and that means at 2 minutes and 43 seconds, this is what was said in that video. Just because others might be confused too, so we'll use that to launch the discussion. I'm thankful to Dave Farina for attempts to teach the layperson about scientific topics on his YouTube channel. Professor Dave Explains is what his YouTube channel is for. So I give you a shout out for that, Dave. That's a commendable endeavor. I therefore seek no contest with Dave Farina, only clarity. I'm not trying to contest with Dave Farina. I'm trying only to bring clarity. As a synthetic chemist, I want to come into this and build some clarity here. I have no contest with Dave. And I have nothing negative to say about Dave Farina. On this video, I just want to point out some inaccuracies on things that were taught, that maybe I can bring some light here. All right. Other synthetic chemists can comment and point out where I'm correct or incorrect. I particularly invite a critique from my synthetic chemist colleagues and students studying synthetic chemistry and those studying origin of life. If disputing, please reference a literature article so I can read and learn along with you. All right? Polysaccharides can also be synthesized. That's what it said in that video. The individual units can connect in different ways. So he wrote that. All right. In 7 minutes, it says, some think
Carbohydrates are a bit more complex since despite consisting of the same monomer over and over, they can connect in a number of different ways. So synthesizing polysaccharides is trickier, though we are making progress with that too.
All right, so these are tricky to synthesize, it was claimed in that video. And carbohydrates consist of the same monomer over and over. It would be hard to be more wrong on that. It would just be hard to be more wrong because there are many different carbohydrates, as we're about to see. And so you get mixed polymers where one inserts and not another. And yeah, there are different ways to connect these they don't just easily hook on at the end over and over again. It says in 730, and some say
any biomolecule is easy to synthesize. Jim knows this. He's a synthetic chemist. What he probably means is that we haven't seen these biomacromolecules form spontaneously outside of a biological system. But that's not what he says.
Quoting that video, any biomolecule is easy to synthesize. That is so wrong. He says, Jim knows this. I didn't know that. I think the vast majority of biomolecules are really hard to synthesize, especially if you want to try to do it in homochiral form. He's a synthetic chemist. What he probably means is that we have not seen these biomolecules form spontaneously outside of a biological system. But that's not what he said. Well, first of all, every video where I've spoken on this has been a video on abiogenesis. The questions were abiogenesis. So when you pull one sentence out of context, yeah, you're going to get that. But nonetheless, even the ones that are synthesized, you want to make a peptide? Where do they get the amino acids? They get them all from nature. They don't go ahead and make those amino acids from scratch in homochiral form or from methane. They don't make them. They don't make them from scratch. Every one of their basic building blocks, they're taken from nature anyway. They're breaking down the polymers into the monomers, and then they resell the monomers and people rebuild them back into polymers. So all the building blocks for the building blocks were made by nature anyway. They're not easy to synthesize. Making homochiral amino acids is not an easy thing to do. Making homochiral carbohydrates is really, really hard to do. Really hard to do. And we'll look at modern methods for making those, not prebiotic methods. They're really hard to do. So this statement, any biomolecule is easy to synthesize, is as wrong can be. That is probably the most wrong statement in that entire video that we're looking at. That is the most wrong statement. Any synthetic chemist is going to probably just be getting up out of their chair right now because their palpitations cause them to collapse on the ground to hear a statement, any biomolecule is easy to synthesize. I didn't know that. He says I know that, but I didn't know that. And just because he's not seen these biomolecules form spontaneously outside of a biological system, but that's not what he says. Whoa, oh man, I said enough on that. All right, so here's some naturally occurring monosaccharides. Remember he said there was one saccharide over and over? These are the naturally occurring, these are just some of the naturally occurring monosaccharides. So you have a lot of them, a lot. Here are homopolymer saccharides. So there are some saccharides that will repeat with the same unit over and over again. They're called homopolysaccharides. But there's a lot of polysaccharides that are not homopolysaccharides. But they have, this beta means that there's an orientation pointing upward at the 1,4 position. That doesn't have to be 1,4. It can be at a different position. For example, it can be at a 1,3 position. It can be alpha or beta. All these make it really, really complex to make these things. Really hard to hook these things together. I'm going to show you that. This is just crazy hard. All right, to make nucleotides, one has to make ribose. So if you want to make a nucleotide, say you want to make RNA, you can't make RNA without first making the carbohydrates. The carbohydrates have to come before you can make DNA or RNA. Did you know that? Because they're made of a sugar. For a carbohydrate, how do we choose? Take, for example, the pentose sugar, one of the more common carbohydrates and that used for DNA and RNA. Pentose sugars have 3 stereogenic centers, so 8 possible isomers. So this is in the open form. They have 3. If they're in the closed form, they're going to have 4 stereogenic centers. So it'd so instead of being 2 to the 3rd, it's going to be 2 to the 4th possible isomers. We'll see more of that. And all are chiral, meaning that they all have a non-superimposable mirror image. But what if we do not know the target? Then the complexity of the problem would certainly be be compounded. And mixtures are problematic. So here's the different isomers here. Here's the 8 different isomers. All of these isomers can possibly be forming. All of these isomers can be possibly forming. So it's not just one pair of enantiomers. It's these 8. How do you do this? How do you make this in a pre-biological sense? Specifically, we need a 5-carbon sugar, or D-ribose in particular, selected from the set of 8 possible isomers. Further, for DNA, it has to be 1-hydroxyl group deficient, or deoxyribose. If it's not, then it'll be suitable for RNA, but far less stable. But prebiotic systems never knew any of this. There was a blinded pathway to a host of products, somehow selecting the one desired long before any selecting agent could have been biologically available. And what are the selection criteria? It's hard to know if we do not know the target. The prebiotic problem is hard. And even if the target were known, the selector would be another molecule, at least as complex as the desired analyte. And what was the selector? So remember, this is prebiotic. There is no selector. There's nothing to select the right one out. You're going to make all of these isomers when you do the foremost reaction. So how do you select the right one out? There was a statement in that video talking about the Cannizzaro reaction. So I've always claimed the Cannizzaro reaction versus the foremost reaction needed in making carbohydrates. If you're going to use the foremost reaction to make carbohydrates, you're going to be competing with it and decomposing your compounds by the Cannizzaro reactions. But in that video,
he also refers to a specific reaction called the Cannizzaro reaction, which requires strongly basic conditions. He knows these conditions are required, and he knows the ocean did not provide such strongly basic conditions. So I don't know why he brings this one up at all.
Huh? So someone in that video says that Jim, he's talking about me, knows that the Cannizzaro reaction is irrelevant because the ocean can't do that. So are we restricting synthesis only to the oceans? Later on in the video, the same person says that these evaporating pools are his favorite reaction vessel. The Cannizzaro reaction competes with the foremost reaction. Of course it's a problem. How do I know that? Well, right here it says, this is just from Wikipedia, you don't have to go far. Calcium hydroxide is produced commercially by treating lime and water. So you just take lime and water, you get calcium hydroxide. This should actually be calcium OH taken twice. The mineral form portlandite is relatively rare, but can be found in some volcanic, plutonic, and metamorphic rocks. So hydroxide, calcium hydroxide is available. Look at that. There's the foremost reaction. 1861, done with calcium hydroxide. Foremost reaction can be done with calcium hydroxide, same way that Cannizzaro reaction can take place. They are competing. And so you see here, it also says under the Cannizzaro reaction and under the foremost reaction in Wikipedia, it must be carefully controlled, otherwise alkaline conditions will cause aldoses to undergo the Cannizzaro reaction. So the very synthesis that makes the very Cannizzaro reaction that Breslau came up with in 1959 has the competing the very foremost reaction has the competing Cannizzaro reaction. It's further shown here in 1973, Journal of Catalysis, 1974. It says, the foremost reaction, the homogeneously catalyzed condensation of formaldehyde to sugars, proceeds simultaneously with the Cannizzaro and cross-Cannizzaro reactions. And it is postulated that calcium hydroxide is the actual catalytic species, calcium hydroxide monohydroxide. So that's why maybe those of you who are watching can understand why every slide I was wondering, why is this being said? Why is it being said? It's totally inaccurate, and you don't have to go far to see how inaccurate it is. You just go to Wikipedia, and it's right there. You didn't even have to go and find this article in the literature. All right, so a man named Eschenmoser, Albert Eschenmoser, who's a superb chemist. I've admired him since I was a graduate student. He is an excellent chemist. He tried to make the pentoses by a prebiotic route, starting with formaldehyde or glycoformaldehyde. He started with glycoformaldehyde because he didn't want to have to worry about doing the photocoupling of formaldehyde. But starting from glycoformaldehyde, he tried to do this. Let's see the troubles that he had. Recognizing that carbohydrates, and I'll show you the references on this so you'll be able to look this up if you want to. Recognizing that carbohydrates are the key building blocks, and in particular the 5-carbon pentoses, since they form the scaffolding for both DNA and RNA, Eschenmoser spent years suggesting the prebiotic roots to those compounds. The direct synthesis of the pentoses was not successful when starting with a presumed simple natural precursor, glycoaldehyde, and using the foremost reaction, which is the base-catalyzed coupling with formaldehyde in the presence of a divalent cation such as calcium. Cleverly, this is human insight going into prebiotic world. Cleverly, Eschenmoser, being the master synthetic chemist that he is, did not start with formaldehyde or its dimer, glycoaldehyde, but with the phosphorylated glycoaldehyde to make it more suitable coupling partner. How convenient. He didn't start with what was available on prebiotic earth or the photocatalyzed coupling of it, because you can see here, here's this photocatalyzed coupling here. Photopromoted coupling. But he started with the phosphate already on there. Now, might this have formed on the Earth? Well, I guess if sunlight hit this long enough, made this, and this then got the phosphate on there. But why don't you try to do this step in the laboratory too? It's more convenient to just buy that. That's why. Prebiotic Earth can go find its own. Since glycoaldehyde is the dimeric form of formaldehyde, one would first have to make the dimer of formaldehyde and stop there prior to further chemistry taking place in the foremost reaction. Nonetheless, a good organic chemist can design conditions to isolate the product purified and then proceed as Eschenmoser did. Can phosphorylation then occur? Sure, under high concentration of phosphorylating agent, but not in the presence of a strong base, such as required for the formation of the glycoaldehyde itself. So the glycoaldehyde needs strong base, then it needs to find itself away from the strong base to stop the reaction. While away from the strong base in near neutral solution, it was phosphorylated with 4 molar equivalents of amido triphosphate in near neutral aqueous solution, while further in the presence of magnesium ions. How convenient. Now that proper phosphorylation is complete, the glycoaldehyde phosphate is isolated and purified. Eschenmoser then exposed the isolated and purified glycoaldehyde phosphate to 2 normal sodium hydroxide. Where did that come from? And in that video it said that hydroxide's not available in the oceans. I don't know if it's available on the oceans, but we even saw references. It is available on early Earth. And it would have been available at a concentration of 0.08 moles per liter. So the starting formaldehyde was in strong base, then the product isolated and liberated from the strong base, then exposed to a neutral solution of the amido triphosphate, which the researchers made separately. Then they isolated the product, glycoaldehyde phosphate, and conveniently exposed it again to strong base. Even with all this masterful design, the mixture did not produce the desired pentose, but mostly racemic hexose triphosphates. So even with all of this amazing treatment, Eschenmoser couldn't make the pentoses that he wanted. Then, using a stroke of superb synthetic insight, Eschenmoser placed the glycoaldehyde phosphate in the strong base and added 0.04 moles per liter of formaldehyde to obtain 40 to 50% yield of, quote, mostly, unquote, racemic pentose diphosphate, the 8-component mixture showed before with the 2 phosphates at C2 and C4 of the structure. So he got all the racemic pentose. He got all 8 of them. That means there were 8 possible isomers, 4 diastereomers in that 40 to 50% yield mixture. The desired racemic ribose 2,4-diphosphate, that's the one he wants, 15% of the total from the reaction. Racemic arabinose 2,4-diphosphate, racemic lycose 2,4-diphosphate, and racemic xylose 2,4-diphosphate, where racemic signifies a 1-to-1 mixture of the 2 enantiomers, along with 11 other identified carbohydrate species, all bearing their enantiomeric partners, meaning 22 other identified species from the 40 to 50%, with the other 50 to 60% being unidentified, non-volatile compounds such as higher oligomers and polymers. What a mess! Even Eschenmoser did not attempt to separate out the desired, albeit still racemic, ribose 2,4-diphosphate, because the separation would have been nearly impossible. The relay synthesis ensues, but that's cheating. So let me explain what he did. He ran a reaction. He got a little bit of what he wanted, a trace of it, and he got a bunch of other stuff. He himself couldn't even fish that thing out. It would be so hard to fish it out because the related structures are really related, and then you got a lot of polymers and other ligomers. But somehow, that very clever early Earth was able to do that. And so then what did he do? He just bought the compound he wanted. That's the relay synthesis I'm talking about. Origin of life researchers do that all the time. Regular organic synthesis, you don't do that. People would say that's cheating. This is done all the time in this field. Why? Because they have to, because the mixtures you get from prebiotic conditions are just terrible. Even the expertise of the researchers involved, the data more easily argue that any related prebiotic process is unlikely to afford the requisite carbohydrate building blocks. Their results better argue against this being the root, since such careful controls had to be enacted by the masterful synthetic chemist to afford even gross mixtures of products that were unuseful, I should add. In many of my talks, I say time is a problem because chemists fish out their reaction as soon as the highest yield is obtained. Because if you let it go, it just continues to make unidentifiable polymeric products, as 50 to 60% of Eschen-Moser's stuff showed. But in that video, it was said, it quoted me, and it quoted where I say that abiogenesis, time hurts it. Time is the enemy. Well, time is a problem. Here's an example of this. So in the video, it was said that time is not a problem, that I don't know what I'm talking about in this thing. Well, you can look that up. The timestamp on that is 15 minutes and 54 seconds. We'll come back to that. But anyway, time is a problem. Furthermore, Eschen-Moser teaches that, quote, the total amount of the 4 diastereomers is largely unchanged, quote. But that is not entirely correct. So if you look in his article, he says the total amount doesn't change much. But that's not entirely correct. Because when I looked at the experimentals, this is what's written. His own data show that the combined yield of the 4 diastereomers dropped from 34% to 30% over the course of an additional 22 weeks. Hence a relative 12% loss of the pentoses over 22 weeks. Thus, after a few years, which is a brief moment in time by prebiotic terms, there would be little, if any, pentoses left, let alone the more rapid loss of the desired ribose 2,4-diphosphate. Where does the material go? Likely to extended oligomers and polymers, which is common in organic reactions, and especially common in extended aldol-based processes, proceeding to the point of being insoluble in the solution or generating a viscous mixture of ill-defined polyols. It was argued in that video that these reactions are all in equilibrium and they go forward and back and forward and back. That's just not true. There's the reference, by the way. And that's just not true. They can go forward and back, but if the equilibrium constant is not 1, they favor going in one direction. Once they've gone there, they can favor going in another direction. So when the equilibrium constant is large, it doesn't go back. It just doesn't go back. Not everything has an equilibrium constant of 1. After all this work on the pentoses, which mimic those seen in nature for DNA and RNA, Eschen-Moser chose to switch to what he called homo-DNA, an oligonucleotide composed of a D23 dideoxyallopyranose, a 6-membered ring, instead of DNA's 2-deoxyribofuranos, 5-membered ring for the carbohydrate backbone. This gave him added stability needed for his subsequent base pairing studies. He humbly conceded that from an etological perspective, the work on homo-DNA was regarded as a model study only, albeit one that proved to greatly facilitate our entry into base pairing prognoses, the development of methodology for the oligonucleotide preparation, and the interpretation of base pairing characteristics of alternative nucleic acids, unquote. Prebiotic chemistry is just very hard. What did all that gobbledygook mean that he said? It means that he couldn't get what he wanted, so he wanted what he got. That's what it meant. He couldn't make the 5-member ring, but he could make the 6, so he worked with that, and that's not what nature used. Nature used the hard one, used the 5. Prebiotic chemistry is extremely difficult to perform even for the world's best synthetic chemists like Eschenmoser. So he chose the more convenient model study. Reagent addition order is critical, as seen in the detailed experimental protocols. In other words, A needs to be added before B, and then C, and each at its own specific temperature to effect a proper reaction and coupling yield. The parameters of temperature, pressure, solvent, light or no light, pH, oxygen or no oxygen, moisture or no moisture, has to be carefully controlled to build complex molecular structures. Unless one can devise sophisticated promoters or catalysts that are stable in air and moisture and can work at common atmospheric conditions, precise control must be maintained. The characterization at each step is essential, and even more so if we're going to have to bring up more starting material in the synthesis. Therefore, small changes in ultimate function demand major rerouting in synthetic approaches. All changes when doing chemistry are hard and cannot be done through hand-waving arguments or simple erasures on a board. Laborious and intentional elements of forethought are required. More sophisticated proposals to prebiotic feedstocks have arisen since the often quoted work of Eschenmoser. It is generally proposed that there must have been a chemical means to generate an information-bearing molecule such as DNA or RNA. Since the 1960s, many have suggested that the polymer is RNA rather than DNA, leading to the RNA world hypothesis. Aside from the fact that the RNA backbone is very unstable relative to DNA, chemically activated ribonucleotides, through careful manipulation of the structure, can polymerize to form RNA. But of course, with no prescribed sequence. And as observed by Eschenmoser and many others, the coupling of ribose with the nucleotide is the first step, and even those engrossed in prebiotic research have difficulty envisioning that process, especially for purines and pyrimidines. Sutherland and co-workers have insightfully proposed that pyrimidine and ribonucleotides can form short sequences using a ribose amino oxazoline and an hydronucleoside intermediate, all from simple compounds such as cyanamide, cyanoacetylene, glycoaldehyde, glyceraldehyde, and inorganic phosphate. The use of inorganic phosphate changes the previously proposed basic conditions to pH buffered solution, therefore slowing decomposition pathways. Okay. So, if making the saccharide, the sugar, we'll talk about RNA and DNA later. If making the saccharide, the sugar, was not hard enough, polysaccharide problem, hooking sugars together, is just as hard. So he couldn't make the saccharides, the basic building blocks. Nobody has made saccharides by a prebiotic route. Nobody has made the sugars, the carbohydrates, the basic building block, the sugars, the pre-building blocks. Now you've got to somehow hook together to make those a building block. Nobody's made those by a prebiotic route either. Disaccharides. So here's some lessons in chemistry. Disaccharides consist of two monosaccharides connected together by a glycosidic linkage. That's the glycosidic linkage. That's the beta linkage because it's above. If it were going down, it'd be the alpha linkage. And so you can see that this is the 4O, meaning that this is on the 4 from this unit, the fourth unit, 1, 2, 3, 4, the 4 oxygen of beta D-galactopyranosyl D-glucopyranose. That is defining for us that this is a beta linkage coming off the 4, and this is a glycosidic linkage right here. That's all kind of embedded in the name. And this has a common name, lactose. Lactose is a galactose unit hooked up to a glucose unit. So remember in the first slide when we were told that it's all the same unit, it's just the same unit stuck on?
Carbohydrates are a bit more complex since despite consisting of the same monomer over and over,
Here's a disaccharide. It's two different units. You see, this has got the OH at the 4 position down, this has got the OH at the 4 position up. These are two different saccharides. I tell you, every slide in that video was mind-wrenching and heart-wrenching for me. It was just difficult. It was just hard because every slide, I'm just telling you, every slide had something wrong in it. The disaccharides. Here's another disaccharide. Again, are these? This is glucopyranose and a fructopyranose. Are these the same units hooked together? No. And so here you have a 6-membered one hooked up to a 5-membered one. Here's an alpha linkage with respect to this, and a beta linkage with respect to this. And so You know, this is how they can hook together. This is really complex. Now, why did they hook in here? Why didn't this hook to this site, or this hydroxyl, or this one, or this one, or this? That's the big question. There's all these free hydroxyls. Why are they hooking up here, That's the problem with carbohydrate synthesis. There's so many different tentacles. It can stick up at any place. That's what makes the chemistry. You're going to see the synthetic way, the ways the chemists today, the torture that they have to go through to make these things. How did this happen on a prebiotic Earth? First of all, we don't know how to make the saccharide. We don't know how to make it homochiral. And then even if we could, we don't know how to purify it. And then even if we could, we really don't know how to hook them together. In the video, it was said it's tricky.
So synthesizing polysaccharides is trickier.
It's tricky? It's tricky? Nobody knows. Nobody knows how to do that in any prebiotic route. Nobody knows. So it's a lot more than tricky. It's unknown. We remain clueless. Sugars with many monosaccharide residues connected by glycosidic linkages are called polysaccharides. Cellulose is a polymer of glucose connected by beta-1,4 glycosidic linkages. So here's glucose, and they all have this beta-1,4 glycosidic link. Predominantly, they have this. So they have this, so this is cellulose. This is the general structure. They're made up of glucose hooked together. And it's because of these linkages that you and I don't normally eat wood. You know, we don't digest that really well. We don't normally go out and eat grass. We don't digest it very well. I mean, it could be good fiber, but we don't get much nutrition from it. It doesn't break down in our body to glucose and feed our body, but it does in cows because they have microorganisms that can break this bond and break it down to this general structure, this general small sugar structure. So we don't get much out of this. We got to have another linkage here. So starch. This is what we eat. Starch. You see that this is coming at the alpha linkage, not the beta linkage. So it's this same sort of structure, this same glucose polymer that was in cellulose, but with it going alpha. And then we can digest it. And so this is why we eat starch and we don't eat wood. This is why, because it has this linkage. But you see, they also have branches. Occasionally there's this 1,6 linkage. How do you do that? If you wanted to make a starch molecule, how do you do that? Nobody knows how to do that. Nobody knows. It's not just tricky. Nobody knows how to do that in any prebiotic structure. And if you had that many linkages that you see here, I don't think anybody's ever made anything like this synthetically. That's way hard. We'll show you that. Anyway, so here's D-glucose. So D-glucose, and these are ways that D-glucose could be stuck together from all of these different positions. These can be all, and sometimes it can cyclize into a 5-member ring, sometimes into a 6-member ring. It can be hooked up from all these different positions. If you just take D-glucose, it can reside as the 6-member ring, it can reside as 5-member rings, it can reside as the open system. This has got 4 stereogenic centers, so this has 2 to the 4th possible isomers. When it's cyclized, it has 5 stereogenic centers, so each of these has 32 possible isomers. Remember all that goop that Eschenmoser made? That's what you would get with this. You get 32 possible isomers plus all the polymerization adducts of these. Nobody knows how this was made on prebiotic Earth. So how do origin of life people deal with it? They just buy these. Well, where does the manufacturers, where do the people who sell these get it? Well, they get it from nature, because nature just spits these things out. Biology is amazing. Nobody knows where it came from on prebiotic Earth. You see why it's frustrating to have people just trivialize this stuff? So if we just take 6 repeat units of a reducing hexasaccharide like D-glucose shown, this is just 6 units. How many ways could you hook this together? Because in the video says it just keeps hooking on to the end. That's what it said. Well, here's the number of ways. More than 1 trillion different ways that you could hook this together. Just because this glycosidic linkage can change to an alpha or beta, and these, just by the different branches, see it has all these tentacles, just 6 units of the same sugar. 6 units of the same sugar can hook together in over 1 trillion ways. Do you know how big 1 trillion is? Let me point this out to you. 1 million seconds, 1 million M is 11 days. 1 million seconds is 11 days. 1 billion seconds with a B is 32 years. It's a difference between a million and a billion. 1 trillion seconds is 32,000 years. A trillion is a big, big number. 32,000 years for a billion seconds. There's over, for a trillion seconds. This is over 1 trillion ways you can hook this together. So if you just let this go randomly hooked together, you'll never get what you want. And if you get something and you try to do it again, it'll never make the same thing again. This is hard chemistry. This is why when people trivialize this stuff, they sadly don't know the area. And they speak so confidently because they don't know the area. This is just from Wikipedia. You just look on Wikipedia, you say, how do people synthesize carbohydrates? Look at all the steps. So here you start say with just this hexasaccharide. So you start with this thing here. Now, look at all the steps you have to go through before you do any building of the structure, just so that you can block certain groups on it. And then you start doing all of these steps just to do that one little change. These are all human-made steps. And then all of these steps just to do this one little change. And this group's going to end up coming off anyway. And then you do all of these steps on it. You do all of these steps to do this. And then you start hooking these together. It's just crazy hard chemistry. Okay, so just in my normal literature reading, because I knew I was going to have to prepare a video on this, I just came across this article. So this is some September 17th organic letters. So they want to make this known as saccharide. They want to make this saccharide, this 9-sugar saccharide. And so they want to do this, and this mimics some natural product or something that they want to make. They want to make this. And so how do they do this? So you see here, they have these different pieces that they're going to make, and they're going to stick these together. And it's based on former work. So how do they do this? So you start from the material. So this is what they want to make. This has just 9 sugars. Now let me tell you something. Naturally occurring sugars are huge. They are displayed all over the surface of a cell. If you have the structure of those wrong at all, the cell dies. Every problem in a cell can be traced back to a carbohydrate problem. There are carbohydrate problems involved. If you get the wrong structure on these things, it's just death to the cell. Well, how would you make this? Well, if you work your way back, you might be able to break it up. This is just mind confined. Break it up into these structures and work your way back to these structures. So that's retrosynthesis. And then you start looking at the synthesis. So we're going to start from number 10, this compound, which somebody had made formerly, and they bring it through all of these steps. And this is a silicon reagent. These are all human-made reagents, benzyl chloride, and you get certain yields here, and trifluoroacetic acid is going to bust this off. They're going to put a silicon group back on here. And then they're going to start with this compound, which had been made previously by somebody else, and they're going to bring this through a certain number of steps with an iridium catalyst, and mercuric oxide, and mercuric chloride, and benzyl bromide, and all these deprotection steps. So you do this. Now, then you take those pieces and you go through and you do through all of these other steps to try to build this thing. This is hard chemistry. And that's overall to make this compound, it was 16 steps in 4.4% overall yield. 4.4% overall yield. Modern synthetic chemistry using all the ingenuity of humankind, using reagents that never would have been available on a prebiotic Earth. You get 4.4% yield. And that was multiple separations to get this. But they started with already advanced intermediates that had already been made before. So this has 90 pages of synthesis and characterization data behind it. So you just have the article, and then there's 90 pages online of the synthetic procedures that are needed to do this. Like, what kind of procedures? How would you do something like this on an early Earth? but it says to a stirred solution of compound 22, 1.12 grams, 1.35 millimoles in dry tetrahydrofuran. All of these are human-made reagents. 24 mils, degassed under vacuum, something you can't do under an early earth, and stirring under an argon atmosphere. 1,5-cyclohexadiene bis methyl diphenylphosphine iridium 1 hexafluorophosphate catalyst was added, followed by further degassing of the reaction mixture. The suspension was stirred for 15 minutes at 0 degrees. The catalyst was then activated with hydrogen for 2 minutes in a hydrogen atmosphere. The excess hydrogen was removed by 3 cycles of vacuum argon. The reaction mixture was then stirred for 2 hours at room temperature under argon atmosphere. The solvent was evaporated and the residue was dissolved in acetone water 10:1, 11 mLs before mercuric oxide 410 milligrams and mercuric chloride 440 milligrams were added. The reaction mixture was stirred for 2 hours at room temperature and then the solvent was concentrated and the residue was diluted with ethyl acetate 150 mils, washed with 10% potassium iodide, saturated sodium sulfate, and water. The aqueous layers were extracted with ethyl acetate and the combined organic layers were dried over sodium sulfate, filtered, and the filtrate was concentrated. The crude residue was purified by flash chromatography, 4:1 hexane ethyl acetate to afford 23 and 82% yield as a syrup. And then it gives the characterization data. And then here's the characterization data. How did early Earth pull something like this off? And you think we've got all this figured out? You see the frustration that occurs? This is why I want to teach people that this stuff is so hard. But remember, is 4.4% yield? This is one of the advanced precursors. He started from multiple advanced precursors, but this is one of the advanced precursors he started with. So literature methods were used to make several of his precursors, but let's just take one of them. So this was prepared separately using other known procedures. It wasn't even described in those 90 pages. Well, we look up that reference. Compound 15 was in reference number 15. You look it up, here's the reference. All right? And so you look it up, and that is described. They say see scheme S4. That means supplemental page 4. So you go to the supplemental of this reference, and you find 105 pages. 105 pages. In addition to those other 90 pages of those sort of little procedures all referenced out. And here's the procedure. 105 pages. And so here's the synthetic scheme. To get this, so here's the synthesis, here's all the synthetic steps you got to go through. And I cut it off here. I just cut it off. I mean, I don't want to put you to sleep. Look, some people are going to love this video. Other people are going to say this video is the perfect cure for insomnia. I understand that. But just bear with me. I want you to feel my pain. Feel my pain when people suggest we understand how to do this. All right? So here's what they had to go through to make this compound. This is but now you go through but they're starting from here, and so this is what you got to go through. Plus 9 more pages of characterization data on top of this. But then look at that. In this paper, they didn't start from something that you can buy. You had to make this. Well, how do you make that? You can't buy that. How do you make that? Well, you got to look up in this article. So you go to this article. This is what it looks like to go through the primary literature. This is not easy. So you look up that article. And then our article, you find this article, here's the article, and there is that compound. So there they made that compound, and that compound conveniently goes back to D-glucose. Ah. Well, did they make D-glucose? No, they took it from nature. If they had to make D-glucose, it would have been super hard. It would have been another 300 pages that's trying to make D-glucose. And these are using advanced synthetic methods, not a prebiotic earth method. And so to make this, you got to go through all of this stuff. Here's the experimental procedures where you got to go through all of these steps just to make this. So here's all the transformations. You start with D-glucose just to make this intermediate. So in summary, carbohydrate synthesis is exceedingly hard. These are the hardest of all the compounds to go through. Carbohydrates have more embedded information in them than DNA and RNA combined because of all the ways that they can hook together. If you just think of oligonucleotides, if you had the same A nucleotide and you wanted to hook this together, how many ways can you hook that together? One way, A. But if you wanted to hook 6 D-glucoses together, it's over 1 trillion ways you could hook that together. So it's much more embedded information in these. And that doesn't come from the original DNA template alone. There are other enzymes from exogenous DNA working on that, modifying those carbohydrate structures on the fly throughout the cell life as different enzymes, different reagents come down on the surface of a cell, modifying the structures. It's really amazing. It's really just amazing. All right, coupling of carbohydrates together is painstaking. It's not tricky, it's painstaking. The untrained have no idea how hard the syntheses are to perform. They're just clueless. That's what I'm saying. They're just clueless. And this is why they can speak so confidently about this stuff, because they just don't know. The trained remain clueless on how these could have formed in a prebiotic system. The untrained see little difficulty in conducting these syntheses. So, anyway, that's the end. That's the end, and that's where we are. So, what have we done? Just to remind you, I gave you an introduction on what's abiogenesis. We talked about the primordial soup and what do lay people understand in this. Hype from the origin of life researchers themselves. I gave you a lesson on what chirality is and homochirality. And now we just talked about carbohydrates. So we still have a number of different things. I still have to go through the peptides, the nucleotides, and go through some intermediate summary, and then lipids, and then chiral-induced spin selectivity, constructing a cell, and then some summary after that. But we'll get through this together. Thank you for bearing with me. If you're interested in seeing more of these and you're not letting you to sleep, you can subscribe right here, and we'll ding you, and you can watch the next video, which should be coming out soon. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. If you want to subscribe, just click right here, subscribe, and we'll give you a shout out when the next video in this series comes out. Okay, Ryan, I think I'm going to call it a day. Whew. Okay, today we're going to talk about the building blocks of the building blocks. How clueless are scientists regarding the syntheses of the 4 classes of compounds needed for construction of a cell? So, the reasons for this series, again, I've just got to go through it because in case anybody's joining us for the first time for these series of lectures, Dave Farina posted a video entitled Elucidating the Agenda of James Tour, A Defense of Abiogenesis. You can see the description box below for the link. Now, I've never said anything against abiogenesis. I've always said we just don't know. We're absolutely clueless on how it happened, and I'll maintain that. There were numerous gross scientific inaccuracies in Dave Farina's claims, in my opinion. Since others might likewise be confused, I will use the Farina video with timestamps as the launch point for this video. So in this video, you'll see where it'll say like 6.23. That means it's 6 minutes and 23 seconds in Dave Farina's video. He said or he claimed this. Now, Dave is characteristic of what other people might be thinking too. So I'm thankful that Dave Farina attempts to teach the layperson about scientific topics on his YouTube channel, which is entitled Professor Dave Explains. So Dave, I'm giving you a shout out here. That's a commendable endeavor. I therefore seek no contest with Dave Farina, only to bring in clarity. I just think that everything that he said in that video was wrong. And I've never looked at any of his other videos, so I'm not judging those at all. I'm just saying in this one area of synthetic chemistry, I just think a lot was wrong, and we've got to address these things. Because many people, I think, probably learn from Dave, and then teachers might go in their classroom and teach these things, so we just got to get this thing right. Other synthetic chemists can comment and point out where I'm correct or incorrect. I mean, anybody can comment. but I particularly invite the critique from my synthetic chemist colleagues and students studying synthetic chemistry and those studying origin of life. If disputing with something I have to say, if you could provide a literature reference for something that you talk about, that would be tremendous. Because one of the problems with Dave's video, it only gave me one reference to really look at, and we've already seen that the problems that occurred with that. If you're looking for some slam down contest between Dave Farina and myself, I will just proclaim here, no contest. Dave Farina can win. I am just trying to bring in clarity. So I mean nothing of a personal attack upon Dave. So remember the building blocks of a car that we talked about? These are the parts of a car. This is not all the parts, because obviously some of this is already constructed. You have these seats already put together here. You have parts already put on the car here. But there's a lot of pieces. Could you put that together? Could you? Could you put that together? Probably few people could put that together. Now, if you had no directions, could you put it together? Very few could put that together. Some people could, but very, very few. What if you had no tools? What if you didn't have a ring compressor to compress the rings when you were putting the pistons in? What would you do? Maybe you'd do like in the Grapes of Wrath, where they put a wire around it and then that wire burned away as the engine ran. But it'd be hard with no tools. You need building blocks for a car. Each one of these parts is a building block for the car. Well, where do you get those building blocks? Oh, that's easy. You just go to rockauto.com. On Rock Auto, you can go to look up any vehicle, look up any year, and it's very well organized, and you can buy the parts for your car. So this is, again, a shout out for rockauto.com. You can buy the parts. But what if the parts weren't available? What if you couldn't buy the parts at Rock Auto? You had to go back to the basics and make each one of those parts. What would you do? What do you mean back to the basics? I mean you need the building blocks to build those building blocks. To build those building blocks, you need something to build those. Well, that's what you need. You need bauxite, which is aluminum ore, to make all the aluminum parts. You need copper ore to make the copper parts. You need iron ore to make the iron parts. And then you need crude oil to make all the plastic, all the foam cushions, all the synthetic seat covers, any piece of plastic covering over a wire. All that comes from crude oil. Now I ask you, how many people know how to get crude oil into all these forms of plastic? Probably very few. Some, but probably few. How many people know how to take copper ore and get copper out of it so that it's a usable form so you can make all that copper wiring? How many people know how to take iron ore and turn it into steel? How about bauxite or aluminum ore and turn it into first aluminum oxide and then treat the aluminum oxide with a carbon electrode and a very high voltage, where your sacrificial carbon electrode goes to CO2 and you reduce the aluminum oxide to aluminum metal? How many people know how to do that? It's hard. So if I told you to go ahead, build that car, build all those building blocks, this is what you have to do to build the building blocks, because you're starting with a prebiotic earth. This is what you have to do. Now, if you really had a prebiotic earth, you wouldn't have any crude oil. Because remember, it is supposed that crude oil is a product of biological degradation. But let's just say you had these, and I said, go ahead and build that car, here's what I'll give you. You'd be like, there's no way. There's no way I can do that. Well, that's what you're stuck with. That's what origin of life is up against. It's not just taking building blocks that you can get from rockauto.com, building blocks that you can buy from a manufacturer. It is not buying the carbohydrates already put together in the form that you want. It is having to make those from prebiotic chemicals. It is not taking each one of these compounds and making it from the known building blocks. You have to build the building blocks first before you can use those building blocks to make what you want to make. So, in that video, this is a call out from the video.
Carbohydrates are a bit more complex, since despite consisting of the same monomer over and over,
they don't consist of the same monomer, which we covered already. They consist of different monomers, lots of different monomers. And pointing this out, Dave did say the individual units can connect in different ways. He certainly did say that.
They can connect in a number of different ways.
But I don't think he said trillions and trillions of ways. Remember, why does it hook up this hydroxyl to this position? And why is this position down rather than up? Because this is an anomeric center, so it can be alpha below or beta above, and each one of these positions. And so he said synthesizing carbohydrates is trickier, though we are making progress on that too, and we already dealt with that. And some say
any biomolecule is easy to synthesize. Jim knows this. He's a synthetic chemist. What he probably means is that we haven't seen these biomacromolecules form spontaneously outside of a biological system. But that's not what he says.
So again, all of those videos that I was speaking on, those were all started out on origin of life. And so I didn't qualify every sentence. I qualified at the beginning of the talk, but that's not an important point. The thing is that there is this perception that biomolecules are easy to synthesize. Well, they're not easy to synthesize, as I'm showing, but they would be really hard to synthesize if you had to build the building blocks of the building blocks. What if I couldn't buy glucose and you had to make it? What if you had to make glucose? That's really hard to do, especially with prebiotic chemicals. He went on further to say nucleic acids, proteins, these are utterly trivial to synthesize. We even have machines that do it for us.
Jim is constantly talking about how we don't know how to make the 4 classes of biomolecules, which are nucleic acids, proteins, carbohydrates, and lipids. This is ridiculous. Nucleic acid synthesis and protein synthesis are utterly trivial. It's so easy to do that we even figured out how to make machines that do it for us. We type in the sequence we want on a computer, let the machine run, and we can get a DNA strand of any sequence of nucleotides we want, or a protein of any sequence of amino acids we want.
Wow, 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 wow. Any origin of life researchers out there that would like to defend this statement? You know, it's what every one of these machines is doing. It's starting with the building blocks. It's essentially gone to Rock Auto and already bought the pieces. But what if you had to make the pieces? And even with those pieces, it's not easy, as I've showed you and going to be showing you. I don't know why people think that this is so easy. Maybe it's because of the way origin of life researchers have written their papers, but it's not easy at all. And here's some more. He said most lipids are easy to synthesize. They're made off of a triglyceride. Some have said,
and lipids like triglycerides can be synthesized easily.
Well, we're going to cover that. We're going to show it's not that easy, especially when you're dealing with prebiotic methods. All right, here's the misconceptions. Some have said any biomolecule is easy to synthesize. And further said, Jim knows this. He's a synthetic chemist. What he probably means is that we haven't seen these biomacromolecules form spontaneously outside of a biological system, but that's not what he says, does not make the distinction, and this seems deliberate on his part. Okay, as far as the psychoanalysis and what's deliberate and what's not deliberate, I'll just walk past that. No, I didn't know that, and neither does any other synthetic chemist. It is difficult for chemists to make most macromolecules, and usually impossible when restricted to prebiotic chemicals and methods, and much harder for the prebiotic earth, where the earth could not buy the 20 amino acids in homochiral form, or the carbohydrates, or the nucleotides, or the lipids, all of those in homochiral form. Those are the building blocks of the building blocks. And no chemist in her right mind would support the nonsensical claim that any biomolecule is easy to synthesize. That's a gross misunderstanding. So, polysaccharides, their building blocks are monomeric sugars. The monomeric sugars are purchased and obtained from living systems. You purchase them. The companies from which you purchase them, they never synthesize from the bottom up these monomeric sugars. They obtain them from living systems. So biology has already supplied this. Rock Auto is supplying this. There was no Rock Auto on early Earth. There was no manufacturer selling these things. Early Earth had no biological systems from which to isolate the sugars. Proteins, their building blocks are amino acids, which are purchased and obtained from living systems. The reason you can make polypeptides, the reason you can hook amino acids together is because you buy the amino acids from a company that has isolated them from a natural source through the digestion of proteins. And through the cleaving of the amide bonds there in the proteins. And these were all obtained from living systems. They were taken from biology, but when you don't have that, what are you going to do? Nucleic acids, their building blocks are nucleotides, which are purchased and obtained from living systems. You purchase the nucleotides from companies. Now, they're not purchased in the raw form. They're purchased already protected so that it can go into your synthesizer, if you still have a synthesizer. Most of this is farmed out right now. But these are purchased, but they're obtained from living systems. These are molecules that are isolated from biological systems and then functionalized with the protecting groups. Lipids, their building blocks are fatty acids and glycerol, which are purchased and obtained from living systems. The fatty acids, they're not found in nature. They're not found in a prebiotic earth. Those are products of biological systems. The glycerol is the product of a biological system. All right, so where do origin of life researchers get their chemicals for their stereoscrambled syntheses? They don't make them homochiral, but even for their stereoscrambled syntheses. Well, the gases, they all have conveniently separated into individual cylinders. How convenient! And then the chemicals that they need, the basic chemicals that they need, they just go to the shelf and they pick them up. They're all purified in a bottle as purchased. But early Earth, prebiotic Earth, didn't have that luxury. All the gases were mixed together. So where did early Earth get its chemicals for homochiral syntheses? It had ammonia, presumed methane, oxygen, CO2, hydrogen sulfide, water, sulfate, formaldehyde, carbonate, formate, hydroxide, cyanide, cyanate, metal oxides. Had all of those things. Probably had all of those things. But where are you going to get those on an early Earth? Right there. They're all right there. Go on out there and find them. Okay, so origin of life. Students working in labs that are doing origin of life. Your professor says to you, no, you can't go to this. We don't have any stores of chemicals and gases. Just go out and find them. Go out and find them. Now you have to find them on a prebiotic Earth before there was any life. You got to find all these chemicals. And remember, all the gases are mixed together. They're not conveniently in cylinders. You have to find it all out here. You don't have rockauto.com to call upon. You can't go there to get it. You only have rocks. That's it. You only have rocks and that atmosphere. Imagine the constraints upon a prebiotic Earth. Summary, building blocks of the building blocks. To date, nobody has even made the building blocks of the building blocks for the necessary 4 classes of compounds needed for life, while using the chemicals that would have been available on an early Earth. Yet somehow, under a rock, someplace, the syntheses happened, and bingo! Life was birthed. You think that? You really think that? We're clueless regarding even the building blocks of the building blocks. Remember, the building block would be a protein. We're clueless on the amino acids for making the proteins, let alone the construction of a cell. I mean, that's a big deal. So that's where we are, and hopefully I can shed some light on it. And we'll pick it up in the next video talking about peptides and proteins and the building blocks of the building blocks for those amino acids. Today we're going to be talking about peptides, proteins, and amino acids. Amino acids are the building blocks of the building blocks, the individual units that you need to make proteins and peptides. And these large ones are enzymes that actually fabricate a lot of these molecules, build these molecules that are used for the construction of a cell. All right, the reasons for this lecture on abiogenesis, in case somebody's joining us just right here for the first lecture. Dave Farina posted a video entitled Elucidating the Agenda of James Tour, A Defense of Abiogenesis. You can see the description box below for the link to that video. After watching that video, I was confused about almost every slide and statement that Dave Farina presented. There were numerous gross scientific inaccuracies in his claims, in my opinion. Since others might be likewise confused, I will use the Farina video with timestamps as a launch point for this series of lectures, because many people probably believe like Dave Farina believe. And we've got to bring some clarity to this thing, because it's all wrong. And I'm not sure where you got some of those beliefs, but presumably reading the lay press, and then maybe some of the claims in the Origin of Life researchers' articles as well. But when you look at the data, it's very different. So we're going to bring some clarity to this, and you're going to see little timestamps. Those all refer to that lecture that Dave Farina gave, so that you can see people actually said this. They actually said the things that I'm quoting. I'm thankful that Dave Farina attempts to teach the layperson about scientific topics on his YouTube channel, Professor Dave Speaks, and that's important. I mean, I'm a research professor. I don't reach the lay public as easily as he does. And I normally am teaching graduate students or undergraduates taking chemistry and writing research articles. So it's commendable what he does. I don't have any contest with Dave Farina. I only want to bring clarity. Only want to bring clarity. I'm not trying to contest with him. Other synthetic chemists can comment and point out where I am correct or incorrect. I particularly invite a critique from my synthetic chemist colleagues and students studying synthetic chemistry, and those studying Origin of Life in particular. If you're disputing with something that I say, just give me a reference on it too, so that I can look up the reference to which you're referring. All right, with that, regarding peptide synthesis, in the beginning, some say, at 39 minutes and 58 seconds, quote,
But more importantly, the mineral surfaces could have acted as naturally occurring organometallic catalysts. These surfaces may have not only performed efficient syntheses, but given the possibility of the surfaces exhibiting chirality, it could have been the case that they preferentially reacted with one particular enantiomeric version of molecules, like perhaps only L amino acids. This would readily explain their prevalence in proteins, with enzymes arising later to perpetuate this stereochemical bias after their dominance had already been set into place.
Whoa, that is an amazing statement. And he shows this slide, the mineral surfaces could have performed organometallic catalyst, and he shows the hooking together of two amino acids to form a dipeptide, two amino acids stuck together. And this is what's called a condensation reaction, meaning that water forms in the process, and he nicely points out the water. Well, condensation reactions occurring in the water, generally, you don't do condensation reactions in water because you're generating water. So the water, so if you're in water, it's going to shift the equilibrium back to the starting material. I don't understand why some would suggest that you do condensation reactions in an ocean like this, in water. How can that be? Tell me about that. How do you do condensation reactions in water? Have you any references on these claims? Then some have made a lot of strange claims. Mineral surfaces could have acted. So in other words, you're not sure. If you look up mineral surfaces, people have tried this. People have tried to take mineral surfaces and done enantioselective catalysis. Let me know how well that went. Let me know their enantiomeric excesses. I'd really like to see. It's way below homochirality, way below, under the best of conditions in a pristine laboratory. Doesn't work very well at all. The surfaces may have not only performed efficient synthesis, but given the possibility of surfaces exhibiting chirality. Do you have any references on that? I'd like to see how clean those are. But you got could, may, and possibly. right there. And then it could have been the case that they preferentially reacted with one particular enantiomeric version of molecules, like perhaps only the L amino acids. You got a reference on that? I'll bet you don't. I'll bet you don't. So when some say that, they can't provide references on that. It is pure speculation, but it's could, may, possibly, could, perhaps. If you do that, we could have anything happen. It could be that pigs could fly. They could, perhaps, maybe sprout wings and start to fly. We do not do science based on what could happen. We base science on probabilities of things happening. And when you take could, may, possibly, could, perhaps, in 3 sentences, you have taken great speculation upon great speculation upon great speculation, and it is utterly crazy. But some people say this. There was a paper published in Nature on July 10, 2019 by Matthew Pauner. Now let me just say Matthew Pauner is an excellent synthetic chemist. I only have the greatest things to say about that young man. Great synthetic chemist. And Nature, again, is the best journal out there in all of the sciences. Nature and Science, but Nature I think is ranked a little bit higher. And here's what Matthew Pauner, an excellent synthetic chemist, says. In case those who said those things on the last slide, those people who thought those things, thought that, oh, Jim Tour's saying it, so it can't be true. Well, what does Matthew Pauner write in this article in Nature as he's describing the article that he's published in this issue? He writes, quote, "Peptides are an essential element of life on Earth. They are so highly enmeshed in physiology that it is difficult to imagine life without them. Peptide biosynthesis is now orchestrated by a complex host of genetically encoded enzymes. But it is inconceivable that these sophisticated and coordinated molecules suddenly emerged at the origin of life. It is inconceivable." To a great synthetic chemist who publishing his synthetic chemistry papers in Nature, he said it is inconceivable that these sophisticated and coordinated molecules suddenly emerged at the origin of life. But to some who put out YouTube videos, this is very, very simple. Very simple. Because they could, they may have, they would. Synthetic chemists don't agree with you. I'm not the only one who doesn't agree with those people who thought such a thing. Moreover, he says, quote, "Peptides are widely assumed to be products of amino acid polymerization reactions," like we just saw on the last slide. Whilst conceptually simple, in practice there are good reasons why these reactions are ineffective in water. They're ineffective in water. Like I just told you, these are condensation reactions you're trying to do in water. For example, amino acids, which their pKa is 9.4, which means their acidity constant, are zwitterionic at physiological pH. I'll teach you more about that in a few slides. Which quenches their nucleophilicity by protonation. And electrophilic condensation agents that are active, that activate amino acid monomers, can irrevocably block peptide synthesis as well as derivatize amino acid side chain residues. What does that mean? So he has the British spelling there, by the way. But because Nature is a British journal. But what he's saying is the very zwitterionic nature of all amino acids, it blocks them from being good nucleophiles. The amine is not a good nucleophile because it's protonated. The electrophilic condensation agents, the agents that you need to react with this, will block peptide synthesis, and they'll also derivatize the side chain residues. We talk about side chain residues and what happens with those. So Matthew Pauner goes on to say, quote, "Our group has reported a method to overcome several long-standing problems of peptide synthesis in water." Remember what I told you? It's hard to envision making peptides from amino acids in water. Synthetic chemists can't even envision that. So he's come up with a way that it might have happened, which avoids uncontrolled polymerization reactions and bypasses amino acids altogether, unquote. Quote, "Histidine, aspartate, cysteine, serine, threonine, and tyrosine, which are essential to enzyme catalysis, but are notoriously difficult to couple by previously reported prebiotic peptide bond-forming reactions. So you thought these were all easy? They're not. This is not easy. Now, he's come up with an interesting route, and you got to give him credit for this, a wonderfully thought-provoking study on the proposed prebiotic peptide synthesis in water to afford racemic and mixed diastereomeric products. He doesn't solve at all the stereochemical problem. None of this is solved. Moreover, he uses this reagent, which he says is this cyanide, this aminocyanide reagent. And what he does, which is really clever, generally chemical peptide synthesis, you take the amine and you add it to the carboxyl end of the next one, and you keep adding in that way. What he points out in biology, it actually goes from this way. It actually goes from this way, where you have this growing end, and this is now attacking in this way. This is the root. You're going in the opposite direction. And so he goes through this ligation procedure. Every one of these stereogenic centers is randomized. So if he makes a 10-mer, you'd have 2 to the 10th possible isomer. So this doesn't solve a whole lot, but it's interesting. What he's doing is he's trying to deal with these points that people think that you can just take amino acids and start polymerizing them. So what this does is it renders useless the Miller-Urey experiment, because Miller-Urey says that you make amino acids, and then once you have those amino acids that you get from a burst of a voltage, when you have certain compounds like cyanide and formaldehyde and CO2 present, that then you can get some amino acids, and you can get a lot of different amino acids that way. They're all achiral, none of them are homochiral, but you can get some amino acids. So everybody has been trying to get this chemistry to go off of amino acids, and it might have been a red herring. Pounder is suggesting that's not the way it works at all, because we don't know how to get amino acids to hook together in water. Doesn't work very well at all. Interesting. All right, so let's go back to some of the basics. Let me just teach you some of the basics on amino acids, because I know we have many people just learning. So amino acids contain both an amino group right there and a carboxylic acid. And they exist as zwitterions, meaning that this is a base, this is an acid, so this base takes that acidic proton, so they exist as a plus-minus zwitterions, which are 2 opposite charges are in the same molecule. Alpha amino acids have the amino group on the carbon alpha to the carboxylic acid. There's the carboxylic acid, here's the alpha carbon, on that carbon is the amine. Peptides are biologically important polymers comprised of amino acids connected by the peptide bond. Here's the peptide bond. So here's an amino acid, here's another amino acid. This R group means general groups that hang off. Proteins are very large peptides. Some are aggregates of more than one peptide. And some of these proteins are enzymes, meaning they do catalysis. They are the little building nanomachines of the cell. All right, there are 20 common naturally occurring amino acids. We've got to have syntheses for all of these things. And so here's the amino acids. The R group, this R group is different on each one of them. And they have the name, for example, glycine, it's gly, and it's given the one letter description G. So everything has got a 3-letter description and a 1-letter description. And you have all of these different groups that you can have on there. These are reactive groups. So what happens when people show the types of slides they showed that we saw earlier, they always had that R group, but they never showed the problems. When you have unprotected amino acids, you get unplanned couplings. It doesn't work. And here's we go on. Here's more of the amino acids. Here's some have hydroxyl groups, some have here's a mercaptan, here's a thiol, and a mercaptan, a thiol, a sulfide. Here, some have other carboxylic acids hanging off that would compete with the carboxylic acid of the amino acid main moiety itself. Some have amines hanging off. These would compete with the amino end of the amino acid. So these are all big problems in synthesis. This has an amine and a carboxylic acid on it. So these are in a cyclic system. So these are hard to think about how you would make these and have these all in homochiral form. So if you name a peptide, you start at one end, and so you have the ala, val, lys, or AVK, if you use the one-letter description. So you start from the amino end and you go to the carboxyl end like this. With the exception of glycine, all common naturally occurring alpha amino acids have an asymmetric carbon and are chiral. The configuration is S in all cases except for cysteine. So you have to deal with a lot of homochirality. So 19 of the 20 amino acids are homochiral, and the one that's not homochiral doesn't have an element that can make it chiral. It's not that it's racemic. It's not a mixture of the two. Nobody's ever made, from a prebiotically relevant route, nobody's ever made homochiral amino acids. Never. Nobody's ever done it. The Miller-Urey experiment doesn't make them homochiral, it makes them racemic, a one-to-one mixture. The DL system relates to the configuration of the alpha carbon of an amino acid to that of the 3-carbon aldose glyceraldehyde. The reason that we can call this R and S, that's fine, but often the designation D and L is used to reflect back to what a center looks like on D-glyceraldehyde. Complete hydrolysis and amino acid analysis. So peptides, you can take peptides and you can hydrolyze them in acid using 6 molar HCl. They will hydrolyze in water slowly. They fall apart in water. They don't form in water, they fall apart in water. But you can get them to decompose much more quickly, or you can use enzymatic degradation and bring them back to their basic amino acids. This is what industry does. It takes peptides, big proteins, and it chops them up into the discrete amino acids. It separates those amino acids, as we'll see, and then it sells those amino acids to people. And then the prebiotic synthesis crew goes out and buys those amino acids that came from nature. Why didn't they try to make those using prebiotic chemicals? Then they have to do exchanges, so they have to separate now all these amino acids that they've generated, so they use an ion exchange chromatography where they have polystyrene, and there's some sulfonates that you put on the polystyrene. These are all man-made, human-made polymers, and I should say human-made polymers, and they have these ions on it, and then the different amino acids will stick differently to it. So you put the mixture of amino acids on there, and they will separate into bands, and then you can see them coming off. They got big machines to do this, and then they put these in little bottles, and you buy the individual amino acids. The amino acids that people make to make the peptides that video was referring to came from nature itself. The building blocks came from nature. They didn't make those building blocks. Solid phase peptide synthesis. The carboxyl terminal amino acid is covalently attached to an insoluble polymer. The peptide is synthesized by adding one amino acid at a time to this polymer. After each step, the soluble byproducts and impurities are filtered off. That's why they do this by solid phase synthesis, because you have to wash each time the material off. The completed peptide is then removed by a reaction that selectively breaks the bond from the resin. This is not how these are made in nature. I haven't seen anybody propose such a route prebiotically, because it would take, a great imagination to see how this could be done on an early Earth. But you first have to protect the amino acid. So people think you can just take these raw amino acids and get them hooked together and it's DNA peptide synthesizer. No. So you have to put in what's called an FMOC group on the nitrogen end of the amino acid. So this is the FMOC'd ALA. And that is then hooked on to the polymer. So then this carboxyl group is hooked on to the polymer, so you do chemistry. And this is all human-made chemistry. We'll see. These are human-made coupling agents to get this to cleanly go. And so once you've hooked that onto this polymer, then you have this FMOC-protected amino acid on your polymer resin. Then what you do is you use piperidine, which will deprotonate this, take this off, and this further reacts with piperidine to give you this stabilized anion here. But then you've freed up now your next group on here from which you can do a coupling. and this group then comes off, and then from which you can do this amine coupling. So the solid phase peptide synthesis, next comes the formation of the first peptide bond, coupling of an FMOC glycine to the free amino group of the resin bound by ALA is affected by DIC and HOBT. Here's what HOBT looks like, and here's what DIC looks like. These are all human-made molecules. Humans have thought of ways to synthesize these to get these good, efficient bonds. This has been years of research working this thing out. I mean, many years. If you look at it for peptide synthesis, there's probably been thousands of years, human years, have been put into being able to do this cleanly. And so then you'll hook on your next amino acid, but it's FMOC protected. And he's giving us amino acids that have no active side chains. If the amino acid has side chains like thiol, like carboxyl, hydroxyl, or amino, all of those have to be protected, come in protected form. That's how these syntheses are done. This is not easy. Just because you have a machine to do it, it's not easy. The machine has to do a lot of things that's based on chemistry that people have programmed into it and put into it. And all these reagents come from natural sources anyway. All the amino acids already come from natural sources. So we've taken from nature and we say, hey, look, well, you can do what nature does. Well, you took it from nature. Anyway, so then you do this again and again. The process is carried out again and again and again. And then finally you have, on this polymer resin, you have, say, the sequence you wanted, this 3 amino acid sequence, say. And then what you have to do is you have this peptide bond. You then treat it with trifluoroacetic acid, again, an unnatural compound. And that's acidic enough to cleave this off the resin. That cleaves it off the resin. And then you get your peptide, your tripeptide in this case. And the reason they do this on a resin is that all these different materials that are generated here, all these different compounds, they have to be washed off. If you can't wash them off, they're going to stay in there. And it's hard to do reactions with the byproducts in there. Well, welcome to the origin of life research. That's what origin of life researchers have to deal with all the time. And so they don't purify it, they just buy the next step, or they make it synthetically and they go on to the next step, as we've covered before and we'll cover again. And so this is hard to do. The primary structure of a peptide or protein is its covalent sequence of amino acids. You have 20 different amino acids, so think of all the ways that this could be hooked together. You can get cross-linking of disulfide bonds. So you see the cysteine has the free thiols. These can cross-link, and this is what, for example, makes hair curly. And when you get your hair done and you want to have your hair reset, what you can do is you can reduce this bond and it'll free this, and so you can have your hair straightened, and then you curl it in any form you want, and then you re-oxidize the hair, and that'll reform these dithiol bonds, and then your hair is fixed in this setup. Cross-linking disulfide bonds may be present. Disulfide bonds like cysteine residues in different parts of the sequence are there, and they give different conformations to this primary structure. So here's the primary structure where you have these different amino acids hooked together in a certain sequence. And then you'll get some disulfide linkages that are here. And then you can get other hydrogen bonding linkages, as we'll see, and other couplings that can occur. So these are called residues, each one of these amino acids. So once you make one and it has this, if you just made it randomly in an ocean, you're never going to get the same one again, because the possibilities, if you had 100 amino acids here, the possibilities are just enormous. So when you have numbers like, 10 to the 40th or something, you never make the same thing again. All right, the secondary structure of a peptide or protein describes the relative orientations of the planes of the peptide bonds. Rotation about the carbonyl nitrogen bond is slow. So you have this partial rigidity in these molecules because of the slow rotation, because of some double bond character in that bond. Hydrogen bonding makes a significant contribution to the secondary structure, and 2 major conformations are the alpha helix and the beta pleated sheet. So you can have these peptides forming an alpha helix, alpha helical arrangement, or you can have them form what's called a beta pleated sheet type structure. So that you get these complete three-dimensional descriptions of a protein structure at the atomic level is called the tertiary structure. So you have the primary structure, and then you have the secondary and the tertiary structure. These are all commonly portrayed as ribbon-type structures. Tertiary structure proteins are maintained by disulfide bonds, van der Waals attractions, hydrogen bonds, and electrostatic interactions. So these are complex systems, very complex molecules, with lots of possibilities of how these could form. And these big proteins, these big things, they don't just spontaneously wrap up into the shape they need to be. There's other enzymes that act upon them that help these to fold. For example, hemoglobin, these systems that carry oxygen, is an aggregate of individual polypeptide units. You have these dimers hooking together further. So they will have hemes, and they will aggregate. So you have these aggregates of these peptides. And these are really complex molecules. All right, regarding peptide synthesis, let me bring you back to this. But more importantly, the mineral surfaces could have acted as naturally occurring organometallic catalysts. We don't know how to do this in solution in the lab, to do anything cleanly. But somewhere under a rock or in an ocean, like it's presupposed here, this is all happening in water. It could have, it may have, possibly could have, and it perhaps only reacted with L-amino acids. This is all fallacious. None of that is real. None of that happens. It's never been demonstrated, even in a pristine lab, under anything that is remotely related to prebiotically relevant, where you're just dealing off of a mineral surface. No way. And even if you use modern synthetic methods, we don't know how to do this well in solution. I mean, the buildup of material in there after each step, it just wipes you out. But somewhere in the ocean it figured it out. Moreover, it was said nucleic acids, proteins, these are utterly trivial to synthesize. We even have machines that do it for us. Some suggest that
Jim is constantly talking about how we don't know how to make the four classes of biomolecules, which are nucleic acids, proteins, carbohydrates, and lipids. This is ridiculous. Nucleic acid synthesis and protein synthesis are utterly trivial.
Utterly trivial. Utterly trivial. Then why do people buy all their reagents from companies that isolate their reagents from nature? If it's trivial, why don't they just make it? No, because it's very hard to make these compounds, and it's very hard to hook them up. Why do they need such machines? Why not just dump it in a flask or dump it in the ocean? They'll hook it up for you.
It's so easy to do that we even figured out how to make machines that do it for us. We type in the sequence we want on a computer, let the machine run, and we can get a DNA strand of any sequence of nucleotides we want, or a protein of any sequence of amino acids we want.
Yeah, sounds so easy. Shocker. Some have said
any biomolecule is easy to synthesize.
Wow. Just remember that, synthetic chemists, I know you're having heart palpitations now, that somebody would make such a claim, that there's people out there that really believe that. Why don't you guys just quit your job? Why don't you men and women who work in synthesis just quit your job and we'll just have technicians make the biomolecules, because they're so easy to synthesize, just trivial. And further said,
Jim knows this. He's a synthetic chemist. What he probably means is that we haven't seen these biomacromolecules form spontaneously outside of a biological system. But that's not what he says. He does not make the distinction, and this seems deliberate on his part.
Form spontaneously, even in a biological system, these don't form spontaneously. It's poof, form. None of this happens. In biology, you got enzymes very carefully putting these things together, and if there's a misstep, there's other molecules in there that take care of this. Nothing forms spontaneously like this. Nothing of any complexity forms spontaneously. No, I didn't know that, and neither does any other synthetic chemist. It's difficult for chemists to make most macromolecules, and usually impossible when restricted to prebiotic chemicals. And much harder for prebiotic Earth, where the Earth could not buy the 20 amino acids in homochiral form, or the carbohydrates, or the nucleotides, or the lipids. And no chemist in her right mind would support the nonsensical claim that any biomolecule is easy to synthesize. Here's what a protein synthesizer looks like. You have all these different vessels you have to have, and all of this plumbing that it's hooked up to. So to say we have machines and this is really easy, look at the research that went into this machine. This is a machine that was just designed in 2020. Now we've had peptide synthesizers for 30 years, 40 years, but the sophisticated ones are just coming out, more sophisticated ones. This is not easy. You don't find this under a rock. And every one of the chemicals in here, every one of the amino acids in here is selectively protected on the nitrogen. Every one of them is if it has an active side chain, has a protection group on that. Every reagent here is highly purified, human-made, human-designed reagent. Every solvent is highly purified. This is not in a bunch of junk water. There's no water. This is all solvent-free, done solvent-free, done water-free. Why water-free? Because water hydrolyzes this. These reactions wouldn't go in water. But somehow under a rock it figured it out. Let's look at automated synthesis. Here's a paper published in Beilstein, Journal of Organic Chemistry in 2014. What's involved in this? Well, to form this bond, you've got to remove water, just as was shown in this, but you don't remove water when you're in an ocean. You got to do this under anhydrous conditions. You have the N-terminus and the C-terminus. Here's a picture taken right from that article. And before all this, one needs all the peptides in homochiral form, which are made from protein degradation. So you take them from nature. Then you take it and you nitrogen protect, you amine protect, and then you have to side chain protect. Nobody ever mentions this. You have to amine protect, side chain protect, and then you have to choose the solid material that you're going to build this off of, usually some polystyrene bead, or in the case of nucleotide synthesis, off a glass bead that's properly functionalized. Then you use a linker for the desired C-terminus modification. You have to have some linker to attach this to the polymer bead, and you have to have the choice of coupling agents. What coupling agents? Because they don't spontaneously couple. You can mix the two together, they don't spontaneously couple. Amides do not hook up to carboxylic acids. Amines do not hook up to carboxylic acids. You can stir this all day at 37 degrees. And if you do it in water, it's certainly not going to go. It's going to go back, if anything. And so again, he's showing this FMOC group. That's still what's used in the industry. A T-butyl group. Now you have an active side chain, an active carboxylic acid side chain. So you got an active side chain here. So you've got to use this T-butoxy group to protect it. And then you're going to need TFA to pluck these things off. And then remember, this is going to react with piperidine and come off here. And then if you have, here's a Bach group, here's a Bach protection group. You can also have the Bach protection on the amine group, and then you need TFA to pull this thing off. All right, so all of these different things have to occur. All of these different steps are occurring in that machine, which you say is so simple. This is all, you buy the amino acids from a company that got them from nature itself, and then all of this has human-made chemistry. This is not prebiotically relevant. None of what is done in that machine is prebiotically relevant. You don't forget to mention the side chains. The side chains you have to have for each one of the active side chains of the different amino acids, you have to have a particular side chain protecting group. You have to have the right choice of protecting groups, so you buy these from companies that make these and sell them for a lot of money. You have the amino acid that's isolated from a natural source, and then you've taken human beings that devised chemistry to get just that side chain protected, and then deprotect and then FMOC protect the amine and deprotect the carboxylic acid, and sell those for you to put in each one of those bottles that's used in those DNA synthesizers. Then you have to have the coupling agents. These are the coupling agents that you have to choose from. What's the right coupling agent? Remember, we showed DCC and HOBT. There's a lot of different coupling agents that work better for different coupling reactions. And here's the solid phase synthesis. You have the linker, you hook your protected, your nitrogen protected group, you have your side chain protected group, and then you have your amino acids that you hook on there. And then you wash all of this. get all the other reagents off it that you used for the coupling reaction, and then what you do is you buy some more, your second amino acid that's nitrogen protected using a human-made nitrogen protecting group, side chain protected, built by humans for that side chain protection, and you pay a lot for this, and then you hook this up using an activating agent and a coupling agent in anhydrous systems, no water around, and now you get your dimer. All that just to make the dimer. And then it washes through the system and you cycle this on, and then you have to break it off the end. You cleave this off the end. Then you have to pull off that nitrogen protecting group, and you have to pull off each one of these side chain protecting groups using different chemistry. How efficient is solid phase peptide synthesis? Peptides up to 50 amino acids are routine, while those from 75 to 100 are considered to be difficult. So, and these are small compared to what's out there in biological systems. So these are small. And they're considered difficult at 100. Over 100 amino acids, and most people would recommend that you use bacterial expression systems to prepare the desired molecules. Use some biological system to make it for you. For large peptides, the yield necessary on every step is ridiculously high. 99% yield per step will get you garbage at the end. Most modern protocols expect 99.5% or better yield on every step. You need 2 steps for every amino acid addition because you have the coupling and the deprotection. Coupling and deprotection. We're not even dealing with the yields that the company had to deal with making those particular compounds particularly blocked. So assuming a 99.5% yield per step in a 50 amino acid peptide, we'll have a yield of 0.995 to the 100th power because it's 50 amino acids, 100 steps, and we're 99.5% yield, which equals 60%. The problem is you now have 40% of your material that contain a series of deletions. So some of yours, say you were making a 50-mer, some of them are only 49 units. And it's not the same 49 missing from any of those. Some of those might only be 48 units, and it's not the same in each of those. These are normally purified away by HPLC, so you use something called high-performance liquid chromatography to purify away the ones that you don't want. In some cases, single amino acid differences are very difficult or impossible to separate from the desired material. None of this is easy, even using the machines. Purification is frequently more difficult and time-consuming than the actual synthesis, and the typical throughput is 100 milligrams to about 2 grams. You need these commercial high-performance liquid chromatography systems to purify this after it comes out of that synthesizer. So that little benchtop thing that was shown in that video, I don't even think that that's a peptide synthesizer. I don't. I think that's an HPLC. That's not a peptide synthesizer. But even if it were, from that, it has to go into a purification system. Now, how do you make larger ones? You can make larger ones where you can, say, make a 50-mer, and then you can couple the 50-mer to another 50-mer, and that's done through native chemical ligation. But that's all human-generated. This is chemistry that's been cleverly designed by human beings. This was not available on a prebiotic Earth. And this doesn't go in water. This goes in human-made solvents that are water-free. So what about the sequence? The sequence of amino acids is essential for peptide synthesis to display function. You have to have the right sequence. But when I mention this in my talks, some say that I am way out of my element. I should not even be mentioning information, some say.
Jim is way out of his element when it comes to informatics.
I have no business because I'm way out of my element. How dare you mention information? You have to be an informatician to mention information, or a YouTuber to mention information storage. You can't mention it if you're not an informatician because you're way out of your element. Well, in biology, DNA carries the code for how amino acids should be ordered, transferring that code to RNA, which then builds the proteins. At 8 minutes and 32 seconds on that video that I cite, I argued that there is no information inherent in DNA.
There would be no inherent information in the DNA. But even if we gave them the DNA in the structure that they wanted, they wouldn't know how to put all the components together.
One can randomly string nucleotides together, and that would be DNA. But there are no codons. One needs to string them together in a way that carries codons in order for them to translate the information to RNA synthesis and then protein synthesis. Alphabetic letters strung together randomly do not make words. You don't have to be a PhD informatician to understand this. Alphabetic letters that are randomly hooked together do not make words. Nucleotides randomly hooked together to make DNA do not have any codons. There's no information there. So what was said in that video
Jim is way out of his element when it comes to informatics.
was wrong. Some disagree, retorting.
This is just nonsense. He is saying there is no information inherent in the DNA when DNA is inherently information because of the way genes code for proteins when expressed. Jim is way out of his element when it comes to informatics. Then he says something unintelligible about how if the DNA was provided, we still wouldn't know how to put the bacterium together. Again, this is ridiculous, because the DNA is literally what contains the instructions to put the bacterium together. I find it hard to believe that Jim does not understand how gene expression works, so this may just be dishonesty on his part.
So there's a lot embedded here. If you hook nucleotides together randomly, you have DNA, but you have no information there. Just like if you string together a random bunch of letters, you don't have words. All right, I'll maintain that. And I don't have a PhD in informatics, but I'll maintain that. Now, if you just take DNA, if I gave you the DNA of a bacterium, if I gave you the DNA and all the other components, try to put together that bacterium, we'll deal with that in a later later installment of this series. Okay. And where did the amino acid sequence arise in your mineral surface rock? Some suggest that something randomly forms that has catalytic activity of an enzyme to carry out chemical reactions. That's what's implied in this video. But when that enzyme degrades and proteins do degrade in water, how does more of that same enzyme, that same protein form? So to say that more just forms, how does it form of the same sequence? This is what I'm getting at. I argued that molecules decompose. So how do you make more of them, since nature never kept a laboratory notebook? It never recorded sequence. This is especially true in molecules that bear a specific sequence that carries information, which can cause specific reactions to take place on their structures. But some take issue with this.
One of Jim's favorite talking points, which is that long spans of time make abiogenesis less likely rather than more likely because biomolecules have a tendency to degrade. But there are some problems here. First, he is presuming that nature might synthesize one component of life one time and that's it. There's no reason to believe this. If conditions are allowing for some molecule to form or polymerize, then it can be doing that all the time.
Making the same sequence? They're going to make the same sequence all the time? You don't really believe that. No. The chances of making the same sequence when you have an oligomer of even 20 amino acids long, making the same sequence over and over again? No. Then they say
it polymerizes, then degrades, then polymerizes again.
Well, it's not just polymerization reactions. There's a lot of reactions that happen in a prebiotic earth. But let's just take your polymerization. He says it polymerizes, degrades, polymerizes again.
Whatever biochemical process the molecule will later be involved in, the fact that it degrades is irrelevant if it is constantly being formed as well. And even more irrelevant once self-replication came about, such that a mechanism is in place to continually build copies given the raw components.
Whatever biochemical processes the molecule will later be involved in, the fact that it degrades is irrelevant. If it is constantly being formed as well, and even more irrelevant once self-replication came about, such that a mechanism is in place to continually build copies given the raw components. To my friends out there who are synthetic chemists and are groaning at this point that somebody would say such a thing, I feel your pain. The only reason I haven't fallen out of my chair is because I fell out of my chair previously when I first heard that. And then the next time I got in my chair, I fell out again. So now I'm just kind of used to this. You know, I've just been so beat over the head with this thing that I'm not falling out of my chair. But you can get back up into your chair now. Don't worry, I'll bring this to resolution. Where would these synthetic reactions take place? I mean, where's this going to happen? Well, the one who's been proclaiming this, one proclaims says this.
Hydrothermal vents or volcanic hot springs could have provided the energy required for the polymerization reactions. But my personal favorite explanation involves heterogeneous catalysis over mineral-rich surfaces in tidal pools. The small volume of the pools solves the problem of molecules having to find each other in the ocean, acting essentially like a chemist's flask in a laboratory.
A chemist's flask. So the chemist adds these things in high concentrations, and his little tidal pools do it because they kind of evaporate, and then water comes in and they evaporate. Okay, let's think more about this. So how would you get the same sequence? So if they form and degrade, how do you get the same sequence? How does this happen? There's this article in Geosciences Frontiers. This is an article on origins of building blocks of life. This is a review article, and this was published in 2017. Here's what's written. How and where did life on Earth originate? To date, various environments have been proposed as plausible sites for the origin of life. However, discussions have focused on a limited stage of chemical evolution or emergence of a specific chemical function of proto-biological systems. It remains unclear what situation could drive all the stages of chemical evolution, ranging from condensation of simple inorganic compounds to the emergence of self-sustained systems that were evolvable into modern ones. He goes on to say, it is indicated from the overviews that completion of the chemical evolution requires at least 8 reaction conditions of 1. Reductive gas phase. A reductive gas. Remember we read that recently people think that the early Earth was oxidative and not reductive? But in any case, reductive gas phase. Alkaline pH. That means basic. Freezing temperature. Fresh water. Dry, wet cycle. Coupling with high energy reactions, heating, cooling cycles in water, extraterrestrial input of life's building blocks and reactive nutrients. The necessity of these mutually exclusive conditions clearly indicate that life's origin did not occur at a single setting. Rather, it required highly diverse and dynamic environments that were connected with each other to allow intra-transportation of reaction products and reactants through fluid circulation. So there's a lot of speculation in there, but it couldn't come from your favorite place, your tidal pool. It also has to have extraterrestrial. So these writers are suggesting that outer space is going to have to deliver this because we can't figure this thing out here. But again, outer space doesn't solve the problem. It just begs the question and pushes it out somewhere else. So in summary, some suggest, but more importantly, the mineral surfaces could have acted as naturally occurring organometallic catalysts. These surfaces may have not only performed efficient synthesis, but given the possibility that the surface exhibited chirality, it could have been the case that they preferentially reacted with one particular enantiomeric version of molecules, like perhaps only the L-amino acids. This would readily explain the prevalence in proteins with enzymes arising later to perpetuate the stereochemical bias. Every one of those statements is utter nonsense and fallacious. All right? There are no mineral surfaces that give you high amounts of induction. They give you very little induction, if at all, and that's in a pristine lab. That these give you efficient synthesis, I'd like to see the efficient synthesis. The possibility of chirality being induced, no. L-amino acids only, no. We haven't shown this. And this whole idea of reactions polymerizing and depolymerizing, they're just polymerizing. You have to understand reaction thermodynamics. What happens in reactions is many times you go from starting material, and those go over some activation barrier into product. Now the starting material is less stable than the product. And so there is a net enthalpy. There's a change in enthalpy. And so the energy to go back is greater than the energy that it was going forward. So not everything has a one-to-one equilibrium where it just goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Sometimes it goes in one direction and it doesn't go back. It doesn't have enough energy to go back up over the barrier because now the energy is much higher. And so what it does, it goes over other lower reaction pathways to the next step and the next step, and it doesn't go back. This is true with many organic reactions. Not everything polymerizes and forms. This was nonsense. It is also uninformed to suggest that, quote, any biomolecule is easy to synthesize and that protein synthesis is utterly trivial. It's not trivial at all. Thousands of person-years and billions of dollars have been poured into cell-free protein synthesis. It is anything but trivial, as suggested. The amino acids now come from nature. The way we make proteins in these machines, we get the amino acids from nature. We don't make them synthetically. And even if we could do this in homochiral form for all of them using our modern synthetic methods of synthesis and separation, none of that would be prebiotically relevant. Some provide, it does not happen under a rock or in a tidal pool. Some provide no chemical mechanism how this could have taken place. None. They just simply say that it could, possibly, may, perhaps, over and over again without showing references to back up the claims. And when a citation is given, it is misinterpreted and mischaracterized by some. This is the extent that it's gotten. It's just gotten really bad. So now we just learned about peptides. And that's just so we've already learned about carbohydrates and peptides. Now we're going to go on to nucleotides in the next video. So if you're interested in that, you can just subscribe by pushing on this button here, and you subscribe and we'll alert you when the next video comes out, which is going to be real soon, and you can learn about the next class of compounds, nucleotides. Today we're going to talk about nucleotides, another class of compounds that are needed for life. And the nucleotides are what make up DNA and RNA. The reason for this lecture on this series in abiogenesis, again, many of you may have seen this, bear with me in case somebody's just joining us for the first time. Dave Farina posted a video entitled Elucidating the Agenda of James Tour, Defense of Abiogenesis. You can see in the description box below, just right down below, you can link to his video. After I watched the video, I was confused about almost every slide and every statement that Dave Farina presented. There were numerous gross scientific inaccuracies in his claims, in my opinion. Since others might be likewise confused, I'll use the Farina video with timestamps as a launch point for the series of these lectures, because many people probably believe like Dave. So let me help out lots of people here. I'm thankful to Dave that he attempts to teach a layperson about scientific topics on his YouTube channel, which is Professor Dave Explains his YouTube channel. That's a commendable endeavor. I therefore seek no contest with Dave Farina, only to bring clarity. I don't want any contest with him. Other synthetic chemists, I invite you, come on in here and point out where I'm incorrect. You know, I'll probably say a lot of little wrong things. I mean, anytime I give a seminar, anytime I give a class, lots of things that I can say that might be wrong. But if I've said anything major that's wrong, I invite critique from my synthetic chemist colleagues and students studying synthetic chemistry and those studying origin of life. Point it out. But if you do me the favor of giving me an article on it too to help me to really know, I'll appreciate that. All right, nucleosides and nucleotides. A ribonucleoside is a compound formed between furanose form of D-ribose and a heterocyclic compound. The deoxynucleoside is related but lacks an OH at C2'. All right, so you have this sugar. So in order to make DNA and RNA, you have to first solve the carbohydrate problem. You have to make carbohydrates. And there was one clever synthesis that John Sutherland has done, and we'll talk about that, where he actually built the carbohydrate around the base. So you have a base hooked up to a carbohydrate. But again, carbohydrate synthesis is really hard. And remember all the different enantiomers you can have. So this is a stereogenic center. There's one, there's one, there's one. So you have 4 stereogenic centers in there, so you have 2 to the 4th possible isomers. It's hard. In all commercial syntheses, these are purchased. You buy these from the manufacturers. So when people are doing automated synthesis in a machine that looks so easy, yeah, because you bought this from a commercial manufacturer. And the commercial manufacturer didn't make it. They didn't synthesize it. They didn't synthesize the sugar. They didn't synthesize the base. They extracted the base already hooked up to the sugar, already with the phosphate on there, and they put it in a bottle and sell it. So all the building blocks of the building blocks you get from nature anyway now. They don't build this up from ground zero. When there's an OH here, this is for RNA. When it's devoid of that, that's for deoxyribonucleoside. That's the deoxy, meaning without oxygen. That's for making DNA. So you see the relation. DNA and RNA are similar. They have a base, and these bases can vary. They have some of the common bases, some unique. Nucleosides and nucleotides. The bases that occur most frequently are the pyrimidine and purine bases. Here's the pyrimidine bases. They have this general setup. Here's the purine bases. They have this general setup. There's these 2 purine bases, these 3 pyrimidine bases. This one is used solely by RNA. This one is used solely by DNA. And when I say solely, I mean predominantly. All right, nucleosides and nucleotides. A nucleotide, the A' phosphorylated nucleoside. So you have a phosphate out here, and that now makes the nucleotide. So nucleoside is devoid of the phosphate. Nucleotide will have the phosphate. And so this is going to be the one for RNA because it has the 2 hydroxyls here, and the same for RNA here. Sometimes it'll have 1 phosphate. You could condense 3 phosphates. Ribonucleotides are derived from the monosaccharide ribose. Deoxyribonucleotides are derived from the 2-deoxyribose. So when you have DNA, you're devoid of that oxygen, which would make it much more stable. All right, nomenclature. So you can have these different bases. This is the nucleoside. This is the nucleotide with the 5' monophosphate on there. And this is the abbreviation for them. And if you have a D, that means deoxy for the one that's for DNA. All right, the structure of DNA and RNA. Nucleic acids are polymers of nucleotides. So you take those nucleotides, you string them together, you get nucleic acids. That's what DNA or RNA. Deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, is a polymer of deoxyribonucleotides. The monomeric units of the DNA polymer are called residues. Ribonucleic acid is structurally similar to DNA but employs ribose, not the deoxyribose. All right, so here is now DNA because you don't have that extra hydroxyl group here. And you have this phosphate is going to be hooked into, so the phosphate is this linker between the sugars, and the sugars have the base. These bases, A, T, C, or G in DNA. You have the 5' end and the 3' end. All right, so the structural features of DNA, you have 2 right-handed helical polynucleotide chains run in opposite directions around a common axis. The sugars and phosphates are rich in hydroxyl groups and charges that are located on the outside of the helix and interact with water. The chains are held together by hydrogen bonds, A to T and C to G, referred to as Watson-Crick base pairs after the 2 gentlemen that deciphered for the first time the DNA structure. Structural features of DNA. The planes of successive complementary bases are stacked one on top of the other and perpendicular to the axis of the helix. We'll see that. A major groove and a minor groove are present in the double helix. Proteins and other macromolecules interact with these molecules. There is no restriction on the sequence of bases. However, the base pairing must be complementary. All right, so you have to have this complementary base pairing. So in other words, you have this helix, you have a major groove and you have a minor groove, and this is the stick version, this is the van der Waals version, this is the stick version. And then if you look from the top, this is the viewer's eye, you look from the top, this is what you're going to see. It's going to look like this. And the phosphate groups are pointing outward. Those are very hydrophilic, those interact with water. And then there's hydrogen bonding across these flat bases in there. And so you see this spacing between, for example, the C and the G base pairing, which has 3 hydrogen bonds, and the T and the A base pairing that have 2 hydrogen bonds. And these are these hydrogen bond stacks that are occurring. This is, again, looking down through the top and seeing these hydrogen bonds. All right, and so these then form helices, and they're double-stranded. And one runs one way, one runs the other way, and so they're complementary, which is very convenient. And these then start unwinding to start allowing proteins to make RNA from this DNA template. And then the proteins will start, then the RNA will then start synthesizing the proteins that are needed for whatever function we need in our body. That's the way this thing works. Isn't that remarkable? It's really remarkable. All right, so some say...
Jim is constantly talking about how we don't know how to make the 4 classes of biomolecules, which are nucleic acids, proteins, carbohydrates, and lipids. This is ridiculous. Nucleic acid synthesis and protein synthesis are utterly trivial. It's so easy to do that we even figured out how to make machines that do it for us. We type in the sequence we want on a computer, let the machine run, and we can get a DNA strand of any sequence of nucleotides we want, or a protein of any sequence of amino acids we want.
So I don't think that this is a DNA synthesizer. I don't think so. But in any case, maybe it is. I don't know. But nucleic acids, proteins, these are utterly trivial to make, he says. Well, let's see how utterly trivial they are to make. And remember, just making them today has nothing to do with how they would have been made in a prebiotic Earth. All the building blocks of the building blocks, the nucleic acids, all of the nucleotides are isolated from natural sources today. If you had to synthesize those, even using modern synthetic methods, it wouldn't be easy. Using prebiotic methods, it's impossible to do it in anything near a homochiral form. More statements by some people. Some people say this.
Any biomolecule is easy to synthesize.
Any biomolecule is easy to synthesize. Huh? And furthermore,
Jim knows this. He's a synthetic chemist. What he probably means is that we haven't seen these biomacromolecules form spontaneously outside of a biological system. But that's not what he says. He does not make the distinction, and this seems deliberate on his part.
And this seems to be deliberate on his part. I've never even seen them form spontaneously in a biological system. But nothing forms spontaneously. There's a lot of chemistry that goes on in this. No, I didn't know that, and neither does any other synthetic chemist. It's difficult for chemists to make most macromolecules, and to date, impossible when restricted to prebiotic chemicals. And much harder for the prebiotic Earth, where the Earth could not buy the nucleotides, that's the nucleobase, the ribose, and the phosphate, all hooked together in homochiral form. And no chemist in her right mind would support the claim that any biomolecule is easy to synthesize. And remember, you got to go out on that barren Earth and scrounge up the chemicals to do something like this. Hard to think about that. All right, so how is solid phase synthesis done? Well, you take your base so you have to first hook this on to the glass bead. Let's see, where's this hooking on to the glass bead? It's already hooked on. So we'll start right here. So here's a base hooked onto a glass bead. The glass bead is a controlled pour glass bead. So this glass bead you hook on, and you have a DMT group which has to be protected. Why'd you have to protect it? Because or else that free hydroxyl would have hooked onto the glass bead as well. So you had to keep that protected. So you buy the base, the nucleotide, with a DMT group on there. That's what goes in the machine. It looks easy because all the synthesis was, all this coupling was done, all the isolation from the natural source, and then the coupling was done before you ever bought it to put it in your machine. And then you deblock it, you pull off that DMT group, and then you bring in this phosphoramidite, where you have this activated system, the DMT protected, that hydroxyl group is then going to attack that phosphorus, and you're going to lose that amine, and so you get to this phosphate precursor group, and that's what remains in there protected. And then what you have to do is you have to see that not all of these are going to be coupled on. And that's why you do it by solid phase. And some of them never grew. And so you put an irreversible capping agent on that, and so that will never grow again. You have to do all this solid phase so you can wash out all the impurities and cap these things. And then what do? Then what you do is you take this molecule and so you've removed out the capped ones. The capped ones are no longer going to grow. They're still stuck on the bead, but they're never going to grow. And then you do an oxidation that removes this nitrile, and that will give you, it keeps the nitrile, but it oxidizes the phosphorus, and so now you have the phosphate group here, but you still keep this nitrile, which you're going to remove at the end of the synthesis, and then you go over it again. So it has all of these steps are involved. To just add on 1 unit, you have to do all of these steps. So solid phase steps, DNA synthesis, the starting materials come from biological and synthetic sources. So the base hooked onto the deoxyribonucleic acid comes from a natural source. And then you put on this synthetically prepared phosphoramidite, and it's used to protect the 3' hydroxyl. And then you put this DMT group on here to protect the 5' hydroxyl. And these each come with a base, but the base likewise has to be protected. So if you have any one of these bases, they're going to have to be protected. So you see this acylation here that takes place on these free bases. So the base also has to be protected. You can't just use the free base here. That's hooked on there as well. All of this you buy, and it's all been partially isolated from natural sources and then selectively protected, because you have to have certain groups blocked or else they would interrupt the synthesis. That's why we don't know if this was ever done in a prebiotic earth. Now here's what the company that does DNA synthesis for a living writes on what's involved in each one of these cycles. Deblocking. 3' to 5' nucleotide addition requires initial removal of the DMT protecting group on the 5' of the receiving oligo. This is accomplished by treating the oligo with specialized deblocking reagent, which leaves the oligo with a free 5' hydroxyl group that can then react with the next nucleotide. This step is also known as detritylation or deprotection. Step 2, after deblocking, then you have to bring in this phosphoramidite and do the coupling, and then you have to do the capping, and you have to do the washing, and you go through this over and over again, and then you have to do the oxidation. These are all involved. So just because you can program it in a machine, I mean, it's still very involved. There's a lot of chemistry behind it. It's not trivial at all. Tell that company it's trivial and see what they say. Then, after the repeated recycling, you have to have the final processing and then desalting. So you have to knock off all these protecting groups that were on there, pull it off the glass bead, and then it's not ready yet. It has to go into purification. So it goes into these 2 different types of purification. There's this polyacrylamide gel electrophoresis, PAGE, and there's high-performance liquid chromatography. So you have 2 different types of purification that have to be used here, that can be used on this, because you have to get away from all those capped ones that never grew. This is hard to do. Yeah, you can program it in. What are the suggested prebiotic routes to nucleotides when solid phase synthesis from a functionalized glass bead is unavailable? How do you do this in a prebiotically relevant way? And the base and the sugar cannot be isolated from biological source because biology is non-existent on a prebiotic earth. It's prebiology, that's why it's prebiotic. How is it done? This is what people foresee might have happened, and they map out a lot of this synthesis, and a lot of these are unknown steps. When you see all these double arrows, these are all unknown how this might have occurred. but it's one of these syntheses in here that we're going to get to where Sutherland has done this without going through the sugar. All right, he builds the sugar around it. But a lot of these steps, we're going to see, are these steps really realistic? This is what we're going to look at. But this is presumed prebiotic, nucleobased, nucleotides, DNA, and RNA, and then a cell. So a lot of this is unknown steps, and a lot of these people have done in the labs. All of this is racemic. A lot of this has not even relative stereochemical control. None of this has absolute stereochemical control. So in that case, it's prebiotically irrelevant, every bit of it. All right, so here's the Sutherland synthesis. So he starts from these small molecules, he goes around, and that's this section here. It includes some of this here. So it's this section here, mapped out. And with this section here, he goes to this intermediate. So here you have your RNA that has a phosphate, it has a free hydroxyl, and it has its pyrimidine base on here. So he made this without pre-making the sugar. Very clever way to have done this and saying, well, maybe this is how Earth did it. Well, let's see, is this really relevant? Could Earth have done this? Prebiotic Earth? We've seen this synthesis before, but this was one of the steps that he needed in this synthesis. And he made the triol here because he needed this triol somewhere in here. He needed this triol. So here's the oxidized triol. So you can see this because he's got to put an aldehyde on this end. So does this sound like something that can be done easily on a prebiotic Earth? Dihydroxyacetone. Where he got that, I'm not sure, but I'm sure there's, he went through that. Not easy to make dihydroxyacetone, but I'm sure the one he's using in his synthesis, he bought it. And sodium hydrogen phosphate were dissolved in water, and the resultant solution was degassed for 15 minutes. Degassed? How do you do degassing on a prebiotic Earth? How do you degas on a prebiotic Earth? Nobody knows. Sodium hydrogen sulfide, 60 milligrams, was added and the solution turned yellow. When the sodium hydrogen sulfide was dissolved completely, the pH was adjusted to 7 using degassed sodium hydroxide hydrochloric acid. How convenient is that? He brings it to pH 7 using degassed sodium hydroxide and HCl to adjust it just to pH 7. How do you do that on a prebiotic Earth? Hard. The solution was then transferred to a quartz tube. Where are you going to find that on a prebiotic Earth? You're not. Quartz tube containing copper cyanide and immediately sealed, whereupon a black precipitate formed. How are you going to immediately seal a system on a prebiotic Earth? The tube was then placed in a Rayonette reactor and then irradiated for 6 hours. Rayonette reactor is a box that has a lot of UV lights in it, and you set your reaction mixture in there, and you use a quartz tube because it doesn't absorb UV light. And after this time, an aliquot is removed and checked, and so remember, this is what he wants to make. This is an authentic spectrum using a compound that he bought. Here is what he made. All of these other peaks that you see in there, these are all exogenous peaks of something he doesn't want. That's why he did not use this. He just went out and bought it. He identifies this as a peak in a HPLC or in a GC, and he will never use it. He just goes on from there. If he puts it on a vacuum pump, he can pump off some of these volatile compounds. But where do you find a vacuum pump on Earth? How does that happen? You want to launch it into space? How's this going to happen? So the origin of life researcher's secret, relay synthesis over and over again to bypass low yields. So you take A and B, and you get a series of compounds, AB1, AB2, AB3, AB4, AB5, all the way up to ABN. You see all of these compounds in a HPLC, but you only want this one. So you don't isolate it because it's too messy. It'd be too hard to isolate. So you synthetically make AB4, using modern synthetic methods and modern methods of purification, or you buy AB4, which is generally what they do, which is gotten from a natural source. In this case, they have the triol, which is glycerol, which you just buy for almost nothing. And then you take AB4, that you've purchased that you said, oh, look, I made it by a prebiotic route. Well, you really didn't because you didn't carry that on. Yeah, it was a little blip, but it was unusable. But you expect prebiotic earth to figure out how to use that? And you mix it with C, and you get AB4C, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to AB4CN. And this is the one you want, for example, AB4C6. It's a little blip in a mixture of a lot of other blips in your spectrum. You don't use that, you buy it. You buy it. That's called a relay synthesis, and it's cheating. And they do it at every step. Most synthetic chemists don't even know that this is the game that's played in prebiotic chemistry. And they take that, they mix it with D, and they get a series of compounds. They don't carry that on, and they repeat that. So generally, this is what they'll do. They'll generally not carry it on. Then they purchase or synthetically prepare this, and they repeat this over and over again. Yeah. So all of that synthesis you saw, that's not real. When reading the precise protocols of Sutherland's suggested prebiotic-like precursors, one captures the high level of sophistication, expert synthetic prowess, and remarkable ingenuity of the researchers. Some reactions were conveniently run at room temperature, some at 60 degrees, others at 100 degrees, and then washed with ice-cold water, dried under vacuum. Often the molecules prepared by these supposed prebiotic routes were not used, but they had to be made more cleanly and in larger scale using purely synthetic methods and organic solvents, such as Lawson's reagent and tetrahydrofuran, to, quote, simplify the handling procedures, unquote. That's what they say. No, it's because you couldn't do it. Just-in-time and precise order of addition protocols were used over and over again. One sees precise pH adjustment through the syntheses, use of ion exchange resins, and separations from the reaction mixtures because proceeding without separations would have destroyed the carefully prepared products. So you put upon a prebiotic earth, which has the inability to purify the way you do, and you say, well, somehow it carried along these impurities. I couldn't, but prebiotic earth could. The prepared cyanoacetylene, copper 1, was suggested as a way to conveniently prepare and store for use when needed. Copper chloride was mixed with KCl, potassium chloride, to generate the Lumin catalyst at 70 degrees centigrade. Then a separately generated source of acetylene gas was prepared from calcium carbide and water. I didn't even know calcium carbide is pre-biologically relevant. I thought calcium carbide is made by treating carbon with a very high voltage and calcium oxide. And then you can get calcium carbide. I don't know if you think you had a pile of carbon and a pile of calcium carbide next to it and a lightning strike and you got calcium carbide, but okay, I'll give you that. If you take calcium carbide and you drip water on it, it will generate acetylene. But the acetylene just goes up in the air. But somehow he is bubbling that acetylene that he's generating into his reaction mixture. This gas was bubbled through the Lumin catalyst to prepare an acrylonitrile, an unstable molecule that needs proper isolation and storage to inhibit its polymerization, which was then treated with potassium cyanide for 1 hour. Then 5 equivalents of ammonia as a 13 molar ammonium solution adjusted to pH 9 with sodium hydroxide to generate the desired aminopropionitrile. And I know you synthetic chemists are scratching your head like, is this prebiotically relevant? All of these reactions were executed in separate clean vessels and properly isolated prior to proceeding to the next step. This is just a sampling of the preparations that are difficult for even the most skilled synthetic chemist, preparing very simple precursors to a few of the many molecules within the building block class, and all of their precursors were racemic if they bore any possible stereoisomer. So what we're making here is not the building block. What we're not making here is not the building block of the building block. We are trying to make the building block of the building block of the building block. Racemic ribonucleotides, thus prepared as in the previous slide, would have never been shown to polymerize under these abiotic conditions. The RNA that he made there was racemic. It never would have polymerized under these conditions. It's said in that video, molecules aren't made just one time. That's true because they aren't made any time by this route. Not just one time, they're not made any time. Small molecules, synthesis, and you form your RNA nucleotide. How? How? When you're making a video like this, how do you just say synthesis? How? Show me. You got a reference on that? Do you have a reference on that? Has anybody done that in the lab using modern synthetic methods to take chemicals and make a ribose and hook this thing up to it? Has anybody ever done that? And then they polymerize. How do they polymerize? They don't just spontaneously polymerize because you got these two free hydroxyl groups. Those are going to compete. And how do you get these different bases? So you're going to mix all of these different ones with different bases? And why don't these free hydroxyl groups compete? Why doesn't this hydroxyl group compete? Why doesn't this amine compete? You haven't protected these. But somehow, on a prebiotic Earth, it didn't have to protect them. But in laboratories and in the machines, you have to protect them. And then once this is made, this is terribly unstable. This is RNA. That hydroxyl group right there just swings around, hits that phosphate, boom, that comes off. You say it doesn't matter if it depolymerizes. It doesn't matter. It'll just repolymerize. But with the same sequence? How does that happen? It just repolymerizes. And remember, not everything has an equilibrium constant of 1. A lot of these reactions have an equilibrium constant of 10 to the 4th or 10 to the 5th. They don't go back. It's 1628. Some have said
the fact that it degrades is irrelevant if it is constantly being formed as well, and even more irrelevant once self-replication came about, such that a mechanism is in place to continually build copies given the raw components.
The sequences are repeatedly reproduced through the random polymerizations, not when they're 10 to the 40th combinations. Also, biomolecules can self-replicate. Which biomolecules are known to self-replicate under prebiotic conditions? Can you tell me that? You got a reference on that? Which molecules self-replicate? RNA? All right, what else self-replicates? And we're going to see how efficient RNA self-replication is. We're going to see. But you know any other molecules that self-replicate? Because you throw around self-replication as if it's a phenomenon that just pops up. In 832 in that video, I claimed, because he was showing pictures of me from another video, I claimed that there would be no information in randomly assembled DNA.
There would be no inherent information in the DNA. But even if we gave them the DNA in the structure that they wanted, they wouldn't know how to put all the components together.
Where others have replied,
this is just nonsense. He is saying there is no information inherent in the DNA when DNA is inherently information because of the way genes code for proteins when expressed. Jim is way out of his element when it comes to informatics. Nature did not set out to generate a particular amino acid sequence. The process was completely random. Countless different sequences were generated. It was only when a protein ended up having some particular function by chance that its production was preferred statistically.
Selection does not exist on a prebiotic Earth. You can't just put oligonucleotides together in any sequence and have a viable DNA that encodes something. You have to have the right codons. So what happens is you have this DNA that has a certain sequence. And so what it will do, it will translate into RNA that has a particular sequence. And these particular sequences, these 3-unit sequences, are called codons that translate into the synthesis, which then builds the proteins. All right, so you have the RNA, and these prescribe which amino acid is going to go on there. If you just randomly hook these together, you don't have the codons to make these. In biology, DNA carries the code for how amino acids should be ordered. Transferring that code to RNA, which then builds the proteins. Nucleotides randomly hooked together to make DNA. There's no information there. You need the information coding. One needs to string them together in a way that carries codons in order for them to translate the information to RNA synthesis and then protein synthesis. These 3-unit sequences are called codons. That video addressed nothing about where the information coding came from. Why? Why not? Because there's no answer to that. That's why. The sequence of amino acids is essential for peptide synthesis to display function. You have to have the right sequence. How do the nucleotides know to hook up in a prescribed order to form the codons for the particular peptides? And again, this is somehow happening in the ocean. So here we are again doing a condensation reaction in water, I presume. Because which solvent are you going to use? Remember, in those machines, they use dry solvents. They don't have free water in there. Highly dried solvents. What are you using? What's the solvent here? What solvent was there on a prebiotic Earth besides water? Tell me about it. Remember, oil came from biology. That's where oil came. What solvent are you going to use for this? You're going to do condensation reactions in water? Some suggest
Nature had no specific plan like chemists do. There was an element of selection coupled with self-replication, and all of the structures he is referencing simply weren't the ones that were selected. That's all there is to it.
all of the structures he is referencing simply weren't the ones that were selected. That's all there is to it. Yes, chemists can be selectors. Chemists can build things with great difficulty that might select something from a reaction mixture upon which it can react further. But chemists were not present on a prebiotic Earth. Chemists weren't there to do the selection like chemists do. What selector are these people talking about? Selection does not exist on a prebiotic Earth. There is nothing to do the selection, and there is no target to motivate a choice. Molecules have never been shown to move toward life. Molecules don't care about life. Organisms do. Molecules do not. They don't care about life. Selection does not exist on a prebiotic Earth. There is nothing to do selection, and there is no target to motivate a choice. Show me a reference on selectors that could have arisen on a prebiotic Earth. Show me a reference on that. Generally, selectors are far more complex than the things that they are selecting. So when you throw out this term, when anybody throws out this term selector, it is ridiculous. It has no basis on a prebiotic Earth. There is no selection being done prebiotically on a prebiotic Earth. RNA self-replication. Well, when you say that RNA can self-replicate, there's an example of a molecule that can self-replicate. Well, let's see how well it can. In general, RNA replication needs RNA polymerase or RNA replicase. Those are enzymes, as in viral RNA polymerases. However, in the RNA world explorations, researchers have made specially designed primed RNA that can replicate itself without exogenous enzymes. Gerald Joyce is one of the leaders in this field. But these self-replicating RNA enzymes are limited, far from a general application, and they have not duplicated a significant portion of themselves where further daughters could ensue. For example, a short RNA of 189 bases could replicate an 11-mer from primed template strands, so 6% of it. So only 6% of something that was set up to self-replicate could self-replicate. It had an error rate of 1.1% per nucleotide, which is a high error replication. It's high error rate, very high. Remember, at 1.1%, remember we had to have all those washing out steps, and we had to put this through HPLC? You can't deal with an error rate like this. The largest it was able to replicate was a 14-mer, which is also too short for self-replication. The record is 20 bases long, but again, too short for further replication. So these ones that it replicated could never replicate anymore, and it didn't replicate the whole thing, only short segments, and these were primed, set up in a laboratory under pristine conditions. Obviously, all the component nucleotides were isolated from natural sources. This RNA that was made and all the things that were replicated, these nucleotides that were used were not made prebiotically. They were taken from nature to be used. Nobody knows how we got these in the first place. Just so that people might understand, I was funded as a single PI proposal by the NSF in the late 1990s to do what was called template oligomerization for the replication of precisely defined synthetic macromolecules. I tried to devise macromolecules that were not copied from nature, that were not a copy of nature's macromolecules, that you could have an oligomer, monomers would bind to these, then they would couple, and then you could separate these two, and the mother and the daughter would now act each as a new mother for doing replication. We were killed by fidelity. We would get maybe 70% yield, and the other 30% just sits there. And that starts replicating itself and making a mess. And so it's just, the fidelity just wipes you out. So I do know something about this. All right, time makes abiogenesis less likely rather than more likely because molecules degrade. That's what I've said. So, quoting in that video.
So time does not solve the issue.
So this is an abbreviated example of one of Jim's favorite talking points, which is that long spans of time make abiogenesis less likely rather than more likely because biomolecules have a tendency to degrade. But there are some problems here. First, he is presuming that nature might synthesize one component of life one time and that's it. There's no reason to believe this. If conditions are allowing for some molecule to form or polymerize, then it can be doing that all the time. It polymerizes, then degrades, then polymerizes again.
All right, not everything goes back the way people think. Here's photoreactions that occur. UV light causes photo damage to DNA. So you have a DNA chain, you can get this coupling. Does this photochemical reaction just go back? You think so? Actually, time is an enormous problem. Let's see why. This is right off the Millipore Sigma website. This is a website where you buy DNA and you buy RNA. You buy it. They make it for you. Or they isolate it from natural sources, or you can buy it. Let's see what they say. How do you store this stuff? Here's how they say. DNA oligonucleotides are relatively stable molecules. Okay, they're relatively stable. How stable are they? However, they require certain handling and storage techniques to ensure trouble-free experiments and maximum shelf life. The approximate shelf life of non-modified single-stranded DNA oligonucleotides with proper storage. So how long can they properly be stored? Well, if you're in a freezer at -20, stable for approximately 2 years, whether dry or in solution, being water or a tris EDTA buffer. Or if in the refrigerator at 4 degrees centigrade, they're stable for approximately 1 year. At room temperature, they're stable for approximately 3 to 6 months. On a hot day, they'll be stable for 1 to 2 months. You think time's a problem on a prebiotic Earth? Remember, when we're talking about prebiotic syntheses, we're talking about millions and billions of years. This is the twinkling of an eye in prebiotic terms of time. And this website says these are not stable. That's why I say time is a problem. Time is an enormous problem. Resuspension, storage, and working habits. When you have DNA that's dried out in your pools that like to dry out and reform, unless requested to ship in solution, all single-stranded DNA oligonucleotides ship dry and are ready for use upon resuspension, with the exception of thiol-modified sequences. Weak buffers such as TE, which is it's a tris buffer, it's a tris hydroxymethylamino-methane, with EDTA, which is ethylene diamine tetraacetic acid, and this captures ions like magnesium. So you have to put it in these sophisticated buffers in order to keep it stable. If T is unsuitable for N-technique application, then sterile, nuclease-free water is the best choice. And again, you see the storage, how these things have to be stored. But the RNA world's favorite molecule is RNA. Well, how stable is RNA? Well, let's see what the Sigma Aldrich website has to say. Remember I told you that hydroxyl on RNA makes it a lot less stable than DNA doesn't have that. It's because that hydroxyl attacks that phosphate and it breaks. It says RNA is much more unstable than DNA due to its chemical structure. RNA is subject to autocatalysis as well as degradation by RNases. So there are enzymes. There are no enzymes here in prebiotic earth to tear this up, but it's subject to autocatalysis. It self-decomposes. Does anyone really think that it just goes back to RNA? Does anyone really think that these things just go forward and back? Here's what it says. The 2-hydroxyl group of RNA can lead to autocatalytic degradation, which in turn, under the right condition, lowers the quality and usefulness of the oligonucleotide. For short-term storage, single-stranded RNA nucleotides should be stored in the tris-EDTA buffer at minus 80 degrees centigrade. That's minus 112 degrees Fahrenheit. Where are you going to do that? You're going to synthesize this at room temperature or something so they can get these reactions to go, and then ship it on up to somewhere where it's minus 112 degrees Fahrenheit and store it there, and then use it within hours somewhere where it can hit a temperature where it can be used. I mean, this is crazy, crazy temperatures for storage of RNA. Okay, harnessing chemical energy for activation and joining of prebiotic building blocks. So here's an article that was written by John Sutherland, again, one of the masters in this. And he writes in this abstract, the joining of building blocks in aqueous solution from a common pool and enabled the progression of a system toward higher complexity, foreshadowing today's encapsulated peptide nucleotide acid system. So what he says here is that it is hard to join these in an aqueous system, really hard. And when you guys start throwing out reactions that all this happened in water, it's really hard. He himself says it. And so what he's trying to do here, he has come up with a chemistry that he feels could happen in water, where you could start hooking amino acids onto these nucleotides. You hook amino acids onto nucleotides because amino acids do have to hook onto nucleotides. So he develops some chemistry that he thinks might be prebiotically relevant. And you need precise alignment guided by these homochiralities. So these all have to be chiral when it's used in nature. But here's what he comes up with. So what he does is he buys this material. He buys these nucleotides. Here's some nucleotides. He buys these. He buys the homochiral amino acid. So he buys this homochiral amino acid, and it's N-acetyl protected. So it's not the base amino acid, it's N-acetyl protected. Do you find these on a prebiotic earth? Do you find the homochiral ones, and are they N-acetyl protected? And so then what he does is he reacts it with these methyl isonitriles. He says these store the energy to do these couplings. So here's the product that he goes to. Here's the joining of prebiotic building blocks driven by common activation. So he's joining these. Now if you look at what he joined, look at this. He goes from homochiral at that center. During the reaction, it all went racemic. Oh, what a shame. What a shame. He bought the homochiral building block, and it racemized. It got all, the stereocenter got all racemized. It's no longer homochiral. And he hooked it on here. And look, it got hooked on. But the NH, it didn't have the free amine. It had to be acetyl protected. Does that happen on prebiotic earth? Does it protect these groups? How did that happen? And even if it could, let's look at this chemistry here. Here's the compound that he made in what he presupposes could be a prebiotically relevant route. Now, let's look at time here. Let's look at time. So now we're going to track the synthesis of this. The synthesis of this goes up to the yield of 4.7%. It goes up to 4.7% yield when it was run at a pH of about 5. So the yield of 4.7% that was reached after 12 hours. So at 12 hours, he reached 4.7% yield. But then at 48 hours, it had declined to 2% yield. So 50% of what he made, the yield is bad, but anyway, 50% of what he made was gone after 2 days. You think time's a problem? I think so. Time is a problem. Because the very conditions that are used to make organic chemicals, Compounds decompose under those very same conditions. Time is a problem in synthesis. Time causes synthetic degradation. Time is a problem. Under the very reactions that are used to form them, they decompose. And so what you have to do, the chemist has to go in there and pull it out, fish it out from those reaction conditions when it's optimized. Ribose-based systems like RNA are chemically very unstable, and it's not going back. Under most of the pHs, he got 0 yield. Under some of the pHs, he was able to get a yield, but then it declines. You think time's a problem? It is such a problem. That's why every slide in that video I didn't understand. It didn't make any sense to me. Every slide was wrong. I got nothing against the person that made that video. I'm just saying it was utter misinformation. Every slide was misinformation. It was said, so this is an abbreviated example of Jim's favorite talking point. And so again, you know, this tendency. Yeah, these things don't just polymerize again. We even have machines that can do this. So here's the summary. Jim is constantly talking about how we don't know how to make the 4 classes of biomolecules, which are nucleic acids, proteins, carbohydrates, and lipids.
This is ridiculous. Nucleic acid synthesis and protein synthesis are utterly trivial. It's so easy to do that we even figured out how to make machines that do it for us.
Yeah, this is really simple. But in these machines, remember, you get all your nucleotides from nature. What if you had to make those? And you don't buy those just like that. You buy them protected, already preloaded to be used in the machines. You don't use water as a solvent. Using purely organic solvents, using all human-made coupling agents, human-made deprotection agents. You're sweeping out all the impurities. And then after you're all done, you have to take those and put them through HPLC or this electrophoresis. You have to put them through purifications because even then it's a problem. How this happened on a prebiotic Earth, nobody knows. So in summary, for someone to trivialize the synthesis of nucleic acids and their oligomers is uninformed. When it was written at 651, these are utterly trivial to synthesize on that slide, which was taken from that video. It was unappreciated that it only looks easy to the novice because thousands of person years and billions of dollars have been poured into oligonucleotide syntheses. And the nucleotides, the building blocks of the building blocks, were purchased and obtained from biological sources. It is anything but trivial, as suggested. The nucleobases appended to the ribose or deoxyribose come from nature. Trying to make them with prebiotic restrictions can only be done when cheating via relay syntheses. And even with relay syntheses, it has only been shown in racemic form and often as gross mixtures of diastereomers on the ribose. And prebiotic mimics had overwhelming chemist input and conditions and sequences that would be hard to fathom on a prebiotic Earth. That's what you got to deal with on a prebiotic Earth. That's what it looked like. It's hard to fathom how those could have been made. It's hard to do these in a modern lab, using modern methods if you had to start from the chemicals on your shelf, if you couldn't just buy the sugars. But on a prebiotic Earth, using prebiotic relevant roots, we are clueless. I have never said it could not have been done. Never said that. Some people claim that. I never said it. As a scientist, I never say it could not have been done. I just say that as of today, we remain clueless. All right, well, if you want to see the next video we're going to take a little intermediate summary and just kind of catch up where we are. And then after that, we'll get into lipids. And if you want to subscribe, you can subscribe right here. And we'll send you an alert when the next video comes out. It's going to be soon. Thank you. just take a little bit of a break here and just think about recapping some of what we've covered already in this series of videos on the origin of life. Let me again say the reasons for doing this, because Dave Farina posted a video entitled Elucidating the Agenda of James Tour, a Defense of Abiogenesis. You can see in the description box below for the link. After watching that video, I was confused about almost every slide and statement that Dave Farina presented. I think every slide in his talk was wrong. Everything that he said in this talk were wrong, I think. There were numerous gross scientific inaccuracies and claims. Since others might be likewise confused, I'm going to use that video with timestamps as the launch point, and that's what I've done. And I think Dave's doing a great job well, I don't know if he's doing a great job because I've never looked at any of his other videos, but I assume he's okay. But on this one, it was all wrong. So I appreciate his trying to teach the layperson about science, and that's great. And I have no contest with Dave. This is not something where I'm picking on Dave. I'm just trying to bring clarity to this field of origin of life. And I really invite criticism on this, especially from my synthetic chemist colleagues. If I'm saying something wrong, you got to point this out to me. I'm sure I twisted up little terms here and there, nucleotide versus nucleoside and things like this. You can point that out, but the things I really want pointed out are if I have the chemistry wrong, if I've said something about chemistry that's wrong, point it out. Let me know. And if I'm right, you know, if I'm right on origin of life things, let me know. If you think that as synthetic chemist that you're agreeing with me, let me know. We'll form a group. Remember what happens. Just because a person speaks with a lot of confidence, it doesn't mean that they really know it. Remember the Dunning-Kruger effect that we had discussed? That this was something that was published by Dunning and Kruger. People can sometimes speak really confidently when they know next to nothing about a topic. And you think, wow, they speak so confidently, they must really know. Well, not necessarily. They don't necessarily know a whole lot of things. It's just that they haven't learned all the problems with what they're saying yet. And then at some point, as they get more knowledge, then their confidence level will go down because they'll say, wow, there's a lot more to it than I thought. And I really hope that those that thought along with what was on that video would come to this point. You know, Kruger and Dunning put this here. I crossed this out because I don't think anybody here is stupid. That's not a question of stupidity. It's just a lack of knowledge. And I think that there's just a lack of knowledge that people presume with great confidence. They have very high confidence. But I think that people can come down in here and learn along with us. I'll continue to put out videos, and you can see the publications that are there, and hopefully people can come along and see what's known about origin of life and what's not known. I invite critique by synthetic chemists. What have I said in this lecture series that's inaccurate based upon the published literature? One cannot have a series of lectures and be correct on every point. I concede in some cases I will say or write silly misstatements or incorrect structures that can be pointed out. In other cases, I might severely misinterpret and misrepresent the known data. That will be unintentional, and I beg your forgiveness. I welcome your corrections so that I can learn. If you can also share with me the scientific reference when correcting me, that would be most appreciated. So far, what we've covered is reasons why I'm doing this video. I described what abiogenesis is, how that differs from evolution. We talked about the primordial soup and how what's the layperson's understanding. The primordial soup is not something that's just pushed to 6th graders. There are people in high schools that are getting this, and I presume in colleges as well, because many adults are mixed up by this. And that's what we saw. What's the layperson's understanding? And Their understanding on this is very little, so they've not got a whole lot of knowledge on this. There's a lot of hype from origin of life researchers themselves, and in their articles there's a lot of hype on this, and it's from the researchers themselves, not just from the press. The press is going to always ramp things up, but when we have a chance to review it and to check it, that's best, and we've got to keep these claims from going crazy. We first talked about homochirality. What does homochirality mean? Why is that an issue? We talked about what chirality means. We talked about carbohydrates, how they're made, and the complexity of carbohydrates, the ability to store lots of information in carbohydrate just by the way that they're assembled. We talked about the building blocks of building blocks, how in origin of life, we don't just have trouble making the building blocks of life. We have trouble making the building blocks of the building blocks. We talked about peptides and how those are synthesized and how it's not trivial at all. Nucleotides and how that's not trivial. And then we're talking now in this intermediate summary, just summarizing where we've been. And then we have just a few more topics to go in this series. So let me turn now from speaking about those who believe like was it in that video. I'm going to turn now to the talented Sutherland, Krishnamurthy, Devaraj, Pauner, Reichert, and other synthetic chemists. And I think that they would likely cringe to think that such gross misunderstandings as in the cited video are being promoted by some to explain life's origin. Such conjectures are not merely over-trivialized, they are consistently wrong. And it's misleading the layperson. It would be helpful if these kingpins in the origin of life community would bring some clarity to what is really known about the prebiotic chemistry as it relates to life's origin. And I'm speaking to my chemist colleagues. Watch that video and tell me, is that what you want people to think is the state of the field of prebiotic systems, abiogenesis? Do you really want them to continue to think that? That we're on the verge of doing this. These are all trivial things to make. Do you really want them to think that? I doubt it. The public is misled on this. Let's bring some correction to this. When we speak to the press, let's recalibrate the press on this thing. You guys got to join me and speak up with me, because there's misleading things going on here. Maybe when we address the next, and we'll learn about this final class of compounds. We started with the hardest, which were carbohydrates, because of all their stereogenic centers. And then we went to peptides. Then we went to nucleotides, which each one of them bears a 5-carbon sugar on that. One of them deoxy, but again, there's several stereocenters on that. And now we're going to move into the lipids. Lipids are the simplest of the requirements, the 4 classes of prebiotic compounds needed for life. Lipids are the simplest. Maybe when we address lipids, origin of life researchers will have made those simplest of building blocks in their homochiral forms using prebiotic relevant chemistry. Maybe they will. Maybe not. I'll catch you on the next video. Thanks for joining us. If you want to subscribe, just click right here, subscribe, and we'll give you a shout out when the next video in this series comes out. Thank you. Okay, we're going to learn today about lipids and the cell membrane. The reason for this lecture series on abiogenesis, if it's your first time joining in, this is for you. Dave Farina posted a video entitled Elucidating the Agenda of James Tour, A Defense of Abiogenesis. And I'm James Tour. You can see the description box to his video. I hope you go and watch that so you can see what he said. After watching that video, I was confused about almost every slide and every statement that Dave Farringa presented. There were numerous gross scientific inaccuracies in his claims, in my opinion. Every slide of his was wrong. Since others might be likewise confused, I will use the Farina video with timestamps as a launch point for this series of lectures. I'm thankful for Dave. He has his YouTube site, Professor Dave Explains, so this is a shout out for his site. I haven't looked at any of his other videos, only this one, and the only reason, it's not like I happened upon this. There were many people that wrote to me that said, you gotta see this. You gotta see what this guy Dave has said about you and about about the chemistry that you speak about. So it wasn't just about me. It wasn't just about the chemistry. It was a lot about me as well, but I'm not commenting on that. I've got all sorts of problems that Dave doesn't even know about. Dave psychoanalyzed me a lot in that video, and he picked out problems that I have that I didn't even know I had. I know I have a lot of other problems, and so that's not what I'm talking about. It's commendable that he's trying to teach the masses. I don't want any contest with Dave Farina. If you're thinking about a contest and who's winning, I'll just proclaim Dave the winner. How's that? So this is not a contest. I'm just trying to bring clarity because I think that everything that he taught in that video was wrong. Other synthetic chemists, I hope you critique me. Critique me. Point things out. Give me a critique. I want to know that. If I've said things wrong, point that out. If I've said things that are good, you can point those out. Let me know what you're thinking. Do you agree with me on this? Where are we on it? Lipids and phospholipids. A lipid is a compound that shows significant solubility in apolar solvents. That means things not like water. So things more like hexane or gasoline. That would be an apolar solvent. Liquids are defined by behavior rather than by precise structure. They typically contain a polar functional group, but have significant hydrocarbon content. So they have a polar head group, something that's soluble in water, and they're hooked to a tail that generally by itself would never be soluble in water. Phospholipids are lipids that contain a phosphate group. Membrane phospholipids are built on a glycerol scaffold. This is glycerol, this compound right here. It could be called glycerin or glycerol or 1,2,3-trihydroxypropane. Two of the hydroxyl groups of glycerol form esters to fatty acids. Glycerol is achiral, but it bears enantiotopic hydroxymethyl groups. So this is achiral, it's not chiral, but these are enantiotopic hydroxymethyl groups, meaning that if you functionalize one of these, immediately that then becomes a stereogenic center. And so then it would become a chiral molecule. When the two fatty acids are attached, the glycerol component bears a stereogenic center and the molecule is chiral. So as soon as you attach one to one of these hydroxymethyls, you get a chiral compound. And then usually you have both of these, and then this one attaches usually to a phosphate and then an ethanolamine molecule, but we'll see that. The remaining hydroxyl group of the glycerol backbone is often connected to phosphoric acid as a phosphate ester. So you get this phosphate ester forming. So this is your typical lipid with this phosphate group on one end. The phosphate is then connected to a protonated ethanolamine molecule in another phosphate ester linkage. So this is ethanolamine. It'll come in and now you have a homochiral system and its stereogenic center. And we're keeping in mind, we're just thinking about these simple phospholipids with one stereogenic center. Sphingolipids have 4 possible stereoisomers, and only one exists in nature, the 2s3r. But we'll just keep it simple here. And so this is a typical lipid where you have something like this. Structure of phospholipids, polar head group and a hydrophilic group that interacts favorably with water. A nonpolar tail, a hydrophobic group that is not well solvated by water. So it's got a polar end, nonpolar tail. So the structure of a phospholipid, you'll have these two tails hanging down, and then this phospholipid with all its charged and oxygen groups as your polar head group. This is what interacts with the water. This goes down in the lipid bilayer. This is often represented as a sphere with these groups coming out. This is the stick model. This is the space filling model. When membrane phospholipids are added to water, and particularly when they are subjected to shear forces, they undergo a self-assembly to spontaneously form a phospholipid bilayer. If there are no shear forces, the yields are much lower. So really, if you really want to make good vesicles, you got to put these through shear forces or sonication. A monoacyl lipid destabilizes bilayer formation. So this idea that you can have a lot of monoacyl systems in there, it'll destabilize it. They undergo self-assembly spontaneously such that you have polar groups on one side, the non-polar groups pointing in, and then another side with another layer of these phospholipids where the polar groups are down here, the non-polar ends are sticking in, and so you have from the top and bottom the non-polar groups interacting and then the polar groups outside. One of these is going to be outside to the biological world of an aqueous system. The inside is going to be to the inside of a cell. All right? Cell membrane transport properties. The phospholipid is generally impermeable to ions, so ions don't get through it. Some uncharged molecules like oxygen diffuse readily through the cell membrane. Substrates that are insoluble in hydrocarbons do not pass through the cell membrane. Substrates that are highly soluble in hydrocarbons get stuck in the phospholipid bilayer. Drugs must be carefully designed such that their solubility allows them to pass through the phospholipid bilayer and enter through the phospholipid layer and then enter into the cell. So it takes a lot of design to do that. The cell membrane is a large phospholipid vesicle in which there is a phospholipid bilayer. Bacteria can have a double lipid bilayer, and most have a peptidoglycan layer, constituting a cell wall rather than merely a lipid bilayer membrane. So actually, bacteria, which we say, oh, we didn't make a eukaryotic cell first, it must have been a bacterium. If that's the case, the lipid bilayer is going to have to be a lot more complex because we have actually a cell wall where we have this peptidoglycan layer. But in any case, you have this cell membrane, and you have one side facing outward toward the water, another side facing inward, and there's these embedded proteins in it. These are essential for any cell function. And these embedded proteins have different jobs. And if you look down over the top, so here's the bilayer, there's this protein in there. If you look down over the top, you'll see that this particular protein allows potassium ions in and out. And it has a particular size that allows ions in and out. You have to be able to keep proton gradients. You have to be able to keep the charge in the cell different than the charge outside the system to keep a good proton gradient. And these integral proteins in this bilayer allow certain molecules to get in and certain molecules to get out. They're very selective. If you just have leaky cells, you're going to have dead cells very quickly. Researchers have identified thousands of different lipid structures in cell membranes. They move in swarms through periods of cell function. It has never been shown that a homogeneous lipid bilayer system can operate as a suitable cell membrane. Although all protocells are just homogeneous cell membranes, it's never been shown that something like that could operate as a cell. You have to have different types. That's all we know about in cells today. Lipid bilayers surround subcellular organelles such as nuclei, mitochondria. They all have their own lipid. So you have your outer vesicle, the lipid bilayer, and then inside you have another lipid bilayer around the nucleus, another lipid bilayer around mitochondria, and that's in the eukaryotic cells, which are themselves microsystem assemblies. Each of these has their own lipid composition different from the host vesicle. So each of these has their own lipids that make it up, the lipid composition. Lipid bilayers have a non-symmetric distribution between the inner and outer surfaces. And this has never been shown, and it's never been shown that a symmetric composition can operate as a cell membrane. So if this is outside of the cell, this is inside of the cell, you have a lipid bilayer. The constituents of the lipid on this side, on the outside, are different than these lipids on the inside. Every protocell experiment that I've read about, they're all the same. We have no idea if a cell can operate if you have a symmetric lipid bilayer. Protein-lipid complexes are required passive transport sites and active pumps for the passage of ions and molecules through the bilayer membranes, often with high specificity. Lipid bilayers have vast numbers of polycarbohydrate appendages known as glycans. These are essential for cell regulation. Nobody knows how these were made in a prebiotic system. And so to think that you can just take a bunch of salad dressing and get these sorts of assemblies is wrong. And anyway, your salad dressing, all of that came from biological sources. We're dealing with the prebiotic earth here. So in that video that we're talking about the synthesis. It was written, most lipids are easy to synthesize. Okay? Well, then he shows us a triglyceride. So he's showing us groups coming off of this glycerol molecule. But it has now a stereogenic center because R1 and R3 are different. How did that stereogenic center arise in that homochiral molecule if all of these are easy to synthesize? How did that happen? We have no idea. Some have said...
And lipids like triglycerides can be synthesized easily. Any biomolecule is easy to synthesize.
Well, the improper stereoisomer of the lipids are known not to function in cell operation. And so you can see that article. So you have to have the proper stereochemistry there, or else the cells don't function. You can't have this mixture. And we'll talk more about how important chirality is. In that same video, it says,
Amphiphilic lipids spontaneously form ordered structures. As we mentioned earlier, this is how soap works. Bilayer formation is a spontaneous process due to the amphiphilic nature of phospholipids, although in prebiotic absence of phospholipids, the first membranes can have been bilayers or even monolayers of fatty acids or other simple lipids that can easily have arisen spontaneously.
Could you please tell me how a fatty acid on early Earth could have formed, where you have methane molecules could have strung themselves together to get a fatty acid and with a carboxyl group at the end? You want to show me the aldol chemistry that's easy to affect so that you can get a fatty acid? I'd love to see that. Fatty acids today are isolated from natural sources. Just even a fatty acid hydrocarbon chain with a carboxyl group at the end. Try to do that on a prebiotic Earth. Some have proposed hydrothermal vents as a route to fatty acids. And there's this paper from McCullum and Seawald, and this was a review article entitled Abiotic Syntheses of Organic Compounds in Deep Sea Hydrothermal Environments. There have been suggestions that the Fischer-Tropsch type syntheses in hydrothermal vents can afford fatty acids, where carbon monoxide or generally one carbon oxygenated compounds can be reduced with hydrogen. The temperature in excess of 150 degrees and high pressures would be necessary. However, the article above states, quote, while hydrocarbons and other organic compounds have been observed in hydrothermal fluids and associated mineral deposits, criteria that can be used to differentiate the abiotic compounds from those derived from other sources have not yet emerged. Experimental studies have shown that light hydrocarbons and more complex compounds can be synthesized under certain hydrothermal conditions, while other experiments conducted under similar conditions have failed to produce organic compounds except for methane. It is not yet clear what factors control whether or not synthesis can proceed, making it difficult at this time to identify with certainty those environments within natural hydrothermal systems where abiotic synthesis might be occurring, unquote. In other words, thinking about just even where a fatty acid comes from before there's been biology around in a prebiotic system is hard. And even if you look at hydrothermal vents today, it's hard to know what is the source of the hydrocarbons that are coming out. Is that really due to a Fischer-Tropsch type reduction occurring, or is that due to oil products that are under the ground that are of biological origin? It's hard to discern that, and isotopic ratios can help to discern that, but still it's hard. It is possible that fatty acids may have come from Fischer-Tropsch reactions. We can't rule that out. But again, it's not entirely clear, and they certainly don't spontaneously arise. There's a proposed glycoaldehyde route to fatty acids. So some ideas have come out on this. And this was an article from 1991 where this proposal was first given in the Journal of Molecular Evolution by Arthur Weber. While there was a glycoaldehyde route proposed to fatty acids, no such route has ever been demonstrated under prebiotically relevant conditions. So even making fatty acids is hard to think about being done under prebiotic conditions. It's not so easy. Can fatty acids really serve as cellular membranes, as some claim? The first membranes can have been bilayers or even monolayers. Do you know any example, show me any example of a monolayer acting as a cell membrane? This is grabbing things out of the air and proclaiming it from the rooftop. I just thought of something. I think I'll proclaim that with a high degree of confidence. Let's see what the literature says. Here's an article that came out in November 2020 in Nature Chemistry, the top chemistry journal, Nature Chemistry. And here's what Neil Devaraj writes. Quote, all living organisms harness proton gradients across phospholipid membranes to generate energy. Vesicles formed from simpler amphiphiles, such as fatty acids, are unable to maintain proton gradients, suggesting that diacyl phospholipid membranes appear early in the origin of life. Okay, so this origin of life researcher tells us that fatty acids alone cannot, lipids made from fatty acid membranes cannot maintain proton gradients. So all of this nonsense that you can make this from salad dressing is utter nonsense. Cells don't work that way. We are told in the literature that fatty acids can't maintain a proton gradient. Without a proton gradient, you don't have life. So phospholipids must have been around from the beginning. That's what that says. So you've got to stop grabbing ideas out of wherever you grab them and apply them here. It can't happen. You can't just proclaim these things. Whoever does that. One cannot suggest the spontaneous synthesis of fatty acids. And even if there were fatty acids, they would not suffice as cell membranes. Furthermore, this is not how soap works, as some have claimed. All right, so here's what Dave Rogers' article. So he has this whole article on enzyme-free synthesis of natural phospholipids. This is an article from November 2020. This is state of the art in the best chemistry journal. Let's see how he supposes that phospholipids could have been made in a prebiotically relevant synthesis. Well, what he does is he starts with this lysophospholipid, LPC, right here. It already bears the stereogenic center, and it already bears the phosphate. Where did he get this? Did he make this prebiotically? No. He bought it from Avanti Polar Lipids Incorporated. And I know the owner of that company, Walt Shaw. And they get this from biological sites. And Avanti obtains the homochiral material from a biological source. They put it in a bottle and they sell it. There's no known prebiotic-like route to this homochiral or even racemic compound. Show me the route to even the racemic compound. You got to have a double bond there. How do you get a Z double bond there? The commercial thiacholine chloride was synthetically coupled with commercial oleic acid from a biological source. Just even oleic acid. This comes from a biological source. This doesn't wander around on a prebiotic earth, and it doesn't form spontaneously, I can tell you that. It was synthetically coupled with commercial oleic acid from a biological source using a commercial carbodiamide, that's a human-made coupling agent, in dichloromethane, a human-made solvent. There's no dichloromethane on an early earth. Nobody suggests that. Under argon, which is an inert gas, to make the thioester 2B. And you see that on the next page. So this he makes by a non-biologically relevant route, and this he buys. And then using an enzyme-free condition, he allows this hydroxyl to attack that carbonyl and to kick that thiol out. and that will then form the phospholipid of interest. He runs this at a pH of 10.6, which is quite high. So he's got it quite basic here. But okay, we'll give him that, and he runs this at 37 degrees, so that'd be a hot day outside. Let's look today at the syntheses of the origin of life, people. Are they prebiotically relevant? We've seen cases before where it was hard to think that they were prebiotically relevant. Let's look at the one today. Remember what I told you. This is what these guys do. This is their little secret. They do relay synthesis over and over again. They take A and they mix it with B and they make a series of compounds. One of the ones in that series of compounds is the one they want. But they don't use that. They just make that some other synthetic way, or they buy it, and they go on to the next step. So they take this compound, they mix it with C, they get a series of different compounds here, but they don't use that. They take that, they either make it synthetically, or they buy it. So the poor prebiotic earth would be stuck with this mixture. What am I going to do? And the origin of life researcher says, well, that's your problem, not mine, because I can buy it. And they leave the prebiotic earth stuck with that. They don't know what to do with it. They don't have no idea how the prebiotic earth dealt with it and brought that on to the next step with all these other competing things in there. But that's where they leave it, and they do this over and over again. Okay, so here is Devaraj's prebiotic route. And again, I'm not picking on Devaraj here. I have real respect for these folks. I really do. So Devaraj purchased these starting materials for his prebiotically plausible route. He purchased oleic acid. He didn't make it. All right? Choline, this choline thiol chloride. He purchases this, and he couples these under these conditions that he say could be prebiologically relevant. All right, to get this compound. But he already purchased this. He didn't make this by some prebiotic route. And he purchases this compound, and now he couples these two together. So let's see this. Reaction scheme for the dicyano-diamide mediated condensation. That's this compound, this mediated condensation of oleic acid and thiolcholine chloride. This is one of his main points in his paper here, to form the thioester 2B. So this is the reaction scheme. The comparison of extracted ion chromatography corresponding to M/Z 384. That's the mass spectrum positive ion mode for an analytical standard sample of 2B top and 2B generated in the reaction bottom. A turbid dispersion of oleic acid and dicyanamide was prepared. It was turbid because this compound, oleic acid, is not that soluble in water. Was prepared at 0.1 mLs of aqueous hydrochloric acid at pH approximately 1. So you've got a pH of 1 here. Remember in the last slide he had a pH of 10.5? Now he's got a pH of 1. It's easy to do that in a lab. You got to ship these things probably a long distance on a prebiotic earth to get this to happen. In one place it's acid, and one place it's strong base. Into this choline thiol chloride is added, and the dispersion was tumbled for 37 degrees overnight. A small volume of the dispersion is analyzed by HPLC mass spec, and compound 2B could be detected. Well, guess what? By this prebiotic route, he doesn't tell us what the yield is. There's no mention of the yield. Now, if I got this wrong, Devaraj or his student can correct me. If it was in that paper, I'm sorry. We'll get that thing corrected. There's no mention of yield or purity in this reaction, only that it could be detected. But Devaraj did not use what he made by this supposed prebiotic-like route. He just made it, and then he didn't use it. Why didn't he use it and go on in the next step? Because the yield was probably really bad, and was probably had a lot of other junk in there, and he just detected, yep, it's there. Remember this slide? Yep, it's there. Let's just buy it and go on to the next step. How convenient. How convenient. And that's prebiologically relevant to them. Prebiotically relevant. All reagents below were purchased for the synthetic process. This is how Devaraj made the compound that he really used. He purchased oleic acid, purchases the choline chloride, and he takes 4-dimethylaminopyridine, which is a human-made reagent, and he mixes it with the 3-dimethylamino-propyl N-ethyl carbodiamide hydrochloride. That's this EDC coupling, this EDC compound. And he was added to a solution of oleic acid, which he bought, dichloromethane, which he bought, all human-made material. This is all human-made. This is isolated from natural sources. And thiolcholine chloride, which he buys at minus 78 degrees under argon. Because you're not really going to find that in a prebiotic environment. This is all human-made. And he separates it by column chromatography, and he gets it really pure, something that nature would never be able to do. No idea. But that's nature's problem, not his problem. Devaraj further suggests a prebiotic route to LPC1A. So he further suggests there is a prebiotic route to this. So here's how he made this compound 2B, and then he suggests a way to make the compound 1A. What he suggests is this. He writes this lysophospholipids, such as lysophosphatidic acid, can be obtained by hydrolysis of cyclophosphate amphiphiles, which have been shown to be prebiotically synthesized from glycerol, fatty acid, and diaminophosphate in the presence of imidazole. All right, so what does all that mean? He says, okay, let me tell you how this thing could have been made in a prebiotic sense. How could this thing have been made on a prebiotic earth? Well, it could have been made from this lysophosphatidic acid. And so if you had a lysophosphatidic acid, this is very similar to this cyclic amphiphile. So this hydroxyl just comes in, attacks the phosphorus, out goes water. And I'll give him that. So somehow, if you could make this, then you could have made this. If you could have made this, you could have made this, without any understanding of how he got that stereogenic center. So this is homochiral, what he bought from a natural source, from a company that sells it from a natural source. But he says it could have been made from this. And so he doesn't show us in his paper, but he refers us to another reference. So we look up reference 19 in the Devaraj paper. When we look it up, we're going to search for this molecule, because that's what he says you can make in a prebiotically relevant manner. So here's reference 19. It's a paper by Mansi. And in this Mansi paper, he really didn't have it. The only thing he made it with, he didn't make it with a C18 chain with a Z double bond. He made it with a C10 chain. He made it with a C9 chain. He made this with these chains, but not with this chain. This chain's very different now. This is going to be a whole lot less soluble. So it wasn't really made in this paper. Something like it was made that wouldn't have formed the same way. So you see, this is a C18 chain, oleic acid derived. This is C10 chain, so it's very different in water, and it has no Z alkene, and it's not homochiral. There's no stereogenic center. This is racemic. If you're going to make this by any prebiotic route, this is racemic. This is not a stereogenic, this is a stereogenic center, but it's racemic. It's not homochiral. It's got both enantiomers here. But he used the homochiral one. How did he set that center in a homochiral sense on a prebiotic earth? Nobody knows, and Mansi doesn't tell us. But Mansi says, well, if you really want to see the synthesis of this, you've got to look up reference 18 in my paper. So Devaraj has us check reference 19 to the Mansi paper. Mansi says, well, if you really want to see that synthesis, you got to go to reference 18. All right, so we go to reference 18 in that paper. So here's reference 18 in the Mansi paper, and we go to this paper by Krishnamurti in Nature Chemistry, and then we go to look up that synthesis, and it's not quite there. He refers us to the supplementary material that is appended to this paper that you find online. Okay. It's 175 pages. 175 pages. Poor early Earth had a lot of chemistry to do just to make this one compound. So he sends you back to this compound. It's not just this one compound. He describes a lot of related compounds to this. So he takes this glycerol, and he's able to make this cyclic compound. But there's no, this is now a stereogenic center, but it's racemic. He has not controlled the homochirality. And he can take these compounds with this DAP compound. You can mix this glycerol and he shows it with the C9 compound, not the C18 compound that we really wanted to be shown with, and he can get this cyclic phosphate. And where did the researchers get these compounds? They bought them. They didn't get them from a prebiotic earth type method. They bought them. Even though that Sutherland has showed a synthesis for this, nobody's going to use that synthesis. It's too messy. Prebiotic earth has to deal with it. That's prebiotic earth's problem, not these guys' problem. And what if they had to prepare them by a prebiotic-like route? How would they do that? I'm just wondering. How are you going to make a long-chain hydrocarbon by a prebiotic route? Remember, this is before biology. You can't get this from oil, because oil is derived from biological compounds, presumably. Remember this route? We went through this before. Here was the route to that glycerol. So Sutherland has that route to glycerol, which he published formally. We've looked through this in a couple of different videos. Here's what he prepared. Here's what he wanted to get. It's so messy. He puts it on a vacuum pump. He can pump some of these volatile compounds off. If you put it on a good vacuum pump, you pump propane diol off. You see, you don't get it all off, but you can get some of it off. But how do you get a vacuum pump on early Earth? How do you evacuate something? How do you remove the atmosphere from early Earth? Really hard. How do you get a Rayonet reactor, a UV box? How do you get sealed tubes? How do you do degassing and add these different things? It's crazy hard synthesis. That's not prebiotically relevant, in my opinion. And then what you get is this mess, but does he use it? No, he does this. We get the relay synthesis. This is their little secret going all over again. All right, so then he did it with the C9 chain. He did it with a C9 chain, not C18. And it's nantiatopic hydroxymethyls, but he makes this racemic. What happens when the hydrophobic chain is increased from 9 carbons to 18 carbons, like Devaraj would want? Devaraj never mentions. Devaraj never mentions. And then you look up the supplementary material and you look up the synthesis. None of this is easy. A one-pot reaction of nanonoic acid, glycerol, in the presence of DAP and imidazole. And you mix these two together and you add imidazole and about 4 drops of D2O, which is water, but this way you can look at it in the NMR, into an Eppendorf tube, and the resulting mixture was ground with a glass rod into a paste. I'd love to see that paste with not a C9 chain, but a C18 chain, and see how much different that paste would be. The paste reaction was kept at room temperature and ground for 5 minutes every day. The progress of the reaction was monitored by dissolving a small portion of the reaction in 500 microliters of D2O, just the pH, and then he gets the spectrum of this. He doesn't tell you the yield. How convenient. They don't tell you the yield on these things. Remember, we've seen this before, this game that they play, they don't tell you the yield. Unless it's a really good yield, they don't generally tell you the yield. No yield was reported, but you go to look at the spectrum, so he says, go find figure S118 to S123, and that means supplemental page figure 118 or figure 123. So you find figure 121, that's the one we want. So this is the unclean reaction mixture that he got for the C9 compound. Nothing for the C18 mixture, which was ever reported in this paper, as Devaraj would have needed. The C18 would be much less soluble in the aqueous paste. And even this C9 mixture is terribly unclean. How would a prebiotic earth purify this compound to use it? How would it purify it? Look at all this extra stuff. Here's what he wants to get. Here's an authentic sample. And here's what he got. All of these extra peaks are all the extra sludge that from the reagents that he added. All of these extra peaks are all these extra things that he got. All right? So all these extra peaks in here. They made a clean synthetic sample using modern methods, dichloromethane, dimethylaminopyridine, dicyclohexylcarbodiimide, and column chromatography. So this is now what they use. They use this. This is really what they make. It's all relay synthesis the whole way. They leave poor prebiotic earth stuck with a problem that they themselves can't solve. And then you need the preparation of this DAP. Where'd they get DAP? Well, they bought it, or they made it. Well, they make it. So here's how you have to make it. You take phenylphosphorodiamidite. This compound you can't get from a prebiotic earth. You buy it. There's no way that they've shown to get, these aerial rings on a prebiotic earth to be able to do this. And it was suspended in 4 molar sodium hydroxide. I mean, that's really basic, but okay, we'll give them that. And in ethanol. Ethanol is not a prebiotic solvent. Dichloromethane is not a prebiotic solvent. Vacuum for 2 days is not a prebiotic method. So this is not made by a prebiotic route. You'd have to make this by a prebiotic route for this to be relevant. So you look up the synthesis of this. This is in the Watanabe paper in 1986. And Watanabe cites a paper from the late 1950s, and it's not prebiotic by that route either. So this is just, find Waldo. I mean, I'm going to wear you out by sending you to all these references, and then when you go there, it's not prebiotically relevant anyway. So this is the way synthesis is normally done. You take A and B, you get a mixture of compounds, you separate out AB4, and you take that material that you made and you carry it on to the next step. You separate that out, carrying it on to the next step. To do this, high yields at each step are essential to address the mass transport difficulty. If you start with 1 kilogram and obtain 1 gram or 1 milligram, you can't work with that because you don't have enough to carry it on. But somehow prebiotic earth has to deal with that. Isolating the product almost after every step is essential. That's how you really do synthesis. You have to isolate that product. It must be freed of impurities that consume the reagents and result in intractable products. If you don't free it and get clean material to carry on to the next step, what you'll get is intractable materials as you go along. They consume your starting materials. The molecules needed for life require many steps in order to obtain them. Many steps. And you'd have to do purification all along. That's the way synthesis has to be done. But by not disclosing any of that and by just buying the thing that they've just made, they don't have to deal with the problem that prebiotic earth would do to have higher yields, to have isolation of products and purification, and the many steps that they'd have to go to do this. In this picture, which we've seen before, this is this prebiotic nucleobases, nucleotides, DNA and RNA. This is their presumed prebiotic route where there's no stereochemical control. These reactions that they use that I say are prebiotically relevant, there's no control of absolute stereochemistry and no homochirality. There's little to no control of relative stereochemistry. Only once in a while will they get, I think, like in one case, they got relative stereochemistry, but not absolute, so it's not homochiral. There's little accounting of yield. They only tell you if the yield is good. There's little accounting of purification. How do you purify this? There's no accounting for mass transport through the sequence. A prebiotic earth would have none of these luxuries. So is it really prebiotically relevant? I don't think so. Origin of life researchers subject a prebiotic earth to constraints of ultra-low yields, racemic mixtures, impure mixtures, and reagent unavailability that the origin of life researchers themselves are unable to solve because they keep purchasing the compound that they want to go on to the next step. They have low yields at most steps, so efficient mass transport would be impossible. Intractable mixtures are obtained with little or no success in isolating them. The molecules needed for life require many steps in order to obtain them, and they would be unattainable by these routes. They'd be unattainable by the routes that are put forward. To those that make inaccurate claims on prebiotic chemistry, they've said things like,
any biomolecule is easy to synthesize.
Even the simplest building block, the lipids, are not simple to synthesize. They are not. And especially when you don't have access to the fatty acids. They're not.
And lipids like triglycerides can be synthesized easily.
Wrong, wrong, wrong. You take this from I don't know where and you proclaim it. Why would you do that?
In prebiotic absence of phospholipids, the first membranes can have been bilayers or even monolayers of fatty acids or other simple lipids that can easily have arisen spontaneously.
Nothing arises spontaneously. There's no selectors and there's no spontaneous arising. Nothing arises spontaneously. Chemistry is not like that. The first membranes can have been bilayers or even monolayers of fatty acids or other simple lipids. But Devaraj contests in the best journal of chemistry, November 2020, he writes, fatty acids are unable to maintain proton gradients. So you're wrong on that. All right, now I'm not addressing that video anymore. I'm going to make an appeal to my colleagues, my synthetic chemistry colleagues who work in the area of origin of life. You have no control of absolute stereochemistry, homochirality, little to no control of relative stereochemistry, little to no accounting of your yields, little to no accounting of purification, no accounting for mass transport through a sequence because you play this relay synthesis game. There is enormous human intervention in every phase of the experiment. Really good synthetic chemists work on this. There's enormous human intervention. Would never be available on an early Earth. You don't make mention of that. A prebiotic Earth would have none of these luxuries. The origin of life researchers, those superb synthetic chemists, are generally silent on these essential synthetic questions. Reading the articles by the origin of life researchers leaves enormous holes which render their work prebiotically irrelevant and misleading the non-synthetic chemist. It is because of the claims that are made in these papers without qualifying all of these problems that people like those who made that video, like Dave Farina who made that video, he's terribly misled by this. And doesn't it bother you to hear the claims that he made? These silly little claims that we showed on the last slide of any biomolecule is easy. Where did he get that idea? From you. That's where he got that idea. And then what he does is he makes videos, and 1 million subscribers hear these videos, and school teachers go into their classrooms and teach it, and homeschoolers learn this. And even professors in the academy are confused by this thing because they too believe a lot of the things that he said. This is not isolated to 6th graders. Don't you feel bad that people think of any biomolecule as easy? Where would they get that? This is not for lipids only. It is for almost all origin of life researcher syntheses. Though this happened in I pulled this all together in the lipids chapter only because the lipids video, because this is the video where I finished the 4th class of the necessary life compounds. This is the problem with it all. So I appeal to my origin of life researcher colleagues. I appeal to you. You got to help me out here in saying, yeah, there's so many problems here that really when you get to a prebiotic Earth, we're clueless. Because it's not just people like Dave Farina that are misled on this thing. It's famous biologists, like even those at Harvard, that think we're really close to cracking this problem, where we're nowhere close, and you know it. You got to step forward and help me. Reichert, who stepped forward and published an article and said, you know, you got to have no human intervention, and you got to have, you can't keep using these purified chemicals and claiming that you've got this synthesis worked out. It's folks like that that are beginning to speak the truth, and I really appreciate that. That's going to help the field. Let's work together to get this message out to the world. We have no idea where it came up with, and then maybe, just maybe, some students would come forward and they'll start thinking about other ways that we could approach this, other ways where we could deal with these mass transport problems, the homochirality problem, that they think way out of the box, not like we're thinking, and they might come up with some solution here, because it must have been formed somehow. So with that, I'm going to wrap up. We still have to talk about a few other topics. Chiral-induced spin selectivity. Is homochirality really necessary for life? and then constructing a cell, all the assembly problems, and then we'll have one global summary, and then hopefully we'll be done. So if you want to hear about where the next video is, you can subscribe right here, and we'll ping you when the next video comes out. It shouldn't take too long, and you'll see that next video. Thank you for joining me. Today we're going to be talking about chiral-induced spin selectivity and is homochirality necessary for life. Let me cover again the reasons for this lecture series on abiogenesis. Dave Farina had posted a video entitled Elucidating the Agenda of James Tour, A Defense of Abiogenesis. You can see the description box below for the link. After watching that video, I was confused and I disagreed with just about everything that Dave Farina taught. So I think that he had gross scientific inaccuracies in what he presented. And what I'd like to do is bring some clarification here. I'm going to have some timestamps in this video so that you can go back to his video. You could go back to his and see exactly what he said and see if I indeed cited him correctly. I'm thankful for Dave because he's trying to teach the masses. This is not an easy thing to do. It is something that research professors often are not good at. So I commend him in this. I don't seek to have any confrontation with Dave. I just am putting this out there to bring forth some clarity. I don't want to have any name calling or psychoanalysis of Dave or picking on him in any way. I just want to bring clarity to what's been presented. I invite other synthetic chemists to critique me, critique the work. I particularly invite a critique from my synthetic chemist colleagues and students studying synthetic chemistry and those studying origin of life. What have I presented that's incorrect? Have I misrepresented something? And if you say that I've misrepresented something, please share with me the literature article that points that out, because that would help me tremendously. How can one proclaim that? At 12:22 in the video that we're citing, a slide was shown that says not all biomolecules had to start out chiral. How can one know that?
Not all of the molecules need to have been chiral to begin with. For some molecules, like lipids, it may have been a feature that evolved later, once proteins already existed.
How can one proclaim that? How is it known? How can one just make a comment that not all biomolecules had to start out chiral to suggest that chirality could have come later? I don't know anywhere how a person could suggest such a thing, so I think that's grossly inaccurate to say that. And also showing racemic lipids, and over a billion-year period, enzymes formed, and then somehow you get chiral lipids. What does that mean, a billion years? Can you put some description on that? Time does not just solve these things. Time doesn't do that. Remember, there's no evolution here. This is pre-biology. This is prebiotic. It's before biology ever began. There's no evolution here. Molecules don't move toward life. They never have been shown to move toward life. They've never been shown to order in an arrangement that moves it toward life any more than a fully homogeneous system. So, and that's not what cells are. Cells are quite heterogeneous. So a lot of claims here that I don't know how one could know a billion years is going to solve this. I don't know how one could know that not all biomolecules have to start out in a chiral form. We'll take a deeper dive into this. Remember, homochirality means that we have one chiral species and not its mirror image. It's like the left and the right hand. The two cannot be superimposed. That's why a right-handed glove is needed for a right hand, a left-handed glove for a left hand. The two are non-superimposable. They're mirror images of one another. If I put my right hand up to a mirror, what I would see is an image of what would look like my left hand. do we really need homochirality? Those that suggest that biomolecules need not have started out in a homochiral form appreciate neither the precise alignments needed for chemical reactions, such as RNA to protein synthesis, nor have they any idea of what homochirality does for reaction chemistry pathways and yields. When one is talking about aligning molecules in RNA, for example, messenger RNA, this assembly that's needed to build proteins, one has to have a very precise alignment. If there was no chirality, there is no alignment. This will not work without chirality. But even with this, there are reaction chemistries that only can be performed in high yields when dealing with homochiral systems. To suggest that's not the case is to not understand what's actually happening in a cell. Have they computed the thermodynamic cost or assessed the inefficiencies of syntheses when performing organic reactions devoid of homochiral molecular environments? No, they've never done this. Some people just spew out this information as if it's just fine to say that homochiral molecules need not had to have been there from the beginning. There's no way that they can know that, and work on cells suggests that that could never have been done. The precise alignments would not have been there, and the yields would not have been there. And we'll get more into that. There's an enormous entropic cost in building and maintaining homochiral molecules. Natural systems, biological systems, cells use homochiral molecules. That's costly to do. To date, we have no idea how prebiotic systems made homochiral molecules. We just don't. And we are just beginning to understand why this enormous entropic cost needed to be paid up front before the cell could ever be working. We're just beginning to understand that. And these homochiral molecules, these systems are necessary. And to just say, well, they formed homochiral systems on a chiral surface, show me the chiral surface and show me the EEs that are gotten. This is done in a pristine laboratory, but show me that chiral surface and let's look at the enantiomeric excesses. We already looked at a whole video on homochirality and we showed how people can misinterpret the literature where they said you get predominantly one enantiomer crystallizing out and predominantly the other enantiomer in the supernatant solution. Whereas it turned out there was only about 1% of the materials crystallized out on top of another and mixed in with another crystal. And that was at 23% EE, less than 1% yield, 23% EE. If you have less than 1% yield, 23% EE of that thing that is less than 1% yield crystallizing out, the supernatant is essentially racemic. By the standard of any measurement, that thing is going to be racemic. So there was a gross misunderstanding of the literature on that, but that we already discussed. So we want to move toward the construction of a cell. You don't want to use a eukaryotic cell. You want to use a bacterium because that's simpler. Okay, we'll just take a bacterial cell. Using prebiotic relevant methods, we have not figured out how to assemble a functioning cell. That's not been done. In the next video, we'll talk about the assembly problem. We have not figured out how to make the 4 building blocks in anything that's prebiotically relevant. To say that we have machines that can do this using purely synthetic methods in non-aqueous solvents is irrelevant. It's how was this done on a prebiotic earth? Now, even with all of our machines and all of our advances, we've not been able to assemble a functioning cell. Never. Now, with our advances, sure, we can make the 4 classes of compounds when we get the monomers, when we get the building blocks for those from nature itself. So here's the compounds that we have to make. There's the 4 building blocks, the carbohydrates, which we looked at, peptides, which we looked at, nucleic acids the same, and lipids the same. So we've already covered those 4 building blocks. What we've said is we've not even figured out how to make the building blocks of the building blocks. So there's the building blocks of the building blocks. The monomeric sugars are needed in order to make the carbohydrates. Show me in a prebiotic method how people have made glucose Show me that. Show me how that has been done. Or fructose. Show me how that has been done. Or ribose. Show me how that has been done. Where you can get something where you get it in a homochiral form, separated from all its other diastereomers and its other enantiomer. Show me where that's been done. It's not been done. It's not easy to address these in homochiral form. Amino acids. Show me where homochiral amino acids have been made. Nucleotides, the sugar problem. Because in order to make a nucleotide from which you make nucleic acids, you have to be able to make the sugar. Right there is the sugar. So you have to have that ribose. How do you make ribose? Has anybody ever made ribose in chiral form using prebiotic methods? And even if they could, then build that building block. Show how that would be made. Glycerol. Glycerol is not chiral, but what it has is it has hydroxymethyl groups that are enantiotopic, and those have to be selected in order to get that chiral. So the big problem here is we've not figured out how to address homochirality. That problem has not been solved in any prebiotically relevant method. And remember, we can't play these games where we make something that's a little blip, then we say, oh, there it is, it exists there, so now I can buy it. No, can't play those games. Prebiotic Earth could never do that because there's all those stereogenic centers. So when you have these monomeric sugars, you have these 4 stereogenic centers. There's a stereogenic center here, but this is where the glycosidic linkage would occur. This can be alpha, as shown, or beta, and so that is variable, but it still has to be controlled. So you have all of these stereogenic centers. Amino acids, 19 of the 20, have a stereogenic center. And so this is what we've got to be able to deal with. Nucleotides, the sugar problem, you've got 4 stereogenic centers on this RNA nucleotide. These are enantiotopic hydroxymethyl or hydroxymethylene groups. These are enantiotopic, so they have to be desymmetrized. They have to be distinguished. That's, again, we need some sort of chiral environment to do that. We can't even make the simple class of the lipids. We don't know how to do that. All right? So, therefore, did homochirality occur after a simple cell formed? Maybe the cell was running on racemic mixtures, running poorly, and then somehow they got cleaned up. We have no idea how that cleanup could have occurred, but could a cell even operate with racemic mixtures? What we're talking about today is chiral-induced spin selectivity. This is a phenomenon that was first discovered about 20 years ago by Ron Naumann, and some of his co-workers have really developed this now. I think this is going to receive a Nobel Prize in a decade. And this is an amazing phenomenon that most chemists don't even know about. Certainly synthetic chemists don't use it to their advantage, and I'm sure that the vast majority of biologists know nothing about this. The chiral-induced spin selectivity, or CISS effect, relates to how electrons travel through chiral molecules. Electrons have the properties of A, being negatively charged, and B, spin. For spin, you can consider it as an electron having a spin up or a spin down orientation, or rotating clockwise or counterclockwise, as an analogy. Professor Ron Naumann and David Waldeck and their colleagues have found that when electrons go through chiral molecules, one state of spin is preferred over the other. Usually you get this spin state selection only with magnetic materials, particularly ferromagnetic materials. But chiral molecules are not a magnetic material. Yet still only one state of spin can be transmitted through them, or one state is highly preferred. This reveals a hitherto unappreciated role for the chirality in cellular function, where chiral molecules are ubiquitous to control reaction chemistry and yield. It controls reaction chemistry and it controls yield. So chiral molecules have a helical pitch about the stereogenic center and about the larger helical pitch induced by those stereogenic centers. Matched spin electrons travel through. The unmatched ones don't go through. That's how cellular systems keep such high yield, something that few have appreciated. The problem with human-designed syntheses. Here's the problem. How does chemistry deal with mistakes in synthesis, i.e. the low yields? If we get 80% yield in our lab, we think we've done pretty well. And sometimes we only get that after much optimization. But let's take the most highly optimized synthetic reaction in the world. When I say synthetic reaction, I mean the reactions that humans have developed. DNA synthesis. Just 100 mer, 100 units that would, say, code for, say, a 25 long segment of a protein, just a very short protein. Takes 4 steps per addition of 1 nucleotide in a DNA synthesizer, which we've seen in a previous video. You have to do deblocking, coupling, capping, and oxidation. There are 4 steps per cycle. If we generously give 99.8% yield per step in these highly optimized systems, that would be 0.998 to the 400th power. 400th power because there's 4 steps and we're building the 100 mer. That'd be 45% yield. That means 55% of what we want is the unwanted oligos. 55% is unwanted. Chemists use HPLC and PAGE to purify. How would a cell deal with this sort of impure mixture? We have no idea. Cells never deal with this sort of impurity. They don't do reactions with this sort of impurity. They have very small amounts of impurity. In cellular systems, the yields are much higher, so purification becomes possible with the assistance of homochiral selectors. And they have to be homochiral to be able to select these things. How do cells promote such high yields in organic reactions? Surely with the use of CISS. So chirality had to have been there at the origin of cellular activity if we're going to be able to get high-yielding systems. Or else the cell would just fill with garbage and would be unusable. And then take it from one, I've showed you where I had reactions that we were doing templated reactions, and the fidelity of the reaction, being able to make high yields, just destroyed us because everything that was not what we wanted would end up replicating itself as well. All right, how do cells keep reaction chemistry yields so high? Chiral-induced spin selectivity. Did you know that? Take, for example, hydroxy radical. If you take the unpaired electrons of 2 hydroxy radicals, can either be aligned, parallel, anti-parallel, or parallel. So if you have 2 hydroxy radicals, those 2 can be aligned parallel or anti-parallel. When anti-parallel, they're going to go along a singlet surface that correlates with the formation of hydrogen peroxide. And they have a barrier for forming the oxygen molecule in its triplet ground state. If the spins of the 2 radicals are aligned parallel to one another, the system is on a triplet potential energy surface, and the oxygen molecule is favored. Chemists have yet to understand how to exploit this well in synthetic reaction chemistry. In cells, reaction chemistry yields have to be very high. Homochirality is essential for this to occur. Homochirality ensures high and selective reaction yields through CISS. The electrons proceed down a molecular pathway that correlates the spin to the homochiral twist direction. It's like a spin valve. It selects which one is going to go through. Electron transfers in cellular systems, photosynthesis, for example. Plant cells survive by photosynthesis, which have relatively long-range electron transfers. When traversing in the proper direction, where the electron spin and the chirality of the molecular architecture are matched, electron backscattering by vibrational modes of the molecule are suppressed, since they would require a change in spin and linear momentum. Hence, inelastic collisions and energy loss as heat are suppressed. This minimizes the heat release during these transformations. Many people have wondered how a cell can operate without burning up. Here's how it operates without burning up. It uses chiral-induced spin selectivity, so it minimizes inelastic collisions. And that minimizes the energy loss, and you have heat suppression. Scientists use pi-conjugated molecules to get electron passage through homolumo gaps that are small. So you have highest occupied molecular orbital, lowest unoccupied molecular orbital, and we use pi-conjugated systems, sp2 hybridized carbons, for putting electrons through. I spent a large part of my career working in that area, putting electrons through small homolumo gaps of pi-conjugated systems. I've written a lot of papers on that topic, actually. On the contrary, cellular systems have primarily non-pi-conjugated proteins for electron transfer. How cells do this is amazing. Researchers are just beginning to understand this phenomenon. Theoretical work suggests that there can be several orders of magnitude enhancement of electron transfer in one direction over the other when the chirality of the molecule and the spin of the electron are congruent. When they are matched, then this happens. This is why reaction chemistry is so high in cells. This is why you can take two reactions. You can go in one route to hydrogen peroxide, in the other route to oxygen. How does that happen? It happens by selecting the right electron. And the correct electron is selected by having the correct homochiral system to transport that electron through. That's how cells do it. Molecular recognition is enhanced by CISS. Chiral-induced spin selectivity can enhance interaction strength between molecules of the same chirality over that of molecules of opposite chirality. How do molecules, how does one substrate get recognized by another? Because of the induced dipole interaction, the charge Q is transferred from one side of the helix to the other, and because of the CISS effect, a spin polarization is generated, represented by these black arrows. When the helical charge distribution is of the opposite chirality, its spin polarization points in the opposite directions. It points in the opposite direction, hence the arrows are pointed inward for left-handed helix. For the two helices of opposite chirality, these are two helices of opposite chirality, the overlap region in the dotted circular triplet surface is characterized by two spins parallel to each other, like in a triplet state, and it's less favorable. This is less favorable. Enantiomer selection, choosing a homochirality in CISS. Enantiomer selection designates the process of selecting one chiral isomer over another. The left hand for the left glove, for example. High enantiomer selectivity is difficult to obtain in a laboratory, but easy in cells. Cells do this all the time. The best of laboratory systems are usually inferior to enzyme systems. How do cells do this? This is what students have been taught for 75 years. A preferential molecular fitting causes a molecule to enter into the chiral cleft with one preferential orientation. Van der Waals interactions, including steric effects, favor one molecular alignment in the chiral cleft over another. Little else is generally taught. A molecule will approach a chiral system in two different ways, and it'll go into the lower energy manifold because of van der Waals interactions. That's attractive and repulsive interactions that can include hydrogen bonding, dipolar effects, London forces, hydrophobic interactions, pi-pi stacking, and also because of described as steric effects. Little else is generally taught. CISS reveals that more is going on, and it's not subtle in its influence. The attractive interactions between molecules of matched chirality can be higher by as much as 1 electron volt. And if we put that on a molar scale using Avogadro's number, that would be 96 kilojoules per mole or 23 kilocalories per mole over their mismatch set. When the two electron spins in the matching are antiparallel, they follow the singlet surface of lower energy by about 1 electron volt. This strongly favors enantioselection. Preferred chiral interaction is due to neighboring spin interactions. Interestingly, the electrostatic potentials upon which they depend can interact at near the speed of light. So these electrostatic interactions are occurring at near the speed of light, much faster than the molecular movements themselves. And when you have the match set, when you have the proper spins matched, this can be 23 kilocalories per mole, 96 kilojoules per mole, more stable going in one direction than another. That's a huge effect in preferring enantioselection. This would not happen unless you had homochiral systems. To try to invoke life without homochiral systems is trying to do something that you know nothing about. Therefore, the way that enantioselection has been taught for 75 years, based mainly on van der Waals or steric effects, never captured the full story. Cells have operated with far more sophistication, and the merging of electron spin with molecular chirality explains much of the story, something that we're just learning today. Why don't cells overheat? Because of chiral-induced spin selectivity, at least in large part. For an electron of the proper spin, chiral molecules show far less backscattering of the electron. This in turn greatly reduces the heat released from the molecule during the electron's passage. Lower heat affords any cellular system an advantage. Hence, homochirality is required. The existence of exceedingly efficient cellular routes is extraordinary. People have often wondered, why don't cells burn up? I mean, with all of this chemistry going on, where is the heat release? Because they're relating it to how we do chemistry in the laboratory, where we don't try to match the spins. Here's an extrapolation to the macro scale for an example, so that the layperson might be able to understand this. Kawabna, Bohen, and colleagues estimated that a microelectronics processor functioning with the capacity of a human brain would need at least 10 megawatts to operate. This is equivalent to the output of a small hydroelectric power plant. The human brain needs only about 10 watts to operate. Surely some thanks due to homochirality in CISS. This is amazing what cells are able to do, because they're able to work with matched spins that take them down lower energy profiles. They're able to change this and divert reactions along a triplet profile to make things that they might want to make in another way. So in summary, might homochirality have come after cellular life started, as some have suggested?
Not all of the molecules need to have been chiral to begin with. For some molecules, like lipids, it may have been a feature that evolved later, once proteins already existed.
Vast numbers of electron transfers take place in lipid bilayer membranes. Lipid bilayer membranes are huge hosts for electron transfers, and it has a lot to do with respiration. So it is baseless to summarily dismiss the need for lipid homochirality. That has been dismissed without base. That has just been thrown out there in a fallacious fashion. How did the proteins noted above become homochiral when there is no prebiotically relevant route ever shown to make the amino acids in homochiral form, or to separate the enantiomers, or to polymerize them? Show me the chemistry that polymerizes amino acids in water when you're doing a condensation reaction. Show me what you're going to do with these unprotected amino acids and how you're going to pull this thing together. We'll talk more about that in the next video on cell assembly. We've already talked a lot about that when we talked about the peptides. So again, to just throw that out there, it was totally without base. There's no evidence for claimed racemic mixtures, meaning no homochirality, being usable in cells. There's no evidence for that. They have never been shown to function based on the reaction specificities, yields, and heat management that would be needed for cellular systems. Right from the beginning, we have no idea how it could have happened any other way. There are too many unknowns. All the alignment that has to take place, And now CISS nails it for us. This is how we can go down reaction potentials without having so much heat release. This is how we can do such efficient chemistry. This is why there is such a proficient selection, enantiomer selection in chiral systems, because they're using CISS. We have no idea how life could have occurred without it. So homochirality had to have been there. But like so much that is promoted by those speaking about the chemistry of life's origin, there are incorrect claims that make the chemistry of life appear easy. Because when you just ignore everything, then you just throw this thing together. It seems really quite easy. But as soon as you start getting into the details, you're very careful about those claims. That's why people who work in the area of origin of life are much more careful than those who make YouTube videos and just ignore the details that are needed within trying to build life. Let me turn away from those who make YouTube videos and speak directly to those who work in the area of origin of life. Do the organic chemists that study origin of life appreciate these fallacious proclamations by those who are making YouTube videos? Do you appreciate that? Do you think it's wise that they're out there teaching these sorts of things, promoting things that absolutely could not work? Do they appreciate how misled the lay person has become? The lay public has utterly been misled, thinking that we're just on the verge of cracking this problem. Even biologists, even famous biologists, have been misled by this thing. I need you guys to stand along with me, you men and women, to stand along with me, to say that we are nowhere close. We can't make the building blocks in any prebiotically relevant route. We can't make the building blocks of the building blocks in any prebiotically relevant route that show the requisite homochirality. We have no idea how to capture CISS. Even in the laboratory, it's just beginning to learn how to be captured. We don't even know how to use it routinely in our synthetic reactions in the laboratory, let alone set up a cell to do this. We're clueless on so many points. Well, we'll end it there. If you're interested, subscribe, and we'll alert you to the next video. And the next video is going to just talk about bringing the pieces together, trying to form the cell. Constructing a cell, the assembly problem. All right, what are the reasons for this lecture series? And I've gone over this before, but let me just say this just in case there's others that this is the first video they're seeing. Why this series on abiogenesis? Well, Dave Farina posted a video called Elucidating the Agenda of James Tour, a Defense of Abiogenesis. And you can see in the description box below for a link to that video. And that video was confusing to me on almost every count. It was filled with gross scientific inaccuracies. And so I'm going to bring some clarity to that video that was made by Dave Farina. And the video that I'll be referring to throughout this talk, well, most of the videos that I'll be referring to throughout this talk will be Dave Farina's video. So when you see the timestamp, you'll know where to go in his video to see that quote. And I'll use that for the launch point of discussions. Now, again, I have nothing against Dave Farina as an individual. He seems like a nice young man, and I don't mean him any ill will. I really don't. He's a hardworking guy. He puts out lots of videos that help people. I presume he makes his living that way, and I never want to do something to affect somebody who's making a living like that. I just hope to bring some clarity in this. This is not a duel between myself and Dave Farina. I just want to bring some clarity to a subject that I think that it's not just a question of not doing justice to it. He had it all wrong. And this is not a critique of his other videos. I've never seen his other videos, but this one was all wrong. So I'm going to correct his video on that. But I mean him no harm. Other synthetic chemists can critique what I'm saying, and I actually invite the critique. I really do. Particularly my synthetic organic chemist colleagues and any students that are working in the area of origin of life. But if you're going to critique something and say that I got something wrong, you got to give me the reference so I can go back and look and just check on it. You know, that's the way we chemists work with one another. We try to give a reference for things that we might say. And also I have a larger purpose. I want to show the sophistry of origin of life studies. There's so much that's presented that just isn't accurate, and so much that is said that leaves an impression that we're much further along than we are. And I hope to bring some clarity to that as well. And I don't mean any of my colleagues in origin of life any harm either. I really don't. I just want to bring some clarity to this field. Okay, with that, let's begin. In the referenced video at 19 minutes and 18 seconds, I was quoted.
Miller and Urey took some basic chemicals that are presumed on a prebiotic Earth, hydrogen cyanide, formaldehyde, and CO2, and they put those across a high voltage, simulating lightning. You can get some racemic amino acids out of those. But those racemic amino acids were racemic. Okay, that was in 1952. That was 2/3 of a century ago. What has happened in 2/3 of a century since Miller-Urey in other fields? Well, we've had human space flight. We have satellite connectivity. We have the internet. We have the entire silicon era of microchips, and we have computer technology. We have all of this. In the same 66 years, 2/3 of a century, we are still exactly where Miller and Urey were. We make a barrage of stereo-scrambled chemicals, nowhere close to even knowing how to make them and hook them together. They got to get hooked together in the proper order. We are clueless on this.
And at 20 minutes and 23 seconds, it was stated in response to this, quote,
It's not surprising that Jim likes to talk about the Miller-Urey experiment, as it's a classic and a common talking point amongst creationists. This was an experiment in the 1950s that mimicked early Earth conditions and spontaneously produced small biomolecules like amino acids. Jim is correct that this experiment does not in any way demonstrate abiogenesis. All it does is produce the absolute smallest building blocks in living organisms. He is also correct to point out that the experiment produced a racemate of these molecules, not the homochiral mixture we want, or at least that would seem to be the most useful. And he is correct to imply that anyone who thinks referencing this singular experiment proves that abiogenesis is a done deal has absolutely no idea what they are talking about. But he then goes on to say, in this video and several others I've seen, that nothing has happened in the field since this experiment. This is totally absurd. Origin of life research is a thriving dynamic field. He must know this because he frequently boasts about reading all the papers in the field to try to understand what's going on. So the claim that there is nothing happening is perplexing and contradictory. There is plenty going on. He just doesn't understand it.
Well, I don't remember having said that I read all the papers in the field. I haven't read all the papers in any field. I read a lot, but surely not all. So if I said that, I apologize. I don't presume that I said it, but if I did, show me the reference for that, show me the video where I said that, and I'm apologizing up front because I have not read every paper on origin of life. You know, I find it interesting that someone tries to explain how the pieces formed and came together. And the person then turns right back to the Miller-Urey experiment, specifically saying at 36:23.
Now let's wrap things up with an exceptionally brief overview of where we are at with origin of life research. What do we know about how this happened? Well, we can start with small molecules. Everything before that is astrophysics. If you want to learn about how hydrogen collected to form stars, which then fused all the elements in the universe, and then the subsequent formation of planetary systems after enough stars went supernova, check out my astronomy playlist. Otherwise, we can take for granted that lots of small molecules existed on Earth shortly after its formation. The first step from here is to get small biomolecules like amino acids and nucleotides. As we alluded to earlier, the Miller-Urey experiment in the 1950s demonstrated this to be no problem.
No problem. Still, with those facts present, I find it interesting when people speak against creationists and speak against creationism, because I haven't mentioned any of that in this video, and I rarely ever mention that when I'm talking about origin of life, and say that the Miller-Urey is a, quote, classic and common talking point among creationists, and then actually use Miller-Urey as a positive talking point for themselves. And how can one take for granted that, quote, lots of small molecules existed, unquote? Who granted that convenient luxury? What molecules are those exactly that existed? Where is the explanation as to how that was done? All of these things are being thrown out there. Where's the explanation of where all these small molecules came from? We don't see that. Why is somebody still showing Miller-Urey if so much has been done in the past 68 years? Might it be because it's just as I said?
2/3 of a century, we are still exactly where Miller and Urey were. We make a barrage of stereo-scrambled chemicals, nowhere close to even knowing how to make them and hook them together. They got to get hooked together in the proper order. We are clueless on this.
What I said in that video is that people still go back to the Miller-Urey experiment, and we haven't progressed very far. And then in that video, it said that this is a thriving and dynamic field.
Origin of life research is a thriving, dynamic field.
Well, why criticize my points on talking about Miller-Urey when go right back to Miller-Urey, the experiment that was done in 1952, just as I had said? It was stated in 3650.
The first step from here is to get small biomolecules like amino acids and nucleotides. As we alluded to earlier, the Miller-Urey experiment in the 1950s demonstrated this to be no problem.
It was said there was no problem at getting these small molecules. No problem. The racemates, no problem. I demonstrated that the enantiomeric resolutions that were referenced in that same video couldn't have been gotten as was claimed. And what if the early Earth conditions were not reducing but oxidizing, as what is proposed now by many scientists? Would the Miller-Urey conditions work? And how do they polymerize? How do you get these amino acids if they did form? And even if you did have homochiral systems, how do you get them to polymerize? How can you take that for granted? Because the side chains are more reactive often than the alpha amine. It was stated in at 40 minutes and 40 seconds in that video.
It has been demonstrated that recrystallization of a mixture of amino acid racemates with a slight excess of asparagine caused amino acids with the same configuration to preferentially co-crystallize. You get a solid containing only one enantiomer and a supernatant primarily of the other. All that's left is some natural filtration mechanism to separate the two and the emergence of autocatalysis in one. This is one way that a slight asymmetry can be dramatically magnified. So we can see that the chirality of biomolecules may have been implemented at any number of places throughout the process of abiogenesis.
This is wholly inaccurate. I'm not suggesting that the person on the video is lying. Not at all. Rather, that one does not understand the very literature that they themselves are citing. I explained the very misinterpretation in the homochirality video in this series. There is not predominantly one enantiomer in the solid. It was a very small amount. As it was stated,
it has been demonstrated that recrystallization of a mixture of amino acid racemates with a slight excess of asparagine caused amino acids with the same configuration to preferentially co-crystallize. You get a solid containing only one enantiomer and a supernatant primarily of the other.
But in reality, the very paper that's cited showed, quote, less than 1%, unquote, of the mixed crystals consisting of the one that the author wanted in a maximum EE of 22.3%. Follow the chemistry and track this thing down. But I'm looking at it and trying to track it down. So here's a cleaner copy of it. And here's what you find. They used a 700 weight percent excess of asparagine was used, not a slight excess as was claimed. And then here's a quote from this article, quote, less than 1% of the mixed asparagine phenylalanine crystals consisted of phenylalanine, and the maximum EE of the phenylalanine was 22.3%. So in other words, less than 1% of the crystal that formed of asparagine contained phenylalanine. That's not the way it was portrayed in that article. Less than 1% of it. So you have 99% asparagine and less than 1% of the thing that you wanted crystallizing on it, phenylalanine. And you don't know what less than 1% means, because he should have told us how much, but he just said less than 1%. Less than 1% could be 0.1%. It could be 0.01%. It could be 0.00001%. We don't know. But when an author writes less than 1%, it just means it's terrible. But he never told us how bad. And we don't know what if it says maximum EE, what was the average EE? What was the common EE that was gotten? And at 1% of what they wanted in a mixed crystal, so there's only 1% and less than 1% and more than 99% of something else, that would mean that you just get a very small amount of what you want, and it's only 22% EE. That's far from homochirality. And what that would mean is that this solid containing only one enantiomer and a supernatant of the other,
You get a solid containing only one enantiomer and a supernatant primarily of the other.
that's again untrue. If you look back at that very paper that these people published, the supernatant would have been racemic to within the error of the measurement. If you have less than 1% at 22% EE that is crystallized out, the supernatant is racemic. The data interpretation in that video that I'm citing was utterly incorrect. You can't solve the homochirality problem. The Miller-Urey didn't solve this. So notice in the reference video, the very literature that was cited was grossly misinterpreted. So he's dead in his tracks. Small misinterpretations might occur, but this was an enormous misinterpretation. Hence, this cell assembly story is stopped dead in its tracks. And this story should just stop. It should stop right here, because he can't solve this part. Every slide was wrong. There is a notable advance in attaining homochirality by autocatalysis that should have been cited in that video. Specifically, the work by Donna Blackman and Neil Hawbaker. So Professor Blackman is at the Scripps Institute, and she has studied in great detail this reaction. This is asymmetric amplification induced by the SOAI autocatalytic reaction. This is an asymmetric amplification in a reaction catalyzed by its own product. And so you see this compound here, that it's catalyzed by its own product. And it's an amazing reaction. Professor Blackman discusses how the homochirality of biological molecules is a key feature of informational polymers, RNA, DNA, and proteins on which life is based. Theoretical models and experimental studies aim to rationalize how one enantiomer of a molecule might have emerged over its mirror image in a prebiotic world, presumably in the absence of a chiral bias. The discovery in 1956 of asymmetry in the weak force led to the concept that enantiomeric molecules, long considered to be identical in every respect except their mirror images are non-superimposable, are in fact minutely different in energy due to parity violation. The parity violation energy difference, PVED, has been postulated to account for the original imbalance in enantiomeric molecules, leading to the observed biological enrichment towards L amino acids and D sugars. This stands in contrast to many origin of life proposals that say that the direction of symmetry breaking may have occurred purely by chance from random chemical fluctuations. But after more than 25 years since the discovery of the COI reaction, that reaction remains the sole documented example in which amplification of a small difference in enantiomeric excess in the autocatalytic reaction can lead to a homochiral population. This is the sole example. And in over 25 years since the discovery of that reaction, nobody's found another one. Now I am reading directly from Professor Blackman's paper that was published in 2019 in the journal Nature Chemistry. Quote, the COI reaction remains the only confirmed case of chiral amplification in autocatalysis, and its chemistry is not amenable to an origin of life scenario. No reactions involving chiral molecules under prebiotically plausible conditions have yet been discovered. In the absence of such a mechanism, the propagation of an imbalance of enantiomers from PVED may be seen as an even more challenging proposition. Furthermore, in contrast with early calculations suggesting that the weak neutral force would favor the terrestrially dominant L amino acids, Quack has concluded from extensive later work that theoretical calculations provide no direct relationship between PVED and the hand of a chiral molecule, as would be expected, for example, from the Delegg postulate for an L amino acid world. It is important to note that the SOAI reaction is itself a singularity, not only in its to-date unique capacity to amplify EE, but also in its stunning autocatalytic efficiency and persistence, unquote. So this is what she cites. This is what she writes in her own paper. Then, when you go to the experimental section, in the supplemental procedure, you can see that she had to buy the aldehyde, and then she purified it by column chromatography, and then further by distillation. So there were distillations involved, and there were column chromatography. It has to be highly pure. Remember, in that video, they cited a reaction where something was less than 1% of it was the compound you wanted. 99% of it was something else. This is highly pure. You see the extreme conditions that have to be realized if you're going to have amplification in autocatalysis. And they used diisopropyl zinc as the standard reagent to use. Diisopropyl zinc is pyrophoric, which means it bursts into flames in air. I've used dialkyl zincs, and they are hot. And if they touch water, you just get a ball of fire. In air, you get a ball of fire. So they use diisopropyl zinc, and they use toluene, which is not a prebiotic solvent, and the toluene was purchased in a superanhydrous form in an Aldrich Sure-Seal bottle. So they had to keep all water out of this. And they used a serum vial that was flame-dried, it says, and backflushed with argon. Where are you going to get a flame-dried vial? A flame-dried vial that is flame-dried so you get all the water off of it, then you backfill it with argon. And then they used a sterile needle, and they had to maintain the reaction at minus 12 degrees centigrade. So think about how exacting these procedures are. And this is the singular case. So Professor Blackman remains refreshingly circumspect in her analysis of her own data and in the projections that she makes regarding implications for origin of life. I wish more researchers were like her. She is refreshingly circumspect in her analysis and in the implications of origin of life. And you can hear her in her own words on a video that she did recently on her work. So
basically, we can calculate the energy that from this EE value, just the same way that you could look at delta delta G's for any asymmetric reaction. And it turns out that it's about 2.8 times 10 2 times 10 to the minus 8 kilojoules per mole. And if you compare that, remember we talked about parity violation energy difference. That's 10 to the 12th to 10 to the minus 10 to the minus 12th to 10 to the minus 15th. So we're still orders of magnitude away, which would suggest that parity violation energy difference wouldn't be enough to tip us one way or the other. It certainly isn't enough in our chiral world today to make any difference to any of the reactions that we're doing. But there are people who have models to show how you could still pull signal out of noise if you have enough time and enough small values of alpha. So I think that I'm just going to go straight to the conclusions now. This probably PVD is unlikely to be sufficient to count for symmetry breaking, at least in the SOI reaction that we studied. And you're going to need a reaction like the SOI reaction, but very persistent and very efficient if it's going to reach homochirality. And so far, the SOI reaction is the only one we have. It's maybe more likely that we have to think of some combination of processes, not just a single autocatalytic reaction that would get us to homochirality. So that, and along those lines, a lot of people, our group included, are trying to find more prebiotically relevant reactions that could do what the SOI reaction does. So far, we haven't been able to find one. So that's a kind of a holy grail for anybody that's interested in thinking about what kind of reaction that would be prebiotically relevant where the product could then make itself and amplify EE.
She has done terrific work in advancing this area, and maybe we can interview her on one of my future podcasts to hear more about her work. But that video goes on and just presses on ahead. At 3739, it was stated that
nucleotides form from simple molecules like formamide.
All right, well, how do you get those that what he's drawn is not a nucleotide, but a nucleoside, I believe, but that's minor. But how did he get that proper stereochemistry? What's shown in this picture is the proper stereochemistry. Nucleotides, it says, it's written, form very easily. They don't form easily. Let's look at what experiment he might be talking about. So here is, let me get my laser pointer here. Here's formamide. Here's formamide, what he's saying, and he's saying we get to here very easily. Does that look easy to you? Look at all of these steps you got to go through to get here. That's not easily done. This was done in a modern laboratory with many steps that are really hard, which we're about to see. And they did the relay synthesis problem that I spoke about many times, where they will make a product and never use that product, but just buy it. And what they made was racemic. It was racemic. And it was not even diastereomerically pure. The preparation, so we're going from here to here. Here's one of the steps that you got to go through. You have to make acrylonitrile, and then you have to make this aminopropionitrile. Just look at the process on this. The preparation of the cyanoacetylene on copper 1 was suggested as a way to conveniently prepare and store it for use when needed. Copper chloride was mixed with potassium chloride to generate the Lumin catalyst at 70 degrees. Then a separately generated source of acetylene gas was prepared from calcium carbide and water. Was there really calcium carbide on the early Earth? I've never seen that. Maybe there was. I have no idea. But usually that's made by putting a carbon source across a very high potential. Maybe there was. But somehow you have to have water dripping on that and that gas then bubbling through the solution that you want. How does that happen on an early Earth? We don't know. The gas was bubbled through the Lumin catalyst to prepare acrylonitrile, which is an unstable molecule that needs isolation and storage to inhibit its polymerization, which was then subjected to potassium cyanide for 1 hour. Then 5 equivalents of ammonia in a 13 molar ammonium solution was adjusted to pH 9.2 with sodium hydroxide to generate the desired aminopropionitrile. So that's going from here to here. All of these reactions were executed in clean vessels and properly isolated prior to proceeding to the next step. This is just a sampling of the preparations that are difficult even for the most skilled synthetic chemists, preparing very simple precursors to a few of the many molecules within the building block class. And all of their precursors were racemic if they bore any possible stereoisomerism. This is what he's referring to when he says formamide can go to these nucleotides. That's what he's talking about. Does that look easy to you? Just one step, boom. Oh, that happened. Oh, really? Formamide just does that. How does it do that? How'd you get that chiral sugar, that homochiral sugar? How was that done? Because remember, a nucleotide has got to have, it would have a phosphate out here, but it's got to have this being chiral. It's got to have that sugar to be there. How does that happen? Never explained. So he's dead in his tracks again. And further, at 3756, he says,
so getting the smallest building blocks of life is absolutely no problem.
Whoa! Getting the smallest building blocks is absolutely no problem. Any origin of life researchers out there would like to come on, you can come on my YouTube channel with me and go ahead and justify that statement. Are there any synthetic chemists out there that would be able to justify that statement? Show me where you've published papers on origin of life. You come on anytime and talk about how you could justify this statement that getting the smallest building blocks of life is absolutely no problem. I don't think any of them would take me up on this. That is a total misunderstanding of chemistry. Again, I'm not picking on anyone else's other videos. I'm just saying this one was so wrong. This is wholly inaccurate. All right. The story is dead in its tracks. An origin of life researcher publishes a paper, and there's a lot of hype around it. The press then hypes it up even more, and people just don't have the ability to go back to the primary literature and look at this and analyze it. There's poor relative stereochemical control. Diastereomers were forming all the time. There's no absolute stereochemical control, so there's no homochirality. It was all racemic. There's no accounting for the mass transport through the sequence. How do you start at a certain amount and take it several steps? They don't. They just go one step. It's a little blip in an HPLC. They say, oh, we got it, and then they buy that pure compound and they take it on to the next step. A prebiotic Earth would have none of these luxuries. An origin of life researchers strap an early Earth with burdens that they themselves would never be able to bear. And the layperson, like in the video, are summarily misled. The storytelling should stop right here, but it presses on. More storytelling in that video we're referencing. Even though the video suggested at 37:56 that
getting the smallest building blocks of life is absolutely no problem.
It relies on panspermia. 37:42, quote,
and we have even seen spectroscopic evidence of these and other biomolecules existing in space, which offers the possibility of them arriving on Earth already made, a version of the so-called panspermia hypothesis.
Well, this just begs the question, how do the molecules form? The periodic table is the same throughout the entire universe. Throughout our entire universe, it's the same. So regardless of molecules being in space or not, how did they first form? How did they form in the first place? We're talking about origin of first life. How did they form? So just because they're out there in space, we have to be able to say, how did they form? How does this happen? We'll talk more about this later on in this video. And don't give me this nonsense of, quote, spontaneous assembly. Molecules form mechanistically regardless of the speed at which they form, the rate at which they form. They can be spontaneous. There can be spontaneous non-covalent self-organization of molecules. But when it comes to covalent molecular synthesis in this context, spontaneously is the origin of life researchers' code for, quote, I don't have any idea, unquote. So when they say it formed spontaneously, it means they have no idea how it formed. If they're talking about forming spontaneously something like this, they have no idea. They would have to show it. It would no longer be spontaneous. If they knew, they would show how it formed. When they don't know how it happens, they say, this formed spontaneously. Well, show me how that happened. You can't throw around that term lightly when you're talking about covalent molecular bonds. I'm not talking about orientation of molecules in a self-assembled monolayer, for example, or in a lipid bilayer. I'm talking about the covalent bond. Show me how that happens. Don't use that word spontaneous because it's your code word for I have no idea. And then there's the sleight of hand. Are you forgetting something? What about the monomeric sugars? So when you said
getting the smallest building blocks of life is absolutely no problem,
you never talked about the sugars. Why? Because there's not even a good story on that one. The storytelling should cease right here. You can't make the sugars, you can't make your RNA, you can't make your DNA. It should stop right there. Show me a prebiotically relevant synthesis of sugars with any possibility of getting homochirality. Show me that. When you can't, the story should have stopped right there. It's as if one wants to build this car, but all he's got is rocks. There's the car, and you say, make that car. All you got are the rocks. From those rocks, you got to get all the chemicals. You got to get all the metals. You got to get all the chemicals to make the tires and the seats, and you got to get aluminum from aluminum ore. From bauxite, you have to get the copper ore. You have to get iron ore to make the steel. That's what early Earth is faced with. You can't buy these things. Remember that? We talked about that. So when you say in the video,
getting the smallest building blocks of life is absolutely no problem.
I don't believe that those that say such things really know what they're talking about. I don't believe it. You don't know what you're talking about if you're going to say something like that. And then you have to address the polymerization problem. So his step 2, the video step 2 is polymerization. Polymerization to get the biomolecules. But remember, they never established the monomers to begin with. They never established these. They never showed how to make the sugars. They never showed how to make, therefore, the nucleotides, because you couldn't make the sugars in any prebiotically relevant manner. They got the amino acids, but now you want to get these things to polymerize. Remember, they have side chains. There's side chains here. There's lots of hydroxyl groups here. You have the C2 hydroxyl here. How do you get these to polymerize when those are unblocked? You can't just say these make DNA or RNA. You can't. In fact, you got the extra sugar here, so the extra alcohol. If this is going to make DNA, it shouldn't have that alcohol. But in any case, that's a minor thing. How do you get these? You got to have the side chains protected. In 3759, it's proclaimed in the video.
Next, we need polymerization. DNA, proteins, polysaccharides, these are all polymers, so some mechanism must have arisen to join the small bits together.
There he goes. Some mechanism must have arisen, unquote. In other words, he has no idea. But because we are here, there must be some way, so let's claim that we know rather than confessing that we're clueless. If we're here, we got here somehow, so we pretty much know how it happened. No, we don't know. We don't know how it happened. This is what you're supposed to tell us. You're supposed to tell us how these things polymerized, not to say, well, it must have arisen. No, you're here to explain to us how it happened. That's the whole thing about explaining abiogenesis to us. You can't just say some mechanism must have arisen. Well, yeah, somehow we're here. What else would you like to claim? Are you presuming something? Are you suggesting an intelligent designer or something? I don't know. What's the some mechanism? How about explaining that to me? The whole purpose of the cited video was to show us. The video never showed us how to make the amino acids and the sugars polymerize. Never showed us. Never showed us how to make the RNA polymerize. He's going to show us, but we'll tear that apart. All right, so polymerization to get biopolymers. So he's going to take this nucleotide now, and it is suggested at 3811.
This likely happened first with ribonucleotides, as these have been demonstrated to polymerize on hot clay to produce RNA.
Well, if you're going to use a ribonucleotide, where did you get the ribo part? Where did you get the stereochemical homochiral sugar, ribose? You can't have the ribonucleotide till you have ribose. And if it's not homochiral, it's not ribose. You have to solve the homochirality problem for that. Yet the video skips the point via fast talking. The story should end here, but he presses on. And he says you get these polymers on hot clay. So you can take a RNA nucleotide, a ribonucleotide, and you can put it on hot clay and you can make RNA.
These have been demonstrated to polymerize on hot clay to produce RNA.
Oh, really? Hot clay? How hot? I'm wondering, how hot is that clay? Well, is it hotter than minus 80 degrees centigrade? Is it warmer than minus 112 degrees Fahrenheit? You go right back to what's published on the Sigma Aldrich page for, this is a company that sells RNA. RNA from the website tells us that RNA is much less stable than DNA due to its chemical structure. RNA is subject to autocatalysis as well as degradation by RNases. Well, there's no RNases on an early Earth, so we don't have to worry about that. But this is what we got to worry about. That hydroxyl, that 2-hydroxyl, that hydroxyl and the 2-carbon coming and attacking that phosphate, and whoops, there we go, broken RNA. Well, how does that happen? At what temperatures does that start happening? Above minus 112 Fahrenheit. The 2-hydroxyl group of RNA can lead, I'm quoting, to autocatalytic degradation, quoting from the website of the company that sells this stuff, which in turn, under the right conditions, lowers the quality of the useful oligonucleotide. For short-term storage, single-stranded RNA nucleotides should be stored in a TE buffer. We showed the structure of that buffer before, at minus 80 degrees centigrade. So it's got to be in a buffer, kept at minus 80 degrees centigrade. That's what you got to do. But you want to make that on a hot clay? How well would it be made on a hot clay? And what kind of clay did they use? Well, let's look up the paper. Let's go to the primary literature and see what they used. Here's a paper, Prebiotic RNA Synthesis by Montmorillonite Catalysis. So they start with vol clay, which is a commercial clay which might contain other additives. I went to the website to really understand, what is vol clay? Is it clay that you've gotten that you sell in its native state, or have you pre-treated it? I don't know. It may not be native clay. Why don't you just go out and find some clay and try this? Well, they didn't just take vol clay and do this. Look at what they did with vol clay. It was treated with 0.5 molar HCl, 50 mLs, by continuous stirring at 4 degrees centigrade for 30 minutes. At the end of each treatment, excess acid was removed by centrifugation. Where'd you get a centrifuge on early Earth? And decanting the supernatant. Fresh acid, 50 mL, was added, and the Montmorillonite pellet, and the treatment was repeated twice more. The acid treated, that's H plus Montmorillonite, was washed with 100 mL of deionized water at 4 degrees centigrade for 30 minutes with constant stirring. So we're going to have this clay where it can get to 4 degrees centigrade, and then later it's going to get hot. Interesting. At the end of the washing, excess water was separated by the centrifuge at 3,500 RPM. Were you going to spin something at 3,500 RPM on an early Earth? And decanting of the supernatant. Washing with water 100 mL was repeated 3 times. The protonated Montmorillonite slurry was added to water 1,000 mL, and to this was added 45 mL of wet anion exchange resin. Where do you get an anion exchange resin on early Earth? To remove the residual HCl. The mixture was stirred for 30 minutes. pH was measured at 3.0 plus or minus 0.2. The anion exchange resin was removed by filtration using a stainless steel sieve. Amazing early Earth. And the protonated Montmorillonite slurry was removed and freeze-dried. 1 gram of the protonated Montmorillonite was suspended in 100 mL of deionized water and titrated with 0.02 molar sodium hydroxide, lithium hydroxide, or KOH at pH 7. The water was separated by centrifugation at 3,500 RPM, there's that centrifuge again, and lithium, sodium, and potassium Montmorillonite pellets were freeze-dried. Wow, freeze-drying, you need a vacuum pump for that. I wonder how that happened on an early Earth. That's the clay that they use. It's not clay that you got from under a rock. Then you can't just use the nucleotide that you had showed us. Can't do it. You got to use an activated nucleotide. So you got to have an imidazole to activate this. Now look at how he got that imidazole on there. So there's the nucleobase, there's the ribose, none of which was explained in the video how we could get those. And here's what you had to do to put that imidazole on there. What he did is he took a mixture of the 5-mononucleotide AMP, he calls it, and imidazole, which he bought, and dissolved that in DMF. Where do you get dimethylformamide on an early Earth? And that's a human-made solvent. In 50 ml flask, and the solvent was evaporated to near dryness at reduced pressure. Where'd you get that vacuum pump? The evaporation was repeated twice with DMF to remove residual water. And then again, it says he used DMF, used DMSO, that's dimethyl sulfoxide, that's another human-made solvent. And then 2,2' dithiopyridine. Where do you get that on an early Earth? And triphenylphosphine, where do you get that on an early Earth? It's easy to these days, you just ordered from the manufacturer. And then he used triethylamine, that's TEA, triethylamine. Where do you get that on an early Earth? The resulting product was removed from the clear yellow reaction mixture as a precipitate by adding the reaction mixture drop by drop to a solution of sodium perchlorate. Quite a chemical store on early Earth. In a mixture of ether, acetone, and triethylamine stirring at the same time. Ether is human-made materials there. I mean, the stirring was continued for 2 hours and goes on and on. He uses centrifuge, he uses ether, he uses a vacuum desiccator, and then he gets his more than 99% pure material by HPLC. So he had to get it really pure. How do you get things really pure on an early Earth? You say, well, it doesn't matter. No, it really, really matters in this sort of thing. Because these are condensation polymerizations. These function under something called the Carruthers equation. If you just have a little bit of mess in there, that terminates the polymerization. So you had to use really pure material here, purified on an HPLC. How was that done on an early Earth? It says in the paper, wide ranges of activating groups are produced from hydrogen cyanide under plausible prebiotic Earth conditions. Well, why didn't you use those to show us that? Why not? Now, nucleobases can form under prebiotic type conditions, but again, this is often using the relay game, which we've explained before. And then these are the reactions. So they put it on the clay and they do all of these things. All these things in red are very exacting conditions, very exact. It's all very exacting, 24 degrees, this. And then finally, when he's done, just go right here. He had to extract it 4 times with an organic solvent. All right? Acetonitrile. He had to extract it with acetonitrile. So he had to get that solvent and extract it with it. Why did he have to extract the RNA from the clay with an organic solvent? Why didn't he just wash it off? Because it doesn't just come off. Because the RNA is negatively charged, the clay is positively charged, and it sticks. And it doesn't come off. It doesn't give it up. So what does he do? He treats it with acetonitrile, and he does this over and over again, overnight, just with this organic solvent. So this isn't prebiotically relevant anymore. It has no relevance. How can you claim this? It has no relevance anymore. But even we'll give you that. I'll just give it to you. Now look what happens. Bridging the prebiotic and RNA worlds, prebiotic RNA synthesis on clay. So these folks did a synthesis on clay, and what they tell us, thankfully, is they tell us how well it polymerized. You see here's the 2' hydroxyl, here's the 3' hydroxyl. You need it to polymerize between the 3' hydroxyl on one and the 5' hydroxyl on another to make RNA. But there's another hydroxyl there. So if you were to do this in a modern laboratory, you'd have to figure out some way to block that hydroxyl. But when you don't block it, look what happens. You get both the 3' 5' polymer and the 2' 5' polymer. And that's when you have really pure monomer that's purified like through an HPLC. And so you have to use these activated systems. So you have to use the activated monomer where you put the activation group on here. And you get 2' and 5' linkages. Well, how much of those do you get? Well, you get a lot. So you get 67% of the 3' 5'. So that means that the other 33% is the 2' 5'. Here, when you use these other oligos, when you use these other monomers, you get a predominance of the 2' 5'. That will be the predominant one. So you get all sorts of messy linkages. Let me show you what that means. Here's how RNA should be. You get this 3' hydroxyl coupling through a phosphate to the 5' position of the next one. 3' to 5', 3' and onward to 5'. That will make you RNA. If you had the homochiral base, the homochiral sugar, which he didn't have, and if you could somehow put those together, then you could polymerize these to 3', 5' to make RNA. But you don't just get this. You get a lot of the 2', 5', 2', 5', lots of it, at least 30%. And then sometimes the predominant is the 2', 5'. Then you don't have RNA. That's what I'm talking about. You've got to protect those other side chains to be able to do this. This was never addressed in that video, rarely addressed in Origin of Life articles. They'll take this RNA nucleotide and they'll throw it in water and they'll say it polymerizes without ever looking at the 2' hydroxyl attachment. Well, what happens if there are 2', 5' attachments? What would happen? Oh, look at there. Look at there. What's happening? Look what happened. You make siRNA. The 2', 5' linked nucleic acid exhibits very unique hybridization properties to complementary RNA. While the 2', 5' linked nucleic acids form a stable duplex with RNA, they weakly hybridize or not at all to the complementary DNA. Oh, that's interesting. The duplex is formed between the 2', 5' linked DNA or RNA and the 3', 5' RNA adopt an A-form helical structure. This suggests that these duplexes may be used as siRNA to inhibit gene expression. They form siRNA. What is that? Small interfering RNA. siRNA degrades messenger RNA after transcription, preventing translation. These are products which shut the biochemical process down. They shut it down. The impurities there shut it down. This is what I'm talking about. You get all these impurities, and they shut down the process. The process is shut down by these impurities. You say, well, you don't even address those. Why didn't you address it in the video? Because I think the people that made that video didn't even know this, because they don't read the primary literature. These are the problems. And are there no alcohols or sugars or amino acids or thiols or amines around during this polymerization? Because they would surely attack those phosphates. In every case, there would be interfering nucleophiles. How is that done on an early Earth? In the laboratory, you can use pristine solvents and get everything HPLC pure and try to pull this thing off. And even with that, you get a lot of 2', 5' linkages. And what you get are only short RNAs to begin with, number one. Number two, if you had any interfering other nucleophiles. And now, later on, when you want to make proteins, you subject it to all the 20 amino acids, all of them. But here, when you just want to make the siRNA, there's no amino acids around. How convenient. Residue order. How do the nucleotides know to hook up in a prescribed order to form the codons for the particular peptides? You need the information coding. That video addressed nothing about where the information coding came from. Nothing. Why? Why not? Because there's no answer to that. That's why. Without that, the story stops dead in its tracks. The RNA prepared on clays are not what the video suggests. Even with extreme human interference, you didn't get what he would want. So the storytelling should again end here. Yet it presses on in the video. He goes on, 3824, then the cited video says,
ribozymes are RNA molecules with catalytic function. This means that beyond merely serving as genetic material, they can catalyze chemical reactions, including the production of other molecules, such as proteins. And in fact, our own ribosomes are ribozymes which perform precisely this function. Ribozymes can even perform self-replication. That's right. Already at this simple level, we are introducing the possibility of self-replication. In this case, via autocatalysis, thereby introducing the possibility of a form of natural selection, whereby chance alterations in molecular structure that raise the statistical likelihood of the proliferation of the molecule will cause that molecule to propagate with greater frequency.
Well, let's look into that. It was suggested that
ribozymes are RNA molecules with catalytic function.
Yes, they are. But nobody has ever made a ribozyme from a random polymerization of nucleotides on hot clay or any other random polymerization. So nobody has ever made a ribozyme in a prebiotically relevant manner. Nor has anyone ever made the homochiral nucleotides, the building blocks of the RNA, nor the homochiral sugars, the building blocks of the nucleotides, in the prebiotically relevant manner. Why suggest that a prebiotic Earth can do this if it cannot even be done in a modern laboratory using prebiotically relevant routes? Recall the deleterious 2', 5' linkages? What happened to those? And there were no selectors. Fanciful suggestions being made in the video are irrelevant. At 3828, it was said,
This means that beyond merely serving as genetic material, they can catalyze chemical reactions, including the production of other molecules, such as proteins.
there can be no production of proteins without codons, without the information being there. One needs proper codes for protein production, plus an array of supporting enzymes to deliver the amino acids, plus the amino acids in the first place, all in homochiral form. And the presenter has not provided any of this yet. At 3836,
And in fact, our own ribosomes are ribozymes which perform precisely this function.
yes, because our own ribozymes are of biotic, not prebiotic origin, and they possess the informational code. None of what was suggested has any of these features. None of what was suggested in that video. .3843, it was said,
Ribozymes can even perform self-replication. That's right. Already at this simple level, we are introducing the possibility of self-replication.
you mean self-replication that's never been shown to work even though enormous synthetic expertise has been applied? And RNA, after being primed by biochemists, has never been known to copy more than 7% of itself? That's not self-replication. And the new copy is too short to ever act as a new template for self-replication. There's 2 references in the literature. So how did this happen on an early Earth when biochemists can't even get it to work in a primed RNA that's set up to do this? At 3845,
We are introducing the possibility of self-replication, in this case via autocatalysis, thereby introducing the possibility of a form of natural selection, whereby chance alterations in molecular structure that raise the statistical likelihood of the proliferation of the molecule will cause that molecule to propagate with greater frequency.
have you any example of this outside of a biological system? Any example? No? No references are provided? Not only has it never been demonstrated, but there's no legitimate hypothesis on the table as to how this could have been done. It was just thrown out there. You see the pain that this causes people when they know what's going on and they hear comments like that on a video? Then he goes to the RNA world hypothesis, and he shows each of these subcategories, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, and these things. We will deal with all of these in the next slide, but here it was said at 3910.
The widely accepted RNA world hypothesis postulates that RNA molecules performed all manner of catalytic activity, and that proteins only later took over this functionality, which they were able to perform with more versatility, and this was a major step towards the origin of life.
Well, I'll tell you, not everybody agrees with the RNA hypothesis. It is just a hypothesis. For example, here's a recent article by Krishnamurthy, who's a leading researcher in the field of origin of life, and here's what he says in that article, quote, "The view that the deoxynucleosides would have been available alongside the ribonucleosides, though old, is not as widely popular as the RNA world hypothesis. However, it must be pointed out that the RNA-centric view and the RNA-only approach is limited in its validity and has been rightfully questioned critically." So you see that this is not nearly as widely accepted, and it throws out lots of things that have never even been seen. Quote, "RNA forms from inorganic sources," unquote. That has never been shown, not even close, and surely not with homochiral nucleotides. And why doesn't it decompose? Why don't you have to deal with the decomposition problem when you're dealing with RNA? Step 2, quote, "RNA self-replicates," unquote. in the best of cases in a modern lab with provided homochiral nucleotides, not more than 7% of a primed RNA has been shown to self-replicate. And that was further too short to act as a replication template itself. If it's a ribosome, there's never been a demonstrated protein-free ribosome. Step 3, quote, RNA catalyzes protein synthesis, unquote, only if provided the homochiral amino acids with support enzymes, and only if the RNA has been given the information to form a codon pattern with the start and stop data. Step 4, quote, membrane formation changes internal chemistry, allowing new functionality, unquote. A lipid bilayer vesicle can change subsequent protein folding, but there are so many outstanding questions since no phospholipid bilayer has yet been suggested, and the protein folding is a big unknown. We're going to look at the Leventhal paradox in just a moment. Quote, step 5, quote, RNA codes both DNA and proteins, unquote. But where did the RNA get the informational code to begin with? And from where did the homochiral nucleotide arise? You see, every time you skip one of these steps, it just cuts the knees, right? Cuts you right off at the knees. Quote, DNA becomes the master template, unquote. Yes, it is a master template. But in the video's proposal, it is only what the strand of only what the strand of RNA gave it, and nothing more. What's the informational source? Quote, proteins catalyze cellular activity, unquote. This is true, but they require pools of homochiral amino acids and support enzymes to do all of this. From where did those arise? It was suggested that, as it says here, the mineral surfaces could perform organometallic catalysis. And what he shows here is a condensation polymerization taking place in water. Proteins depolymerize in water faster than they polymerize. Then it was suggested at 13 minutes and 29 seconds.
With regards to protein production, if catalysis via ribozymes is deemed insufficient, there are plenty of other possibilities. Hydrothermal vents or volcanic hot springs could have provided the energy required for the polymerization reactions. But my personal favorite explanation involves heterogeneous catalysis over mineral-rich surfaces in tidal pools. The small volume of the pools solves the problem of molecules having to find each other in the ocean, acting essentially like a chemist's flask in a laboratory.
How does one get the chemicals in the oceans needed for the reactions into those small pools? That's not yet been shown. Where'd all these small molecules come from? You said it's no problem, but I don't believe it. You got to show me where they come from. And even if you had them, how do you perform the needed condensation reactions in water? In the water reactions, you would favor the starting material. Amino acids don't even just hook together like that. Even in the chemist's flask in a laboratory, even the chemist can't get them to hook together like that. And how about the side chain protection and deprotection? Side chains are more reactive than the amine itself, than the alpha amine itself. But if you don't want to take my word for it, that the amino acids don't just hook together in aqueous solution, even in a chemist's flask, how about what was published in Nature in 2019 by Matthew Pauner, a key person in origin of life research? And he says this: it is inconceivable that sophisticated and coordinated macromolecules could suddenly emerge at the origin of life, unquote. He goes on to say, quote, peptides are widely assumed to be products of amino acid polymerization reactions. Whilst conceptually simple, in practice there are good reasons why these reactions are inefficient in water. And then he goes on to explain why these are zwitterionic, and these don't happen in water. Just hasn't been shown. So how can you keep claiming this? You throw all the organometallic surfaces you want at it. It's not going to happen. So I don't know why that's your favorite place to have it happen when it doesn't happen there. So the video storytelling should end right there. Because if you can't get past this point in origin of life, you can't go on. But it presses on. Then it says in 3958.
But more importantly, the mineral surfaces could have acted as naturally occurring organometallic catalysts. These surfaces may have not only performed efficient syntheses,
Well, maybe Professor Powner should watch the video to learn that there are organometallic catalysts that can cause efficient synthesis of peptides from amino acids and from amino acids with active side chains. And then maybe he should just retract his article from Nature because it's all wrong based on what this video had talked about that we're citing. Yet the video presses on at 40:04.
But given the possibility of the surfaces exhibiting chirality, it could have been the case that they preferentially reacted with one particular enantiomeric version of molecules, like perhaps only L amino acids. This would readily explain their prevalence in proteins, with enzymes arising later to perpetuate this stereochemical bias after their dominance had already been set into place.
This would readily explain their prevalence in proteins, with enzymes arising later to perpetuate the stereochemical bias. Is there any example of a chiral surface showing a high selectivity of one enantiomer for polymerization over others, over a broad class of compounds like that of 19 racemic amino acids? No. Also, does anyone deal with the side chain problem? The amino acid side chains are often more reactive than the alpha-amine and the primary carboxylate. Every statement made in the video is painful when considering the synthetic chemistry involved. Again, I'm not picking on anyone's other videos, but no chemistry, no chemical understanding was in that video that we're referencing. Just utterly ridiculous. 4035 claimed, and then came the claim.
There are other ways to get enantiomeric excess with the amino acids themselves. It has been demonstrated that recrystallization of a mixture of amino acids.
And then he goes on and he talks about that reaction, that supernatant being one enantiomer and that crystal being another. I've already dealt with that. And it was not a slight excess, it was a 700% excess. You call that slight? 700% excess. Not 7%, 700%. To get a homochiral seed and of the homochiral seed. And now what you had to do is you had to, in that homochiral seed of 700%, only 1% of what was in that was what you wanted. And of that, it was only 22% EE. So it's just really crazy. Anyway. So concerning homochirality, it was further said at 4108.
So we can see that the chirality of biomolecules may have been implemented at any number of places throughout the process of abiogenesis.
Video has not shown a single viable place where homochirality might have been introduced to amino acids, or how they could have polymerized. So it's not yet proposed a viable enzyme synthesis. And it's not shown where the homochirality in the sugars has arisen, and how they were polymerized with regiochemical and anomeric stereochemical control. Massive control problems in the polymerization of sugars. And you just skip that because you can have trillions and trillions of different isomers hooking together. And it was not shown how nucleic acids with stereochemical control, or how they would polymerize, avoiding the 2,5 linkages. And it has not been shown how they would be stable from rapid degradation through 2'-hydroxyl intramolecular attack on the phosphate, nor how the RNA could be stored at minus 80 degrees centigrade or minus 112 degrees Fahrenheit to prevent the rapid decomposition, nor has it been shown lipids with their homochiral control selecting the proper enantiotopic hydroxymethyl, which we talked about that in the lipid section. You had to select those. Yet, here's the claim of victory over homochirality. When he says, you see, chirality could have been induced at any of these points. How can you claim victory on the homochirality problem when you haven't shown anything? Oh, the nonsensical and unfounded claims. The storytelling should stop right here, but it presses on. Then there's the claim at 4117.
From here, biopolymers need to assemble into some kind of rudimentary organized structure. This is nowhere near as far-fetched as science deniers make it out to be. First, the system needs a boundary. Luckily, amphiphilic lipids spontaneously form ordered structures.
And then in 4144, quote,
Although in prebiotic absence of phospholipids, the first membranes can have been bilayers or even monolayers of fatty acids or other simple lipids that can easily have arisen spontaneously.
easily, spontaneously. Fatty acids do not arise spontaneously. Fischer-Tropsch type syntheses and hydrothermal vents and glycoaldehyde proposed prebiotic routes have never been confirmed to show formation of fatty acids in any prebiotic sense. All that's known today is that fatty acids are products of biological processes. Again, this word spontaneously here is a code word for we have no idea. So every time they throw out the word spontaneously means, how did a fatty acid form spontaneously? Show me how that happened from methane. I would love to see that. Oh, you haven't an answer? Okay. And I'm the science denier? No, I'm not denying science. I'm using and supporting science. I'm denying nonsensical claims. You see the trick here? One just says it's easy and it's spontaneous, and then they quickly press on to the next chapter in their storytelling. Every one of these is a hard problem with no demonstrated prebiotically relevant solution. In a modern lab, outside a biological system, let alone under a rock someplace. None of this has been solved. And even if the fatty acid could somehow form, would it be sufficient to form a lipid bilayer? No. Neil Devaraj writes in Nature Chemistry in November 2020, he wrote, quote, all living organisms harness proton gradients across phospholipid membranes to generate energy. Vesicles formed from simpler amphiphiles, such as fatty acids, are unable to maintain proton gradients, suggesting that diacyl phospholipid membranes appeared early in the origin of life. You can't do it with just fatty acids. That video that we're citing was wrong again. So there's no phospholipid bilayer because there are no fatty acids. Now what? Stuck again. The storytelling should end right here, but it doesn't. Some further say 42.06.
So we can begin to imagine bilayers forming around a collection of biomolecules, including RNA and proteins.
No, I can't imagine that. Can't imagine that. I don't know where you got the nucleotide. I don't know where you got the sugar for the nucleotide. I don't know how it polymerized. I don't know where you got the homochiral amino acids. And even if you had those, I don't know how they polymerized. So I can't imagine that. And Moore has said at 4210,
This allowed for the emergence of hypercycles, which are organizations of self-replicating macromolecules connected in a cyclic manner, where each catalyzes the synthesis of its successor in addition to itself, with the last one looping back to the first. This is not strictly hypothetical.
do they mean strictly hypothetical like everything else they've shown? 4214.
The emergence of a cooperative network of self-assembling ribozymes was demonstrated in 2012.
No. Without a purification mechanism in place, this would rapidly make vast arrays of impurities that would also start replicating. This cannot work. I wish the reference were provided to the claimed article so we could see what's going on there. And how about, as for your hypercycles, look what Leslie Orgel wrote. He is one of the biggest names in origin of life research in the 20th century. He's no longer alive, but he wrote this article for the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science in the year 2000. Quote, non-covalent interactions between small molecules in aqueous solution are generally too weak to permit large and regio-specific catalytic accelerations. To postulate one fortuitously catalyzed reaction, perhaps catalyzed by a metal ion, might be reasonable. But to postulate a suite of them is to appeal to magic. That's an origin of life researcher saying you appeal to magic. And it was finally said at 4245.
From here, it's not that large a leap in complexity to get to some kind of protobiont or protocell, where some rudimentary metabolism is taking place, and other more primitive versions of cellular functions begin to emerge. So-called Jiwanu protocells with basic metabolic capabilities have been synthesized in labs as early as the 1960s. All that is left to get to early prokaryotic life is natural selection and time.
It's interesting that the cited video relates back to Jiwanu protocells of 1963, thereby underscoring my point that little progress has been made for 60 plus years. That video itself goes back to 1963. But more to the point, no, there have never been metabolisms demonstrated. Just any old chemical reaction is not a metabolism. What is a metabolism? Here's Britannica Encyclopedia definition. Quote, metabolism is the sum of the chemical reactions that take place within a cell of a living organism and that provide energy for vital processes and for synthesizing new organic materials. Living organisms are unique in that they can extract energy from their environment and use it to carry out activities such as movement, growth, and development and reproduction. But how do living organisms or their cells extract energy from their environments? And how do cells use this energy to synthesize and assemble the components from which the cells are made? The answers to these questions lie in the enzyme-mediated chemical reactions that take place in living matter. Metabolism. I didn't write that. That's still quoting. Hundreds of coordinated multi-step reactions fueled by energy obtained from nutrients and or solar energy ultimately convert readily available materials into the molecules required for growth and maintenance, unquote. Never has metabolism been demonstrated in a protocell. That video that we're citing was wrong again. Hence, this cell assembly story is stopped dead in its tracks. It should stop right here. Well, that wraps up part 1 on constructing a cell, the assembly problem. Tune in to part 2 and we'll pick up where we left off. We remain clueless on life's origin. Thanks for joining us. If you want to subscribe, you just click right here, subscribe, and we'll give you a shout out when the next video in this series comes out. Welcome to part 2 on constructing a cell, the assembly problem. We'll be picking up where we ended in part 1, so let's begin. The assembly problem. The protocell is a self-organized, endogenously ordered, spherical collection of lipids proposed as a stepping stone to the origin of life. Most so-called protocell assembly experiments in origin of life research can be summed up by a protocol analogous to this. You purchase a homochiral diacyl lipid from a chemical company, or you synthesize stereochemical scrambled lipids from smaller molecules. You add those lipids and water and observe a small amount of it to form the simple and expected thermodynamically driven assembly of those lipids into synthetic bilayer vesicles upon agitation. Sometimes the researchers will add other molecules that get engulfed by the vesicles as it forms. Then they publish a paper claiming that the synthetic vesicle is a protocell and suggesting an early form of life. They engage with the media and they hype it up, and the layperson is misled. The layperson is misled because they don't look at the primary literature and just see the nonsense that was put out there. The complex cellular membrane. Researchers have identified thousands of different lipid structures in cell membranes. When making synthetic vesicles, synthetic lipid bilayer membranes, mixtures with monoacyl lipids can destabilize the system. So how are these avoided? Even if you just have a monoacyl system, it destabilizes it. Lipid bilayers surround suborganelles, such as nuclei and mitochondria, which are themselves microsystem assemblies. Each of these has their own lipid composition, different from the host. Lipid bilayers have a non-symmetric distribution about the inner and outer surfaces. Protein-lipid complexes are the required passive transport sites and active pumps for the passage of ions and molecules through the bilayer membranes, often with high specificity. You can't just have this lipid bilayer. You have to have specific proteins going through them that allow the transport. We talked about this in the lipid chapter. All the lipid bilayers have vast numbers of polycarbohydrate appendages known as glycans. These are essential for cell regulation. Eliminating any class of carbohydrates from an organism results in its death. If you're considering prokaryotic cells, like bacteria, really the simple ones, these can have multiple lipid bilayers and proteoglycan layers that make a cell wall. So how do the origin of life researchers address the prebiotic synthesis of complex lipid bilayers? They don't. Here's the Leventhal paradox. Now, the typical Leventhal paradox is that when you have a protein, if you just make a protein, how does it fold up into its 3D structure? Nobody knows how that happened on a prebiotic Earth. Because nowadays, in biology, there are host proteins that help it to fold properly. If you just leave it in solution, it doesn't fold properly. How do you get those to fold? And there are so many different ways that it could fold up. This was a paradox that was put forth by Leventhal in the 1960s, and he calculated the number. If you just had I don't know, 300 amino acids or something, it's just an astronomically high number. Well, there's another Leventhal paradox that they're talking about here that Tompa and Rose are talking about. And it says, the central biological question of the 21st century is, how does a viable cell emerge from the bewildering combinatorial complexity of its molecular components? Here we estimate the combinatorics of self-assembling the protein constituents of a yeast cell, a number so vast that functional interactome could only have emerged by iterative hierarchical assembly of its component sub-assemblies. So what they're talking about, this is like Leventhal 2.0, is they're going to look at proteins. If you just look at the proteins in a single yeast cell, a simple cell, just look at those proteins. How do those interact with one another to get into the structure, the non-covalent bond, just the interactions between them? It's very important to have those interactions right, because there's information passed through those. And those pass through by electrostatic interactions, which are very fast, travel at the speed of light. But those have to be well ordered. How do they get in the right order if you just look at those interactions? Interactomes are the non-covalent interactive connectivity within a functioning cell. Nobody knows how a viable cell emerges from the massive combinatorial complexity of its molecular components. And of course, nobody has ever synthetically mimicked it. An interactome is the whole set of molecular interactions in a particular cell. If one merely considers all protein-protein interactome combinations, so we're not talking about protein DNA, we're not talking about protein RNA or RNA DNA, just protein-protein. In a single yeast cell, consider all of those. It's an estimated 10 to the 79 billion combinations. And some people think that I just make this up. Here's a direct, I just cut and pasted this. This is a direct snip out of the article. There is 10 to the 79 billion combinations. Let's put that in context. The number of elemental particles in the universe is 10 to the 90. 10 to the 90. When I say elemental particles, do I mean the number of atoms? I could. But if you want to just say, well, the number of electrons, protons, and neutrons, that number is about the same, because the difference between the number of electrons, protons, and neutrons and the atom itself may be a factor of 100. We're talking about numbers 10 to the 90, so it doesn't matter anymore. 10 to the 90 is the number of elemental particles in the universe. The number of possible combinations that you can have for the interactome of just protein-protein interactions is 10 to the 79 billion. That is a 1 with 79 billion zeros after it. That is a crazy, crazy big number. All the time of Earth, all the time of the universe will not allow for that assembly. How did this happen on a prebiotic Earth? Nobody knows. And that's why if you totally dehydrate a cell, take out the structural water from it, it will never come, you can never rehydrate it and get it to work again. You could never rehydrate it because the interactomes are now lost. That's why when a cell replicates, it takes information, it puts the information for these interactomes, splits it to both sides, compresses down, and goes to the two sides like that. And even in that article by Tompa and Rose, which is in the journal Protein Synthesis, it says that it couldn't happen in any meaningful span of time. So this whole thing that all we need is time, a few million years, won't do it. A few billion years is way, way too little. So just to throw this out, all we need now is natural selection and time. That's ridiculous. Time doesn't solve these issues. The inability of the interactome to self-assemble, this is again quoting from that article, to self-assemble de novo imposes limits on efforts to create artificial cells and organisms. That is synthetic biology. In particular, the stunning experiment of creating a viable bacterial cell by transplanting a synthetic chromosome into a host stripped of its own genetic material has been heralded as the generation of a synthetic cell, although not by the paper's authors. Such an interpretation is a misnomer, rather like stuffing a foreign engine into a Ford and declaring it to be a novel design. The success of the synthetic biology experiment relies on having a recipient interactome that has high compatibility with the donor genetic material. The ability to synthesize an actual artificial cell using designed components that can self-assemble spontaneously still remains a distant challenge. There is that spontaneously there. That is a self-assembly, a non-covalent interaction. How that can self-assemble, we have no idea. This spontaneous assembly, you can't just say it happens spontaneously. There's not enough time in all the universes. There's not enough time in 10 of our universes to allow this. That's what he's saying. And the reference experiment, that he's talking about is this synthetic cell experiment by Craig Venter that was not originally called a synthetic cell experiment, but was later called that. In 2010, Craig Venter's team, quote, copied an existing bacterial genome and transplanted it into another cell. So they took an existing cell and they put in a genome that was copied and they put it in. That would be like my going out to my car and getting the little computer control box that controls the electronics in my car. And I take the chip out of that and I go into my fabrication lab here at the university and I copy that chip. And then I take that chip that I copied, I put it back into that slot, stick it back in my car, and I claim, I made that car. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You copied a chip and you put it in it. This is a great experiment. But what Tompa is saying in that article on the Leventhal problem is that the only reason that worked is because he put it into an existing cell that had the interactome all in place and was compatible to receive that genome. That is not making an artificial cell from ground zero. No way. Unless you claim that I could copy that chip, stick it in my car, and then I made that car. You'd have to be able to claim that too. And Venter did an interesting experiment, something similar. He removed all but 473 genes from a natural genome and transplanted it into another cell. So with just 473 genes, that's very little. So I'm sure that other cell didn't work very well, but that's another very interesting experiment. All right, so the formation of protobionts. So he wrote here, from here, it is just a matter of natural selection and millions of years. No, millions of years is way, way, way too little. In the cited video, it's now set at 4306.
All that is left to get to early prokaryotic life is natural selection and time.
That's all that's left? What about all the things that you didn't address? What about all the things that you didn't cover getting up to this point? it is said about me in that video that I'm citing at 7.42.
Next, he talks about us being unable to assemble a simple bacterium. This is absolutely irrelevant. The instructions for assembly are encoded in the DNA, and DNA predates all bacteria. The issue is to arrive at the bacterial genome, not to somehow be able to assemble a complete bacterium from its fully formed constituent parts, because nature doesn't do that either. Nature assembled some dramatically simpler precursor, which was self-replicating and also self-improving due to natural selection. Every bacterial cell alive today is tremendously more complex than the first protocell that must have formed, so this is not a valid argument. It's also incredibly anti-intellectual. We can't make planets and stars either. Does that mean nature can't have made them spontaneously?
So in the cited video, I said at 8:32,
there would be no inherent information in the DNA. But even if we gave them the DNA in the structure that they wanted, they wouldn't know how to put all the components together.
there was retort in the video at 8:42.
This is just nonsense. He is saying there is no information inherent in the DNA when DNA is inherently information because of the way genes code for proteins when expressed. Jim is way out of his element when it comes to informatics.
All right, origin of information. Critical for life is the origin of information, DNA or RNA. The information is primary, the matter is secondary. But we cannot even get the matter, the requisite carbohydrates, nucleic acids, lipids, and proteins, let alone the information. Jim Tour has no business mentioning it since he's way out of his league on informatics.
Jim is way out of his element when it comes to informatics.
But then he does not address the information at all. Every cell has embedded information in DNA, the RNA, the proteins, the polysaccharides, and the lipid domains. Yet the origin of information was never addressed in the cited video. A book has no inherent information if the letters are typed randomly. Where did the DNA get the codons for the assembly of the cell? What is the origin of the information in that DNA that is going to end up prescribing how that cell is made? What's the origin of that? That's what we're talking about. Cause of Cambrian explosion, terrestrial or cosmic. So this is an article that was published in Progress in Biophysics and Molecular Biology. I haven't quoted from a single religious magazine, not a single one. These are all mainline scientific journals. And in this article, which we're just quoted by the first author, because there's a bunch of authors here, Edward Steele, so we'll call this the Steele article. In this article, pasting this segment from the 2018 Steele article, the transformation of an ensemble of appropriately chosen biological monomers, example amino acids, nucleotides, into a primitive living cell capable of further evolution appears to require overcoming an information hurdle of super-astronomical proportions. An event that could not have happened within the time frame of Earth except, we believe, as a miracle. All laboratory experiments attempting to simulate such an event have so far led to dismal failure. So in the cited video, it claims that, all you need is time and this. No, this article by Steele is saying it cannot have happened that way. You can't just take amino acids and have these assemble into anything that's going to overcome the information hurdle. It has no information, and time doesn't solve it. It would be time that's super astronomical, meaning beyond astronomical time. It could only happen by a miracle. And that was accepted in a mainline journal, in the Journal of Progress in Biophysics and Molecular Biology, a miracle. Because nobody has an explanation for that, except maybe the guy who made the video that we're citing. Nature assembled a precursor to all living organisms. These cells are extremely different. The cited video then suggested 8:14.
Every bacterial cell alive today is tremendously more complex than the first protocell that must have formed.
Okay. How simple could early cells have been? How simple could they have been? Because I've heard this over and over again. Well, they were much simpler. You can't, they were much simpler. Okay, how simple could they have been? Well, here's an article from Microbiology and Molecular Biology Reviews, 2014. System Biology Perspectives on Minimal and Simpler Cells. The concept of the minimal cell has fascinated scientists for a long time, from both fundamental and applied points of view. The broad concept encompasses extreme reductions of genomes, the last universal common ancestor, LUCA, the creation of semi-artificial cells, and the designs of protocells. So it says down at the bottom, we review key concepts central to the mapping and modeling of this complexity, which is at the heart of research on minimal cells. So we're going to learn how small, how minimal could they be. Well, here's from the same article. I'm quoting from the same article, Systems Biology Perspective on Minimal and Simpler Cells. And a minimal cell requires three main features. This is what it says in the article. This is not me speaking. This is from the article. Quote, some form of metabolism to provide molecular building blocks and energy necessary for synthesizing the cellular components. Genetic replication from a template or an equivalent information processing and transfer machinery. And a boundary membrane that separates the cell from its environment, unquote. Quote, the necessity of coordination between boundary fission and the full segregation of the previously generated twin genetic templates could be added to this definition. And fundamental characteristics that could be added to the essential features of a minimal cell is the ability to evolve, which is a universal characteristic among all living cells. So this is what they say, these authors say, you need to have. In a minimal cell, this is what a minimal cell requires. They go on to say, quote, the smallest natural genome capable of autonomous growth or laboratory cultivation in pure culture, and also in a defined medium, is the one of M. genitalium with 580 kilobases. That's 580,000 bases. So you have to have 580,000 bases in order to have a genome that could run the minimal cell today. All right, but that's the minimal cell today. But now, what about the theoretically? How far? So you can do this. You can do this by computer modeling, and they bring this down. Okay, how small could it possibly be? And what they come up with is this, quote, the first theoretical minimum gene set was proposed by Mushigan and Kunin, consisting of 256 genes. Later, one integrative study utilized a larger data set, including results from both experimental and computational approaches for the minimal genome, and predicted a set of 206 genes for a theoretical minimum gene set. That's the least that you will. That's not 260. This is not 206 bases. This is 206 genes. A gene is defined as, quote, a distinct sequence of nucleotides forming part of a chromosome, the order of which determines the order of monomers in a polypeptide or nucleic acid molecule, which a cell or virus may synthesize, unquote. So you would need at least 206 genes. So you need at least 206 protein coding genes, where these will prescribe enzymes, which are nanomachines, to do building. You need at least 206 machines doing construction, essentially being made from those. The minimal gene set, so what are those 206 control elements? This is what a list of them would have to do. Quote, DNA replication, repair, restriction, and modification. All those genes would need to be there, but not just those. It goes on. A basic transcription machinery, amino-acyl tRNA synthesis, tRNA maturation and modification, ribosomal proteins, ribosome function, maturation and modification, translation factors, RNA degradation, protein processing, folding and secretion, cellular division, transport, and energetic and intermediary metabolisms, glycolysis, proton motive force generation, pentose phosphate pathway, lipid metabolism, biosynthesis of nucleotides and cofactors. Quote, the authors did not include, the authors of this paper are citing previous authors. He says, quote, the authors did not include rRNA or tRNA genes, and they recognized that they recognized that the basic substrate transport machinery could not be clearly defined, even though this minimal cell would rely greatly on the import of several substrates, including all 20 amino acids, for which it had no biosynthetic ability. So even with these 206 genes prescribing that functionality, at least 206 genes, protein coding genes, you'd need exogenous all 20 amino acids coming in because it doesn't have any way to make those because we brought it down to the bare minimum. That's what you would need to have the simplest functioning cell. All right? So we're not going to get smaller than that. But biologists keep thinking all you need is a little bit of RNA and everything can work. The confusion has reached even the academy. This is not just a problem with guys who go around and make videos that they think that this is simply just a little piece of RNA takes care of it. This was in a discussion with a friend of mine on the science. We were talking about science and the origin of life, and this was on Cameron Bertuzzi's podcast. And Joshua Swamidass is a friend of mine. I like him. He's a friend of mine. I've eaten in his home. He has stayed in my home, and he has eaten in my home. We are friends. He has been on my video channel. I've been on his video channel. He is an MD, PhD, so he's a medical doctor and a PhD in research. He's a professor of pathology and immunology and biomedical engineering, and he's also a computational geneticist. In our conversation, referring to a minimal cell, I asked Joshua, and now I'm quoting from this YouTube video that's cited here, and it's in the description box as well. I asked Joshua at 2803 in that video, how many protein coding genes do you need? And we were talking about for the simplest cell. How many protein coding genes do you need?
How many protein coding genes do you need?
To which Joshua replied at 2815.
At least several hundred.
Zero. It's possible, Jim, that you need zero in the first cell. Zero protein coding genes.
And
That's
how do you do that, Joshua? How do you do that?
It's possible you need zero. Joshua, when I pushed him on this, he went on further, 2839.
No, I'm going to explain right now. The RNA world is an example of life without any protein coding genes.
So what he called upon is this RNA world mumbo jumbo that presupposes you can just take one strand of RNA and make these sorts of things happen. There are 206 protein coding genes minimally. And in addition to those, you have to have all these amino acids coming into this to support it. But even at the top levels, he's a smart guy. At the top levels of the academy, he says, you don't need any. Whereas these folks clearly say, you need 206 at least. And they have to be able to have all of these functions. Let's look at another one. Justin Brierley and Lee Cronin. We talked about them before. And when Justin Brierley had Lee Cronin and Dennis Noble on his unbelievable podcast. Before I talked about what things that Lee Cronin said, we'll talk this time about what Dennis Noble said. Who's Dennis Noble? He's a British biologist who held the Burdon Sanderson Chair of Cardiovascular Physiology at the University of Oxford. Great school. From 84 to 2004, and was appointed Professor Emeritus and Co-Director of Computational Physiology. Well, what did he say here that's interesting? This is what I'm saying. Poor biologists, they've taken these nonsensical claims by chemists, and they've extrapolated them, and they really believe it. Justin asked him at 4 minutes and 44 seconds in this video, in this Justin Brierley video, he said, tell us a little bit about your background, firstly, and why origin of life issue has become such an object of fascination to you.
Tell us a little of your background, firstly, and why the origin of life issue has become such an object of fascination to you.
Yes, I will start by making a very simple factual observation. I suspect that many of your listeners will think that life depends entirely on DNA. That's one of the molecules that contributes to our genetic inheritance. Now, I'll tell you an interesting fact. If I could take the complete DNA out of one of your cells, and I put it into a Petri dish with as many nutrients as you wish, I could keep it for 10,000 years and it would do absolutely zilch. DNA as a molecule is one of the most inert. RNAs, which are formed from the DNA template, they're more interesting. They can actually be catalytic, as the chemist will say. They can actually make two molecules interact with each other faster than they would otherwise do. That's a key. You need that to have any living system, to make things go in a particular kind of way. Now, what that means to me is that it's extremely unlikely, really unbelievable, that DNA was there at the beginning.
Okay. All right, I'll give you that. And what if you took that strand of RNA from one of Justin's cells? Don't take his DNA, put that strand of RNA in a petri dish. How long is that going to last? How long is that RNA? Not going to last 10,000 years. Even after a day, you're going to have a bunch of decomposition. Like within a few hours. Remember, it's supposed to be stored at minus 112 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 80 degrees centigrade. And then what are you going to do? Tell me what happens. Tell me about the RNA hypothesis, this mumbo-jumbo about RNA hypothesis, how somehow this is life. You want to try to explain that to me? These poor biologists, it's not just these two. They're all confused on origin of life. They think you could just have a piece of RNA. It doesn't. You need to watch this video series. Then it was said at 3742,
and we have even seen spectroscopic evidence of these and other biomolecules existing in space, which offers the possibility of them arriving on Earth already made, a version of the so-called panspermia hypothesis. So getting the smallest building blocks of life is absolutely no problem.
So getting the smallest building blocks of life is absolutely no problem. Oh, he said it again. Look, let's see what's known. Meteorite delivery of the building blocks of the building blocks, these small molecules. Traces, I mean utterly traces of biologically relevant molecules have been found in meteorites, and isotopic studies have confirmed that some of those are not of Earth origin. As soon as something lands on Earth, it's covered with biological compounds, and so it's hard to distinguish. But you can do isotopic labeling, and you can show that it is not of Earth origin by the level of the isotope ratios that are there, because on Earth you have different ratios that are coming from outside the Earth. Generally, those molecules are racemic or have very low enantiomeric excesses, so there's no homochirality, or too low in concentration to be assessed for their degree of enantiomeric excess. Hence, either A, they were synthesized in a racemic manner and therefore not life relevant as we know life, or B, they had significant enantiomeric excesses and they racemized at some time after their formation. So, you can see amino acids racemizing. That could certainly occur at the alpha position there. But for sugars, it's hard to see them racemizing without decomposing. That's hard to envision. And at the branching points of those branches on amino acids, it's harder to see how those could racemize without there being decomposition, because these are non-acidic sites. Usually the sites that can easily undergo racemizations are sites that are easily epimerized or are fairly acidic, like in an amino acid, the alpha carbon. And so there's two references there that you can look up if you're interested on this. There are claimed exceptions to the racemic compounds. For example, up to 60% enantiomeric excess has been claimed in D-alloisoleucine, a diastereomer of the protein-forming amino acid L-isoleucine. So it's not that we found L-isoleucine, there's a diastereomer of it, and it was claimed it had 60% enantiomeric excess. But contests to those claims of 60% have ensued, and there have been further rebuttals. So you can see there the references about the dialogue that went on. But it doesn't matter. If life originated on another planet and was transported to Earth, I'm fine with that. By a meteorite or with intent, whether it came on a meteorite or whether some other creature planted it here, that's fine. That that does not solve any problem in origin of life. It just transfers the problem. What we're talking about is origin of first life. To suggest that this came from another planet, it doesn't solve anything. The universe is the same as far as the periodic table is the same throughout our universe. It doesn't matter where in the universe. The periodic table is the same. You got to generate these molecules. How was that done? What's the chemistry that could make this happen? But anyway, in the next challenge, I'll give you all the small molecules that you want. You know, even if I gave you all this, so even if you had the small molecules, they all came from outer space in homochiral form. I mean, it doesn't matter really. A challenge. Make the simplest living cell. So we know the simplest living cell. You know, we already saw some of the requirements. A Nobel Prize would probably be awarded if anyone could make a working cell. Not a complex cell, even just a simple, minimal cell that shows the functions of life. If somebody could make a cell that shows the functions of life, there would almost certainly be given a Nobel Prize, and very, very quickly, because that would be a stellar achievement. Well, reminder, what are the characteristics of life? Responsiveness to the environment, growth and change, ability to reproduce, have a metabolism and breathe, maintain homeostasis, and being made of cells and passing traits on to offspring. Remember, that's not my definition. That's the definition of here, the academy, these academic lessons. This is what life needs. Now, if you want to redefine life into your own image so that you can image it to be just any old reaction, then that's not life as we know it. That's not where we're talking. You want to make the simplest of cells. The cell's going to have to do this. And we're going to have these systems there. We're going to have some form of metabolism and being able to build building blocks, genetic replication, a boundary, and this coordination between boundary fission and these things we just talked about. And it's also going to have at least 206 genes, protein coding genes, and those genes are going to have to do all of these basic functions. That's inherent in getting that Nobel Prize. This is the only way to do it. You're going to have all of these. Okay, so let's try. Step one, assemble the team. Who's going to do this? Assemble the team. So get Craig Venter, get Jack Szostak, the Nobel Prize winner, biologist from Harvard, get David Deamer from the West Coast, get John Sutherland, all these, Matthew Powner, Neil Devaraj, Sarah Keller, Roy Black, Lee Cronin, and anyone else you like, even the guys that make videos on abiogenesis. You can get them all. Assemble the team and see what they will say if they could put a cell together and win this Nobel Prize. Okay, so what they've got to do first is, go ahead, make the small molecules. Here they are. They've got to make all the small molecules in homochiral form. All right? I won't even hold you to prebiotically relevant, because even if you did it in a modern laboratory not using prebiotic methods, if you synthesized from the bottom up a cell, you would still win a Nobel Prize. Now, I'm not on the Nobel Committee, but just seeing what Nobel Prizes have been given for things, this would be bigger than the structure of DNA. I mean, this is making a living cell. I mean, this would be huge. So, you just have to make these. Well, nobody's ever solved this. Nobody's ever really solved this, making these very well. But in a modern laboratory, maybe you could, and you'd have to get all of these stereogenic centers solved. Do it in a modern laboratory. Okay. But now you've got to assemble these. So now from this glycerol, you've got to go ahead and make the lipids. And you've got to do this where you segregate, you get this to form it in an enantiotopic way, to pick out these enantiotopic hydroxymethyls. Then you have to be able to polymerize this. Now, you can't use biology here. You just got to, so remember, I'm going to give you this. I'm going to give you this. I'll provide all this to you. I'll provide these to you, these monomers. Now you just got to polymerize them. Well, polymerizing these is very hard because you can't, remember, with nucleic acids, you can only make very short ones in synthesizers. If you want to make long ones, you got to ligate them together, or you got to use a biological system, which you're not allowed to use. You got to make the cell bottom up. Well, that's kind of hard. How are you going to go from these monomeric sugars to all these carbohydrate structures? That's really, really hard synthesis. And to make amino acids, and yeah, you can put this on a peptide synthesizer, but some of these amino acids are huge. And then how do you get them to fold? That's another problem. And what's the sequence you put them in? All right, you just put them in any sequence you want. You know, the informational code is easy, right? You can copy any cell you want. No, that's too hard. Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. I will give you all of these. I'll provide all of the monomers to you and all of the polymers. And I'll give it to you in any sequence you want. You tell me the sequence, you got it. You can sequence any cells you want, and I'll provide that. I'll provide all of that to you. I'll give you the monomers, I'll give you the polymers, I'll even give you the informational code. Now all you got to do is put those together. Or put them in a petri dish so that they will somehow form together. The Nobel Prize awaits you. Can't do it? The Nobel Prize awaits you. You're so close to making life in a lab. A mindless early Earth was able to do this, even though it had to make all the molecules in homochiral form, and the polymers of those molecules, and the proton gradient inducing bilayers, and the interactomes, and everything else while working under a rock. You can use your entire lab and all separated gases and any chemicals in pure form. You're better than a mindless early Earth. Why can't you do it? That summarizes the state of assembling a cell. Even if given all the pieces and the informational code, I'm not saying that it could never be done. As a scientist, I cannot know that, so I would never claim it, and I never have. But I can say that we are nowhere close to solving this problem. So if there's any origin of life researchers that would like to say that they could make a cell, given all those components, they could make a working cell, let me know. I'd like to know that. I'd love to see that experiment. And why don't you do it and get a Nobel Prize? Why don't you just do it? Just put this whole problem to rest and just do it. All the components. I don't even care if you don't even have to make them. You can take living cells and extract all the DNA, all the RNA, all the peptides, everything you want from living cells. Extract it all. Now, build a cell. Take just those components to build a cell. Not just take those and put them in an existing cell. Build a cell. Can you do that? Nope. They can't do it. They can't do it. That's the state of where we are. So how do I know that we're nowhere close? How can I say that? I never say that it can't be done, but how do I know we're nowhere close? Because we track our progress relative to the target of making a living cell. So in 1952, when Miller and Urey did that experiment, people thought they were on the verge of cracking this problem. But what's happened is the problem became much harder. How did the problem get harder? Because we learned the complexity of the cell. We didn't understand the protein folding problem. The Leventhal paradox had not yet come out until the 1960s. We didn't understand the Leventhal 2.0 problem of the interactomes until very recently. We didn't understand how complex a cell is. So you see the target keeps moving away. The goalposts keep moving. The goalposts keep moving. That's the problem. The problem is not a static problem. It's a dynamic problem. And it's moving away from us much faster than we are approaching it. That's the problem. That's how I know we're nowhere close. Think about that if you're a graduate student considering joining a team in origin of life research. Think about that. The target is going to be further away from you than the day you join the group. 4 or 5 years when you graduate with your PhD, the target is going to be much more than 4 years further away from you. Much more. Because of the complexity of a cell. So the next time you see an article like this, researchers solve puzzle of origin of life on Earth. Wow, what a claim. Researchers solve puzzle of origin of life on Earth. Wow, they solved it. Don't send me an email. Hey, these guys solved it. Look at that. Go look up the article. Look up the article and let's see what they did. And you find that they just purchased all the building blocks. They just purchased them. and they allowed them to associate at high concentrations into a lipid bilayer. That's all they did. They showed how these could concentrate in lipid bilayers. All the components that they buy could concentrate. That's far from a working cell or solving the puzzle of the origin of life on Earth. But you see how these things are propagated? And these press releases come out and people send me these emails. Hey, look at this one. They solved it. They didn't solve it. Look at the article. Don't write to me till you've looked at the actual article itself. So don't let it confuse you. They're not making the parts. They're not assembling the parts. They're just buying the parts and shoving them them together randomly. They're just taking and they're shoving it inside that car randomly. They're not solving puzzle of origin of life on Earth. They're not doing that. So what might be good targets in origin of life research? Well, rather than continuing to build an array of stereo-scrambled building blocks, of the building blocks ad infinitum, try solving the origin of the informational code. Where did that come from? Or the mass transfer problem. How do you take a certain amount of material and carry it along and then bring up more material from the rear following the same steps? How do you do that? The origin of homochirality. What really was the origin? How did we get homochirality? What's the origin of that? A solution to the Leventhal paradox for protein folding and the Leventhal paradox 2.0 for interactomes. A method to remove human intervention at each step. Remember, there was no chemist on early Earth to do this. The secret to synthesis that can repeatedly survive impure mixtures. How do you do this with all the impurities that are going to be generated? How do you do it? You have no HPLC to purify things. You can't buy things in pure form. You can't isolate from natural, from living sources. How do you do this thing? That's what you gotta, those would be better targets to try to figure out. So in summary, we remain so far away from figuring out how to build even the simplest of cells, and the target moves further from us every year. Contrary to the claims of the naive, every step is mind-numbingly hard. It is so much more than just making a strand of RNA. Biologists are sadly confused on this point. But we can't even make the RNA in a prebiotically relevant manner because we don't know how to make the ribose, and we don't know how to get the ribose in homochiral form for it, and we don't know how to get the bases hooked onto those ribose and make the nucleotide in homochiral form, and we don't know how to polymerize it to eliminate the 2,5 linkages rather than getting all 3,5. All right? And we don't know the code. There's those problems on the RNA. Realize that people are wrong when they suggest that we're close to solving the construction of even the simplest living cell that can be conceived, wherein it meets the minimal requirements of life as we know it. We're so far from generating something that has 206 protein coding genes that can do that litany of things that have to be done in order to have the simplest conceivable living cell. And we are so far not only from not being able to do it, but from even proposing a viable method to get it. Humankind remains clueless on origin of life. If you're a graduate student considering a degree in origin of life research, try addressing a problem that can have an impact. Or else your professor and you and your future students and their future students will die of old age before we solve this problem. Yeah, it's going to die of old age before we ever solve this problem. Now, why would I do this? Why would I do this and discourage students from going into the laboratories of certain people? Well, in my job, part of what I do is I work with graduate students and I keep them from going down rat holes, or they will spend a year working on nonsense if I didn't redirect them. My job as an advisor is to find out where those rat holes are, know that, and redirect them and say, you don't want to work on that. That's going to dead end right here. Now, sometimes they'll push back. They'll say, no, I think this is good. And okay, I said, oh, show me those steps. Show me what we're going to do. But if it's not getting anywhere after a few months, I've got to redirect them because I've got to get them out of here in 4 years. I don't like to have them stick around for 7, 8 years, not in my group. My job is to work with these precious young people and not waste their lives going after something that's not going to do anything to address the fundamental problems. It's to put them on something that has a chance to win and to work. That's why I'm doing this. And that's what this video is about. We're clueless on the origin of life, and don't let anybody try to tell you differently. I hope that puts it all into perspective. And there's just one more video in this series where I'm just going to summarize all the 13 or so videos that we've done. Summarize that into a package and make one last video out of that. If you're interested, you can subscribe, and we'll give you a ring when something else comes out. Lord Jesus, I pray for your grace and humility. Lord, please give me your grace and help me to wrap this up with power and with much grace. Oh Lord, help me, I pray. Help me in the name of Jesus. Amen. Okay, with that, we've come to the end of this series, and I would just want to give a brief summary. I first of all spoke about the reasons why I gave this video, and it was in response to a video that was given on abiogenesis, where I felt that everything that was given in that video was incorrect, scientifically incorrect. And so I wanted to clear things up on this. Then we also talked about the thermodynamics, how difficult it is to think of having a cell that has very low entropy. It is highly ordered, yet also of very high energy. And to think about how this could come, it's very difficult to think about even the thermodynamics of this system. And we talked about what is abiogenesis. Abiogenesis is the study of how life came about. Abiogenesis differs from evolution in that before you can ever discuss evolution, you have to get the first life. So this is the prerequisite to evolution, is to be able to deal with abiogenesis. Where does life first come from? This is before biology. If we're going to talk about life, if something is truly being made, remember, for life we need to have responsiveness to the environment. We have to have growth and change. We have to have the ability to reproduce. It has to have a metabolism and breathe. It has to be able to have homeostasis, which is this steady internal state of physical and chemical conditions occurring. And it has to be made up of cells and have traits being able to pass on to the offspring. If you want to have a definition of life, it has to be made up of cells. Now, if somebody wants to redefine life, that's fine. But life as we know it here on earth, every sort of life as we know it, not just some life, not just human life, but every sort of life as we know it consists of cells. And we have to be able to deal with the cellular construction. One has to be able to make a cell. If you want to just call a chemical reaction life, well, then you're redefining things. But life as we know it needs cellular structure. We talked about the primordial soup, how many people are taught that there are chemicals in a pond, for example, and there were lightning strikes, and that formed small molecules that came together and formed cells. Nothing like that has ever happened. That is a fallacy. And people learn that beyond the 6th grade. They learn that certainly into high school, that's learned. And that is where much of the general public believes life came from. Scientists don't know where life came from. They've never created it in a laboratory. Even with all their skills, they've never come close. We showed how confused the general public is on this. Many people think that scientists have created life in a laboratory. Far, far from it. Scientists have never created life in a laboratory. We talked about hype that comes from origin of life researchers themselves. There's a lot of hype from researchers in the field of abiogenesis. It goes beyond just the hype that the press does. The researchers themselves turn it up, and then the press turns it up even more than that. That's a real problem, because that causes the layperson to really think we're closer to making life, or that we've even made life when we're not even close. We talked about homochirality, this fundamental quality of the vast majority of biological molecules where they have this handedness, where it's like the left hand and the right hand, non-superimposable mirror images. That's hard to do in a laboratory. We have never figured out how that could have been done in an abiological environment. Never figured out. When people say, oh, well, it came from space, generally only traces of material have been found from space, and those are generally totally racemic. They have both-handedness there, so they're not of any biological origin that we know it. Once in a while, there have been claims of seeing some chirality, some enantiomeric excess, but those numbers are usually generally very small. The highest one we cited was 60%, and that's in real contest, and that wasn't even for anything that's of biological origin. That was for a diastereomer of an amino acid that's found here on Earth. We discussed carbohydrates. That is the hardest class of compounds to figure out how they could have been made in an abiological environment. And that's why many people, when they make their videos, they try to avoid discussing carbohydrates, how those were made, because they have absolutely no idea how you can control the stereochemistry on that. We talked about Eschenmoser's work, trying to control the stereochemistry on just the ribose, the sugar that you're going to need ultimately for the nucleotides. Just trying to make the ribose, he ended up, of course, he didn't have any homochirality there. He had the enantiomeric mixture, but he had 30 compounds that he could identify in 40 to 50% of the mixture, and the other 50 to 60% of the mixture, a bunch of other compounds which he couldn't even identify. Every one of them racemic. So this is far from being solved. And even if you could make the sugar, which is the building block of the building blocks, even if you could make the monomeric sugar, we have no idea how those could have hooked together. The problem is you have so many different places where you could hook this thing together, and trying to control one other than the other, it's impossible without blocking chemistry, without blocking. Enzymes can do it, but it is impossible to think about how that was done in an abiological sense. Maybe one day we'll know it, but right now we have no understanding of how that was done on an early Earth without enzymes being around to do that. And remember, to get enzymes, you have to have nucleotides. To get nucleotides, you have to have the carbohydrates. And so we've got this ultimate chicken and egg problem. And so how do you get the carbohydrates? Because there's so many different ways you can link these things together. And then the other thing is the stereochemistry. There's an anomeric center where the hydroxyl group could be alpha below or beta above the ring. So that can vary back and forth. All of that has to be set to be able to make these systems. You have to have these things in homochiral form. We talked about how these are just the building blocks of the building blocks. The polymerizations are really difficult. Then we talked about peptides and the problems with making peptides, how hard it is to do that. Many people have said, okay, well, you can use the Miller-Urey reaction and you can get many of the basic amino acids. But all of those amino acids were racemic. They weren't homochiral. And if you try to polymerize the amino acids, it doesn't work. Doesn't work. You get just very small things, and none of the ones with active side chains. If you have an active side chain where you have a functional group on a side chain, like a thiol, an SH moiety, or an OH moiety, or carboxylic acid moiety, those are often more reactive in the polymerizations than are the amine and the acid of the amino acid. And so when we do a synthesis in a laboratory, we block those. We have blocking chemistry to do that. Nature is just fine, has enzymes that can selectively do this. We have no idea how that was done pre-biology in a abiogenesis type scenario before you had enzymes around to do this, because from enzymes, to have an enzyme, you have to link together the amino acids. We have no idea how that was done. There's been proposals that they didn't even come from the amino acids because amino acids don't polymerize in water because they're zwitterionic. So that's a real problem. So it's very difficult to get those to polymerize. So there's other ideas out there. But again, that is for purely material that is racemic and no great understanding on how that was ever done. Then we talked about the nucleotides. A nucleotide is the ribose sugar or the deoxyribose sugar, whether you're dealing with RNA or DNA respectively. And then you have a nucleobase on there, and you have to have a phosphate on there. Nucleobases, we didn't cover much. There are ways to get at nucleobases, but again, that's using chemistry, where they're using relay syntheses, where they're purifying in other methods. It's still not easy to get those, but it is possible. But now you have to get those on a ribose sugar moiety. If you can't make the sugars, you can't make the nucleotides. There have been proposals and methods that we showed, for example, those of John Sutherland, that would hook those up in a circuitous route that would build the sugar around while it was already, before the sugar had formed, while it was hooked up to the nucleobase. But again, that was a diastereomeric mixture, and it was not homochiral. So again, and that was just one example, many, many steps to do that. And again, using this relay synthesis, which is cheating, because you can't carry it through. So the origin of life researchers continue to put things on an early Earth that they themselves will not bear. But somehow, under a rock, someplace, this happened, and we're supposed to believe that. Very hard to fathom. And then what we did is we talked about the lipids. Lipids, everybody thought that was easy. And people say, oh, well, the fatty acids form spontaneously. Remember what I told you. That's a code word. When people say form spontaneously, that's the origin of life researchers' code word for I have no idea how it happened. Regardless of the rate in which something forms, there is a mechanism for its forming. How does a fatty acid form from methane? How does that happen? The Fischer-Tropsch reaction has never been shown to work in an environment that would be prebiotic. Neither has the glycoaldehyde route to make a fatty acid. How do we make these? We don't even know how to make the fatty acids, let alone combine those with a glycerol moiety such that we pick out selectively one of the two enantiotopic hydroxymethyl groups on glycerol to hook that lipid, to hook the fatty acid onto. Nobody knows how that was done in a homochiral sense. And then also how then it was done to get a second one on there, and then to also get the ethanolamine on there. Again, this chemistry is hard to work out. Hard to know. We looked at the Devaraj synthesis of these. But again, he started with the fatty acid already in hand, which he took from nature. And he used reagents that are not available on a prebiotic Earth. We showed that, even though it was said to be a prebiotic-like route. We showed that. So again, there's so many problems, even just getting the lipids. You can't make a lipid bilayer just out of fatty acids that's going to respond in a cell. As we learned in the literature, you don't get the proton gradients that you're going to be able to get. So just saying they could have just formed with fatty acid lipid bilayers is wrong. We don't know how to make the lipid bilayers such that the outside and the inside are different. We only know how to do that when we have enzymes to do that. Nobody knows how to do that in a prebiotic route. Every protocell that has ever been made, the quote-unquote protocells, which are supposed to be the early forms of what might have happened in life, all of those are homogeneous inside and outside. And you would not get the proton gradient that you would need, and you can't just do that off of fatty acid. So they're buying those lipids, they buy them, and still they can't get the inside and the outside to be different. Then we talked about chiral-induced spin selectivity, which shows us that chirality, homochirality, is not an afterthought for nature. It's not something that came later. You can't get the alignments that you need in just RNA and DNA and protein alignments if you don't have chirality, number one. Number two, chiral-induced spin selectivity tells us how biological reactions can be so clean, because they're working on polarized electrons. They're working on electrons that are going in one direction and not the other because they go down these chiral manifolds, and that's what gives them the high yields. Before that, you would never get the high yields. You say, well, maybe early life dealt with more impurities. No, it can't be. That can't happen because the impurities would gum up the works. They start taking up the reagents that you're going to need. If you don't have high fidelity turnover, you can't do this. And nature does this using chiral-induced spin selectivity. And then we talked about, all right, let's pull everything together. You couldn't make the building blocks of the building blocks, the homochiral compounds that you need. You couldn't polymerize them. The Origin of Life researchers could not polymerize them as they needed to do. So they couldn't do that either. But we'll give them that. We'll give them the building blocks of the building blocks in homochiral form. They can't polymerize them. Okay, we'll give them the polymerized structure. We'll give them the enzymes. We'll give them the DNA. We'll give them the RNA. Because remember, every time you try to make RNA, they say RNA can replicate itself. RNA does not replicate itself. Only examples. The biggest example is known is that only 7% of an RNA that was primed and designed to replicate itself was able to replicate only 7% of itself, and that 7% was too short to be a template for another replication. So that's something that's totally overblown. The whole RNA hypothesis that all you need is a piece of RNA and it goes from there. That's a bunch of nonsense. That's a bunch of nonsense, and we showed that. The whole RNA hypothesis, world hypothesis, is nonsense because you can't just have RNA. Why? Because RNA is unstable. RNA decomposes at minus 80 degrees. Its half-life is even very short. Certainly at room temperature, the thing is going to be short. And remember, they like to have some reactions going at 100 degrees, some reactions going at low temperature. How these things move to different parts of the Earth, we discussed that. That's a real problem. But RNA, if you just try to get the nucleotide to polymerize, you get the 3,5 linkage which you want, along with the 2,5 linkage. And the 2,5 linkage shuts the whole thing down. In fact, when you have 2,5 linked systems, that's been shown to act as small interfering RNA, siRNA, which stops the whole process. And every time you try to just do a random polymerization or on clay we showed examples where you get sometimes 30% 2,5 linkage, 30% of the wrong linkage that you want. Sometimes you get 60% of the wrong linkage that you want. If you have any of the wrong linkage, the thing shuts down. It's a problem, polymerizing it. You want to polymerize DNA? Okay. How are you going to do that? How are you going to get this thing to polymerize? And remember, you like to have amino acids around, you like to have thiols around, you like to have these other systems around. How come those don't interrupt the polymerizations? So they couldn't do the polymerizations either. So we just give them that. We'll give you the polymerized form. So we'll give you DNA. We'll give you RNA. We'll give you the polysaccharides in whatever order you want. You name it, we'll give it to you. Inherent in that is the information. When you start polymerizing these, putting these together, that is the code for life. How that code originally came about, we have no idea. But we'll give that to you. You tell us the code you want, you tell us the order that you want, so the DNA will prescribe to the RNA, and the RNA will go ahead and build the proteins that you need to build life. Okay, we'll give you all of that. We'll give you all the DNA you want, all the RNA you want, all the proteins that you want, because a Nobel Prize would be given if you could take DNA, RNA, and the proteins, and you could go ahead and assemble life. But remember what you have to have for life. RNA alone can't do this. Remember, biophysicists, not me, biophysicists figured out that you needed over 200 protein coding genes. You needed over 200 protein coding genes. That means you needed whole segments of DNA, over 200 of them, just to make the very basic components that can operate a cell. So just having RNA doesn't give it to you. It won't do it. The RNA world hypothesis is a bunch of nonsense. And that's why the world now is just coming out, just recently publications are coming out showing that it could not have been RNA alone. So another one bites the dust. Another theory bites the dust. You go from this being a world of amino acids and proteins to a DNA world to the RNA world hypothesis. That one bites the dust now. So all of these theories keep evolving and they keep dying because they're really a bunch of nonsense. They don't work. There are fundamental problems that we have to address before we even get to that. So what happens is you have all of these components, we'll give it to you. Go ahead, assemble the dream team you want and build a cell. Go ahead, build a cell. Try it. Go ahead, do it. See if you can build a cell. Nobody can do this. Nobody in their right mind, no scientists in the right mind. You assemble the teams of biologists, chemists, origin of life researchers, YouTubers, however many people you want on that team, and you give them all the RNA, DNA, and proteins that they want, enzymes that they want, and you give them the lipids that they want, and say, go ahead, make a cell. Because somehow on an early Earth, this happened under a rock in a little pool somewhere. Why can't you do it in your laboratory? They can't. They can't. Remember, a Nobel Prize would be given for anyone that would make cellular life. Anyone. Even taking the components from nature and putting it back together and bringing life to that thing. A Nobel Prize would be given. Why don't they do it? Because they can't. But we're supposed to believe that somewhere in some hydrothermal vent or under a pool, all of this came together? Come on. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. Now, if you can't put this together, then there's a real problem. How did life originate? We just don't know. It originated somehow, but we just don't know. We're clueless on the origin of life, and that's why I keep saying it. That's the problem here. We're clueless on this. So, here's my appeal to the graduate students that are thinking about going in joining a laboratory that studies origin of life. I urge you to think twice or 3 times before you accept that position. And here's why. Because your professor will die of old age before you ever get close to figuring out how to make life. You will die of old age before you ever get close. And your students will die of old age before they ever get close. Because we're not addressing the fundamental problems. You want to address a fundamental problem? How do you get homochirality? How does that form? How did homochirality form? What was the basis for this? And show some examples that are prebiotically relevant for that being able to happen. Because remember, a mindless earth under a rock somewhere got this thing figured out. Why don't you try showing how there could be reactions that can form, that can happen when you have diverse mixtures. So you have lots of different enantiomers, lots of different diastereomers, all in the same mixture, very similar compounds. How do you get that one that you want to react without those other ones competing? That's the key. How do you get that to react? That's a hard thing to solve. That'd be a good problem to solve. That's a fundamental problem that needs to be solved. What about the mass transfer problem? You want to start with a kilo of each of the 20 amino acids? Okay, we'll give you a kilo of that. Somehow, each of them, you got a kilo of them. They're not mixed together, they're an individual bomb. How do you get those to make anything in any reliable yield such that that kilo is going to go all the steps that you need? Because as you know, you start with a kilo of something, and then after about 10 steps, you're left with about 1 gram of material. And 10 more steps, you're left with a milligram of material. Why does that happen? Because your yields aren't that high. That happens even in purely synthetic chemistry. And so you're always doing what's called bringing up material from the rear, bringing up material from the beginning. And so a lot of time is spent bringing in more material. How do you do that on an early Earth? When it runs out of material, how does it go back and make more? It never kept a laboratory notebook. And some people on videos claim, well, it's constantly making more. It's constantly making more? Then how come we don't see that on this Earth, where it's constantly making all of these wonderful lots of compounds? That doesn't happen. And what about if you did have a certain arrangement in a DNA? Somehow the ribose formed, somehow the nucleobases, the 4 nucleobases got on there. Somehow they polymerized cleanly so that you had DNA, and that DNA had the right form to prescribe the synthesis. How do you make more of that with that same arrangement? We're clueless. Remember, when you want to make your cell, you got to deal with all the substructure, the interactomes. Remember the interactomes that you had 10 to the 79 billion, 10 to the 79 billion power of combinations of just protein-protein interactions in a simple yeast cell. You want to say that earlier cells were simpler? Okay, fine. But they still had to have 200 protein coding genes. So you still had to have a huge number instead of having instead of having 3,000 proteins. Say you had 200 proteins. How are you going to get these to order? How are you going to get order in that cell? Because remember, a lot of the communication that happens in a cell is through non-covalent interactions, where you get electrostatic potentials that are traveling from one molecule to another. A lot of this is happening through non-covalent interactions. So the alignment, the arrangement of them is very important. And that's why when a cell divides, it takes that information on both, splits it to both sides, and then gives that information and passes it along. How did that happen? How did that happen for the original cell? We have no idea. There are fundamental things you want to address. I cannot, as a scientist, say that we will never solve this problem by naturalistic terms. I cannot. As a scientist, I can't say that. I cannot say what could never be done. Maybe in a few hundred years or in 1,000 years, people will have figured this out. But what I can say is that we're nowhere close to figuring it out. And you might say, how do you know we're nowhere close? Because the more we learn about a cell, the more complex it becomes, like this interactome thing. I mean, people didn't think about that a few years ago, and then you go, uh-oh. That adds a level of complexity I never even considered. So the goalposts keep moving. We are here. We're trying to figure out how life came. We thought that this was going to be easy when we thought all a cell was a bunch of protoplasm. But now as we learn more about the complexity of the cell, the goalposts keep moving further and further away from us. That's what tells us that we're not close to solving a problem. Because the goalposts move further away. We're getting further away from the solution. That's how I can tell you we are nowhere close. There's going to have to be a lot of thinking. I'll also appeal to the funding agencies. You keep funding more of the same thing to take a bunch of chemicals that people buy, and they make a bunch of stereo-scrambled compounds that could never go by that route had it been a prebiotic earth. And you keep funding it. I don't know why you do that. Why don't you address some of the more fundamental issues here? There's problems with this sort of science. And so I didn't even address the origin of life researchers themselves. I mean, these are good scientists. They're good scientists. I don't mean to come against them in any way, but I think that you have to come clean and talk about the state of the field where it really is. Because this, you ramp things up a little bit, and the press ramps it up in order of magnitude. You've got to ask them, let me see the article before you publish it, and many of them would let you do this, because this thing gets ramped up like crazy. What I want you to notice is, I didn't mention God in any of this. I don't need to. Science itself tells us that abiogenesis, as it's proposed by naturalistic terms today, is unacceptable because it just doesn't work. You don't need to invoke God. You don't need to invoke intelligent designers. Just the naturalistic means, science itself screams that abiogenesis, as it is proposed, is not the route to how life came about. Some may argue, well, Tour, why don't you come up with a route? No, we do this all the time in science. If there's a hypothesis, we can shoot down a hypothesis if it does not match up with the facts that are needed on the ground. You don't have to have a contrary or a hypothesis in order to shoot down an existing hypothesis. The way you do science is if there's a hypothesis, but it doesn't measure up to the facts that are needed on the ground, that hypothesis does not measure up. We don't need to discover religion to understand the facts of science. Abiogenesis and science in itself tells us. And now I want to thank everyone for joining us. I hope you enjoyed this series. I know it got fairly involved, but There was no other way to do this. I had to teach you the problems with this, and so that you could understand my pain when people say we've got this thing figured out, and I'm just reeling because we don't have it figured out at all. And scientists are even sitting there saying, yeah, that kind of makes sense. It doesn't make sense at all. It doesn't make sense at all. What are you thinking about? Where is your mind when you think that this makes sense? When you think the foremost reaction makes for you the carbohydrates? What are you thinking? Most of the time, people have never read the scientific literature. Most scientists never read the scientific literature on origin of life to see how crazy it is in the proposals of what they put forward. That these things could never happen outside of a laboratory and working with all of this insight from people. And even with that, they can't get very much to happen. So we had to dig into some of the details. You can check out some of our other videos on my channel, Dr. James Tour, on YouTube, Dr. James Tour. You can check out some of the other videos, and there'll be more videos coming. So anyway, with that, I'll end, and please subscribe. If you like these videos, in every one of the videos, push the like button, because what that does is it tells the algorithms, the YouTube algorithms to funnel more people there, so this word can get out. So it's important for you to push the thumbs up, and it's important for you to subscribe, and that will drive more traffic for the algorithms. And then thank you for joining us, and hope you have a great day. If you like the content that's coming out on this channel, I've not monetized it in the sense of advertising, but if you want to give and you want to help support it, you can give to a 501c3, so it's fully tax deductible, and you can see the link below. We'd love to have your participation, and there's several mechanisms by which you could give. Thank you.